Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. How's the audio, Rico?
It's great. It's great.
Oh, man.
Crystal clear, no popping.
Yeah. We got another one of our guests is here already. Rico, hold up and let him get his camera straightened up first. But Rico, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Takes a lot to get the old man down. I'm not down, trust me. I'm a little perplexed, but
Uh oh.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I mean, good spirits always.
That's good. Well, everybody, I really wanted to have a conversation. I want to have this conversation, but I've got like 25 questions, so it's unrealistic that we'll actually get through this today. I got a lot of, you know how I like to do. I like to ask insightful questions and questions that make people think. I have a couple of guests that may be coming. One looks like he's getting his camera set up right now, so I will let Rico say. He said he wanted to have an opening statement. So, Rico, you wanted to talk about something that happened over this past weekend, right?
Actually, something that happened maybe the weekend and even as recently as last night. And I just want to say that I know there's things that have been out there in these YouTube streets that have tried to paint me in a light as a person who I'm not. One thing Rico's not is I'm not someone that won't speak directly, forcefully about the things I believe in. I'm going to stand up for what I believe in, and whatever I don't believe in, that's not my issue or concern. So to have people out here in these YouTube streets trying to cast aspersions on my character because they in some bitch-made energy, I take exceptional offense to. I'm telling you, I take some very serious, exceptional offense to people being in this bitch-made energy trying to cast my name. So I just want people to know it has not gone unnoticed, and it will not go unaddressed. Okay? I don't believe in that doxing shit. I don't believe in that bringing people family in the shit. I don't believe in bringing nobody in this shit because I ain't built that way. I'm built to deal with my battles on my own because that's the way I was raised, that fucking men handle their battles. But all these bitch-made motherfuckers that keep trying to drag people into some messy shit, I'm done with. And when I address it in the next day or two, you'll know I'm fucking done with. You'll know I'm done with. You know I'm done with the hypocrisy, I'm done with the bullshit, and I'm done with these bitch-ass niggas in these streets. And that's all I got for the moment.
All right. Well, on that note, like to welcome AR to the stage.
I got something for you, Rico. Look.
Yes, sir. I got you, Ruckus. And that's what I'm talking about. There's some Ruckuses out here, AR. It's some real motherfucking Ruckuses out here. There's some Ruckuses that like to play, and I'm gonna leave that alone for another day. It's some real Ruckuses, and I think all of us in the community need to start looking at ourselves. We need to start looking at ourselves and start questioning shit that we let slide and get by, and why. I need to look at myself about shit I let slide about the community. But I know we all do, so I'm gonna leave it at that. It's too many fucking Ruckuses walking free.
But what we don't have to get into detail, but did someone attack you personally or just in general?
No, personally.
Okay.
I took it personally.
Man.
I don't give a fuck how they meant it. I took it personally. My character is important to me, and I don't think that I have no big special character. I'm just a regular guy. But you know what little bit of respect I got. Let me say this too. I do want to say this one thing, and then I'll be done on Sean. I'm not a fucking OG. You know why I'm not an old gangster? Because I wasn't a young gangster. I'm not an OG because I wasn't a young G. I don't ascribe myself no title that's unearned. Okay, I don't say I'm wise because wise men don't claim to have wisdom. They just are. So this whole concept that people think they can ascribe a behavior that I'm supposed to do to suit their needs, fuck you. If the young folk don't have to behave the way I think they should, then you can't ascribe that standard on me. I'm going to live within my character, my values, my standards. If that fits for you, great, we good. If it don't, I I know some wildin' ass young folks out there in the street. I don't associate myself with them. I go to the ones that's like-minded, that think that way. So if my position don't align with yours, go the fuck on and find somebody that does. It's other OG, whatever the fuck y'all call them out here. There's other older people out here. But I'm done with the bitch made energy trying to drag people in this shit. I'm done with that. Go ahead, let's start the show. Ain't nobody come here for this mess.
Let me say one thing if you don't mind, Rico, real quick. Can I? I mean, Rashawn.
Go ahead.
Is it Arshawn or Rashawn? Well, you're not in the chat, so I gotta call you Rashawn, right?
It doesn't matter.
I call him sir.
Sir, Rashawn. Listen,
Mister.
like
call me Mr. Tibbs.
There you go.
Like what I want to do, like I'm gonna do a show called YouTube Stamina, right? People are running out of content. So they just look for who they can. They run out of content. Some people don't create action. If you look at their channel since they first started, they don't create actual content that makes people gain something from that.
And AR, the correct thing is don't say they're running out of content. Some people didn't have content to begin with other than messiness. That's what they came into the space for, to generate off of the messiness, the salaciousness, the garbage. They're not talking about anything substantive. Nobody, I haven't heard anybody discussing any, because if you discuss things about solutions and topics that can move the community, that's not at a surface, superficial level, you're not gonna get your 10 subs. But when me and Arshawn came and said, we were like, okay, we cool with that. But getting drugged into a bunch of fuckery, I'm not cool with that. Not when I say Christian. And there are people here in these spaces that I don't like. Flat out racist ass motherfucking men and women. And I don't couch that in that way. I don't go looking for it, but I'm not gonna run from it when I feel like people are being racist to my people. I'm going to, the new word, Arshawn, I'm not gonna hold you accountable, but I'm gonna address your ass. I'm gonna address you. It's just that plain and simple. So that's okay. We ain't gotta go no deeper in it. But you're right. It is a lack of content. And that's why they live for this nonsense, and they just continue to be. So
now, since we're about to talk about race, would you consider that these online attacks and provocations black on black crime, Rico?
Yeah, ask me before you ask the white guy. You don't bust your chop.
Is this YouTube Chicago?
It's just stupid. It's stupid. It's really stupid. Is it black on black? Unfortunately, yeah, because guess what? We're in a black space. Mm-hmm. We're they're responding, with that behavior. And you go to the white spaces, they got their beef and they're responding the same way. So there's white on white. And then you got it in the Latin spaces, there's Latin on Latin, the same old shit. And in all those spaces, it's all dumb. It's all dumb in every space where people are out there feeling the need to create these beefs for no reason. For no reason or no... The worst part about it is seeing these beefs where people are not even looking for an end point. Mm-hmm. So I look at it like this. Ukraine and Russia, this is a real war. But you know what they're also doing? They're still talking to each other. They're still talking because they're trying to end it. Diplomacy through every wars go 2-3 years, and the whole time the two combatant sides are talking to each other. But when I see that these people refuse to talk to each other, they don't want it to end. You know what they want to do? They want to drag every fucking body else into their bullshit. They want to suck. It's like a fucking whirlpool of shit. And they're not content until they drag us down in the shit with them. I'm not going.
If the whole thing with it, leaking my address, talking about my wife,
dumb shit.
If we're in the same sitting, I'll fuck you up. I will definitely do that. I will. And you're talking about my spouse and my kids,
dumb shit. But my whole point is, if like I say, if we in the city, then we deal with it, man to man. But if I know on the East Coast, if I know boxing on the East ring, Coast, and you on the West Coast, what the fuck am I gonna keep going back and forth with you on the internet? You in New York, right, AR?
Yeah.
I'm in DC. You do some shit like to me, I'm just gonna fall back, and when I see you, I see you.
Well, eventually, we're all gonna get together.
It's no sense in keep going back
Yeah.
and forth online because I'm like, that's not touching you. That's not. And I don't want to touch you emotionally. I don't want you upset. That's not what I want. I just fall back, and when I see you, I see you. I don't want to touch you. I'm gonna roast you. That's dumb. I ain't trying to roast your ass. You talk about my family. I don't want to roast you. No. I see you. I see you. That's it. So as a grown man, I'm just gonna fall back, and that's just that. I have to handle my business, but I'm not gonna do this back and forth because to me it's just dumb, and it's not even entertaining.
No,
It's not.
and
I think they
and
got
like I
four
said
groups
before,
on each side that they encourage them. So it might be 5 on this side and 5 on this side that just keeps the shit stirring. You know, they call them instigators. They just keep the shit stirring, and the rest of us are like fucking hostage to watch. And that's why at one point, I think the last time when the big blow up, I told everybody unsubscribe and stop watching the motherfuckers. All of them. I swear to God, the receipts is there. Unsubscribe to all the motherfuckers. Stop watching all of them. Watch what they do. Watch and see if they don't clean this shit up if we don't buy tickets to the fucking shit show. That's all.
one thing I want to say too.
Just give the content. That's all.
Another thing too, and I said it so many times before. Stop telling us who to not. Stop telling me who to support and who not to support. I've been told by several people, "Yo, I don't f with that channel. I don't f with Rashawn. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I don't mean the curse, but okay, so I do. So
Thank you. I can sit there. You could be messing with somebody. I'm like, I guarantee you, AR. There are plenty of content creators that you fuck with. I wouldn't be caught dead with. But I ain't take no exception with you. Like if he want to go over there and listen to that shit, he go listen to it. It's not my space to tell you where to go.
I mean, do people say, "Hey, stop watching. Hey, turn that channel. Don't watch Tyler Perry, or don't watch.
Exactly.
You know, don't watch.
Don't listen to this rap song. Don't do this. Don't do that."
But I mean, like, are people calling you saying, "Hey, listen, I want you to stop watching that television show.
No.
Watch the show, bro, and stop watching my comments. I'm commenting everywhere, and I'm a troll sometimes. Stop watching my comments.
You can't troll, AR.
Nah, I be trolling, bro.
If you just troll and joke, it's what side you on.
No, yo, listen, Rico, you be trolling. You said I look like that old drunk. You said I look like that old drunk.
That old drunk.
No. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm telling you that's the narrative they pushing. You can't troll. You can't like. You have to pick a side. And I told him I picked the side. Guess whose side I picked? My fucking side.
Me, my family. That's crazy.
I picked my side. I ain't got to pick nobody else's side, and I'm not going to. I got one family. My wife, my kids.
You know what side I picked? You know what side I picked? You know what side I roll with?
There you go.
That's the side you roll with?
Of course. Why not? Always.
Hey.
At least I don't have to look at your glass no more.
Yeah. Keep messing with us.
Like I said, it's ridiculous. It feeds into the, like you said, Arshawn said, the narrative of and the crazy thing about it is this shit gonna end at some point. So people gonna get Clarence got extra stream. And then once it ends, then what? Right? Then what? They ain't, like you said, they ain't gonna have no good content. They ain't gonna have no good content because all the good content is beef.
Answer that question, Rico.
They're so hooked up into the beef, that's it. Ain't got nothing else to talk about.
Hit that question real quick, Rico. Come on, Rico. Hit that question.
Yes. I absolutely do believe because like I said, to be neutral in war, it's not to say that one of the two sides isn't wrong. You know, like I said, in war, Russia and Ukraine, everybody thinks Russia's wrong. And Russia might be. But it still doesn't mean that I, as another country, as a third country, can't decide that the offense that they committed is not grave enough for me to become involved in the conflict, because for me to become involved in the conflict is only to escalate. So, yeah, you can be neutral because you can decide the offense is not that great for me to become involved in. Now, obviously, Ukraine wants everybody to jump on their side.
I don't support Ukraine. Stay over there.
Okay.
Ukrainians, stay over there.
I'm using that as an example, AR. They want everybody to get involved. But guess what? You see countries all over there saying, I don't want to have nothing to do with it. Countries right next to them, Poland, Belarus, Moldova, they're like, we don't want to have shit to do with it. And they realistically know or believe Russia's in the wrong. But they let them take that little piece like they did before. They took Crimea, let them take another little piece and fuck it. And we keep peace. So, I mean, countries do it. That's just real talk. But they still talking while they at war.
All right, real quick, everybody. I do want to set the table really quick. We will be talking about race. I have a lot of questions. Brother Clarence, welcome to the stage, sir. Glad to have you. AR, welcome to the stage. Glad to have you as well. I do want to have a thoughtful discussion around race, but I do want to set the ground rules, clear the sandbox, so to speak. Now, AR, I know you have views that are different than mine. Rico, people talk about your language. On this show, you can speak freely, all right? Well, I'm not tone policing. I'm not word policing, all right? So speak how you need to speak to get your point across. Only thing that I'll police on is do not disrespect another panelist or a chat member. Don't, Brother Clarence is a son of a, don't do that. Don't be in the, Hanifah's a blah, blah, don't do any of that. Any name calling, that's when I'll step in. But if you need to be I'm so tired of hearing the N word and you want to use the real word, man, get your piece off. We're speaking clearly. So anybody in the chat, if there's any language that is that's you're too sensitive for, this may not be the show for you. So I want to definitely get that out of the way. I'm going to play this really quickly.
Take shots at you?
Yeah, if you need to. But hold up. Yeah.
The views and opinions expressed in this stream and video are those of Rico and or Rashawn and should be taken with thoughtful consideration of the message and an open mind for the messenger. Topics, language, and tone may be inflammatory. Viewer discretion is advised.
All right. So, disclaimers out there. If y'all come in late, that's on you. There might be some language. All right. But I do want to start right off the bat.
Guaranteed to be some saucy language.
Yeah. And Mimsy Limbs, Mr. Rucker, Hanifah, Semsema, I want to thank you all also for being in the chat. I did not mention you thus far, but I do apologize. I want to start with this question, though, gentlemen. Is there any utility or usefulness to identifying as black? So I'll start with the guests. AR, then Brother Clarence, then Rico, you can follow up.
Any utility as far as any benefit, basically?
Is there any usefulness or utility to identifying the label black? We've had a lot of problems with it on Brother Clarence's channel. A lot of conversation. About, hey, black is a social construct. Hey, black is an insult. Black is actually denigrating. Why are you associating with that label? So is there any utility or usefulness to it? I just want to actually unpack that thought.
Yeah, I believe in 2022 is it's a lot of benefits saying that you're black, because that's the propaganda what they're they're pushing. Very racist, but yeah, I think there's a lot of benefit for to state that you're black or black owned and black, and black, and it's financially it's benefited financially. But now if you say, hey, white owned or white white pride and white, that they would label it as racist. So why, but that's just my thing without going too deep. I think, yes, it is a benefit.
All right, real quick, JP, welcome to the panel.
Peace, guys. How's your spirit?
Well, good. And yours?
Glorious. It's so wonderful in Arizona right now.
I bet it's beautiful. But I do want to, again, reset the stage, because I didn't say this part either. Now, JP, since you just came to the stage, and I told the gentleman, because race is a sensitive topic, I am not tone or language policing people. So as far as the N-word or any other sensitive word, I'm letting people, as long as they're not making direct insults, we're letting people speak their piece. So I just wanted to let that, in case that was a ground rule and you wanted to step away, I wanted to make that clear. That
No, now,
And I won't
since
be
you,
on you no push-ups today.
oh, no, okay. So, but since you mentioned it, though, someone has been watching the videos where we talked about how you went from owing me push-ups to cash apps anyway, because you don't know how to.
I cash
Yeah,
out
well,
you
you want to.
tomorrow.
All right, sir, because I'm just
Is that what
saying.
y'all doing? Is that what
Go
you guys do? You guys
ahead.
are charging cash app. I'll be rich. I'll be rich. I didn't even know. All right.
Hey, he don't pay up in push-ups or cash apps. Come on, Brother Clarence, if
I
I
do
get a
cash
cash app
app.
tomorrow, I'll send you a receipt. Okay? All
Yeah,
right, go ahead.
if Rico has to pay me in cash app, so I'm going to the Maserati dealer the next day.
Cash Money Records. Yeah. That's right, Mr. Rucker. Talking for grown folks only. But Brother Clarence and then JP, if you would step in, we're going to put you in front of Rico. Is there any utility or usefulness to identifying specifically as black?
In my opinion, yes, because it creates a unified position whereby now a lot of times people have to uh, align by some type of designation, either by name or heritage or some type of affiliation with some other type of group. But when you say black, many people can align and fight for something. We don't all necessarily have the same ancestry or heritage or whatever, but we can all agree that we all this will benefit all of us who have this pedigree, right? So and then we all will, if we use that unity right, you can make moves and make things happen. There's two things that two laws for success. One of them is unity, and the other one is compound interest. And that's how mutual funds work. They work by everybody pooling their resources in a unified area, and then the compound interest. So that can make anybody rich. I don't care if you're a janitor or whatever. So, and those are, I think, positive things where unity can provide success, protection, provisions. It can provide for a community. You can provide for a community all with just unity. Caucasian society has proved that. So, yes, I think being black does have a positive effect when we use it the right way.
All right, JP, go ahead and jump in, please. Is there any utility or usefulness to identifying as unpacking our black? Come on, JP.
Yup. Okay,
Respect the smoke. Respect the smoke, JP. Respect the smoke, JP.
Easy.
okay. Y'all know y'all want to live vicariously through me. Y'all want to come sit on my porch and hang out. Tell the truth. You
I
know
want to
you
try
do.
all those
You
weed
could
strains.
just smoke with JP one time. Your life would be right. I guarantee it.
I
Anyway.
believe it.
Okay. Excuse me. Yes, I have always found that there is really nothing but positivity in identifying as black. I am one of those little black girls who came out of Memphis, Tennessee, and I've been able to go, thanks to my parents, and see Germany. I've gone down the side of a mountain. I've been to Spain. I have traveled most of the mid to eastern region of this country. And all of that, I have been um, black first, woman second. All the rest of it came after that, except on my passport where it says I'm an American citizen. So, them the things right there. I am a black woman born in America, and I'm proud as fuck of that shit because I could be anywhere else and could have been going through a lot damn worse. I may not like who AR be trying to get us to vote for, but I understand why, because at one point I was like, man, F them damn Democrats. I'll just go ahead and vote Republican and tell my children to too. And I raised soldiers. But the reality is neither of them are for us. So fuck them all. Burn this bitch to the ground. Let's go. After 2020, I will stand in front of the bullets while you running around burning shit up, as long as you don't burn up our shit. Have at it. You're gonna pay for it. You're gonna be when I'm dead and gone. Who gonna be here? All of the Zoomers. If you want to go ahead and learn how to farm right now, I'll stand in front so you can farm and figure out how to get that shit done. That's what I'm supposed to do. So yeah, yes.
All right. I'm real quick, Rico, because I know you. I'm gonna make it real short. I'm gonna come with a different view. I'm gonna actually say no. I don't actually think black is the best identification. I think we actually need to come up with one for ourselves. I don't think we should just accept what we've been given, whether it be language, culture, anything that we've inherited from prior generations or through America. I think we actually need to establish a code and culture specifically of our own choosing and making. Even if it incorporates some of the things from before, I still think we should choose for ourselves something new going forward. Just because I think there's power in choosing for yourself as opposed to a lot of things inherited we don't even understand the meanings of. And I know Sister Joanna pointed that out when she was doing her speak on Brother Clarence's, that a lot of times we don't know where these terms even came from. But if we decided for ourselves, we made that choice of our own will, volition. So, JP, I want you to, you had some pushback, and then Rico, you're going to get the last word on this topic.
Right. So I would say, I'm sorry, I should have asked, were you framing the question as someone who doesn't know who they are as a black person, or somebody who can proudly say that they are black and have just done the research already? Because what Sister Joanna, as you mentioned, has said is that the words matter. And if you go ahead and you research what it is to be colored or black or whatever it is, then your understanding of those things matter. But most importantly, that language was given to us just like every other language. So no matter what words you use, at the end of the day, until we come to a collective on who we are, there's no name to put to it because we haven't even got our own language. So
Right, and that was my point. Like, I just would prefer to decide if we actually did the research, figured out what the words meant, because we may actually still land on black, but I'd like to have done that with an educated mind as opposed to inherited it. But Rico, what you got?
I mean, I think absolutely it has utility, and it's only because that's the word that we came up with. Okay. So again, like you said, I agree with what you're saying and what JP says, because I mean, hell, we can call ourselves FBA or ADOS. Those are the new terms they're coming up with. But and when I speak of it, when I speak of black, I'm speaking of specifically, not excluding the diaspora, specifically black Americans, FBA ADOS, because our culture and heritage and history was ripped away from us. Like, I'm a black American. I don't know where my ancestry links back to the motherland. So I can't claim anything else. As much as I would love to be able to know, oh, I'm Kenyan, I'm, Somali, I'm whatever, the vast majority of us do not know. That was something that was stripped from us. So I know a lot of African immigrants, Caribbean immigrants, they hang on to their national heritage and culture because they have it. So if we're not black, what are we? We have to be something to collectively identify us, not for privileges, not for purpose, but just because of the story and the history of how we came to be. Again, like I said, when I look at every other black person that comes to this country, if they come from a nation, that they're affiliated through that nation, even if it's multiple, I'm the fifth generation of Jamaican Americans. They actually go all the way back through that. I'm a Jamaican, my father was Jamaican, and they can do that. Most of us can't. So I think it's needed for that purpose, just because it gives us an idea of unity. It can give us a sense of pride after we know what we went through in this time, in this country. Because again, like I said, if you're from Kenya, I'm sure Kenya had slavery or whatever. They had issues too. However, they still have that national identity they can hold on to, where we don't. And the last thing I would say that I think is also very important is we need to understand, this is the part that's left out. There are certain historically medical things about that's traditionally, so we need to identify ourselves, because medically there are certain things that in a European or a white culture, that's why race is important. they'll talk about like the high rates of prostate cancer in Black men. You know what I'm saying? So we don't identify ourselves as what we are. We're all American. And it's like, yeah, but I'm American and something else, because even medically, certain things are more dispositive in this race than this race, and then this race than this race. So I'm like, there are positives and negatives. I know everybody want to get away to like, oh, we're just this one melting pot, and we're just one big color. I'm like, no, there are too many things that will delineate us. Not to make one. I don't believe in the white supremacy, but if there are cultural, racial differences, we need to be able to identify those for whatever reason.
All right, Rico. I want to hit this next question now because we kind of packed on a couple of the next two questions. But I'm going to skip to this one because the point was made that we're not black, and Rico brought it up. We should identify as American. But if black is a social construct, isn't American also a social construct? Like, aren't the boundaries, like, aren't those like man-made boundaries? I mean, I don't think I go and see that white line I see on a map on the boundary. You know what I'm saying? They might have erected fences, but before they erected fences, there were none of these lines that these purchases and these border maps drawn out. So, is there any purpose to saying social construct when it comes to blackness when all of this stuff is social construct? AR, Broclair, JP, and Rico.
Do you mind if you just rephrase the question? I'm not quite understanding.
Yeah, so one of the things people say when they say you shouldn't use the word black, they'll say it's a social construct. Like, it's something that society made up. So we shouldn't use it because society made it up. But the word American is also something that society made up. Like, there's if you took away people, the society, there would be no name for America. The same way there'd be no name black. The land would still exist, the same way brown-skinned people would still exist. But the label of black and the label of America, those are both socially constructed names and ideas. So do you think there's any, again, this is back to the utility question. Does it make a difference, black versus American, when they're both made up?
No, because this I believe it's just words, right? But I don't want to speak out of turn, but yeah, I don't think there's really no difference. No, there is a difference. I believe it's just the way you carry each other. When you say that you're black, you're trying to create a culture that probably doesn't really exist. You're making up a culture, because what culture do black people have? Black Americans, right? Like, what culture do we have? So I believe we're just. What happened, Rico?
Isn't culture also a social construct?
Social. I guess you could say that, but there's certain races that have, or people that have their own culture. We don't. I don't think we particularly have culture unless you're from the Jamaican, West Indian, something like that. But Black American.
We're saying culture, just like race, just like nationality. These are all social constructs. So when we say a culture about Jamaicans, people assign behaviors that they do, but other people in other places in the world share similar behaviors. But we'll say that's a Jamaican or that's an Irishman. So what Irishmen do, right? Remember, I'm calling you Irish side. They're not the only ones who do it. There are other cultures that do it as well. There are other cultures.
And Rico, if we can we let people finish their points as well?
Oh yeah. Okay.
No, I appreciate him coming in, because maybe I didn't quite understand the exact question, but I think that every culture outside of besides a lot of Black Americans don't really have a culture. I don't believe we really have. I don't believe I have a culture, because each one of my grandparents has a different nationality, and we're not really that. We just raised Brooklyn, New York, so I'll pivot on that. But I don't think. I'm trying to be funny. I mean, I think the only culture we have is fried chicken.
And that's the point, sir, with your fried chicken face. I think you said it. I'm so glad you said. Did you get you some hot sauce? When you got your hot sauce, was it Tapatio? Was it like actual hot sauce? Was it Frank's? Was it legit sauce?
No, but let me say something
Sean, you
real
still
quick, right?
on me,
Let me say
No, but there's a reason why. Oh, okay,
let me real fast, right?
go ahead.
I think that it is an issue that we don't have a culture. I don't believe we really have. I think our culture is based upon our neighborhood where we grew up at, right? When other people that are from here, West Indians and so forth, they actually have culture and traditions.
Right.
Maybe I'm
We
mixing
do,
those two up again.
we do
Yeah.
have a
No.
culture.
Okay.
Our culture is
Rico, hold
American.
on a
All right.
second. Can I? Okay. Yes to the fried chicken. No to the white supremacist reason behind it. Okay. Because people forget about the Great Migration. After we came up from slavery, after I would say Rico and Brother Clarence can give the numbers correctly, probably better than I can, we began to move out of the South and go north and more west. Although we did do east, we went northwest. So most of us went, like if you were in Tennessee, you went up and then Chicago and then that way. If you were deep south, you went up and then upper towards this way. So, but the thing is our culture, 70% of so-called Black Americans, shout out to Juana Washington, are from the deep south. That is our culture. Hold on, sir. Let me finish. They have told you in school that it's Ebonics and not your language. But if you were to ask someone from the Gullah Geechee area, from the Low Country, from South Carolina, Florida, and then down around Louisiana area, they would tell you about the Gullah Geechee and the Black Seminoles. These are people who left slavery, some ran, some whatever, and that's histories for us to continue to learn if we care about us, right? Those people maintained the connections between what came from over and what was here, right? Thus, that is our culture. That's our point in history, 400 and some odd years in the making. We like to bypass that because, oh, we wasn't slaves, this, that, and the third, Dane Callaways of the world, and all the nonsense. But if we were to start to look there and try to understand that culture and history before it dies out, then we've got a better chance of Black people being able to come together and build something that is a culture, a community, and grow from there. That's what I had sitting on my grandparents, my godparents' porch, my mama's porch. I had all of those things. So I know that it can exist.
I mean, if you don't know your culture, yeah, I don't quite I don't know. I don't quite. I agree to a degree, but after the crack era, there's been several. Even during that process, all the cultures and all that stuff, it's all mixed up, and they don't. We don't even know. We don't even live that way
You're saying you
for
don't know who you
decades.
are. You're not saying you don't know your culture. That's different.
I
No, I'm
never
not
said
saying.
no.
No, hold on, pause. When I say
I'm
you,
not
I mean the universal you, not the
okay.
you individual.
Okay.
Please
Yeah, I'm
forgive me.
not those
Yeah, I
crackheads.
don't. I don't. No, no, I don't mean to.
No, I
It's
get.
a.
I get. I get. I get it.
Okay. So what's being said is that our people don't understand who they are. Not that they don't have a culture. Our people do know their culture. That's why you can play damn near. Okay, let's see. Give me a song. I don't know. You could. It's peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter, and you know somebody's shaking it somewhere. Why? Because that is a part of our culture. Why? Because it came from us in a way. Where it lands in us is something different, but it came from us. That's why we fight so hard at other people when they come for it. Other people do understand it and can understand the meaning behind it because all people have a similar lived experience that exists in our lived experience as well. But what's being said is that, or what I'm hearing from you is that there are many of us who don't know who we are, so we don't recognize our culture when we are already in the midst of it.
Okay. I think there's. Yeah. Yeah.
Question, like, and the reason why I say it, I want to be careful that we don't define culture to nationality. So you take the Caribbean, for example. It's 10, 15, however many islands, and they're all individual countries. But I'm not saying they all 100%, and Hanifah chime in if I'm speaking out of turn, but a lot of those different nations have very similar culture. So that's why I said with the Irish culture, their culture also, culture spill borders because people travel. people move. So certain traditions that we in America, we have about 900 different cultures for all these different nationalities that have come into and assimilated into this great American melting pot. I say Black Americans have a culture, but it's a culture that we created through the result of being what we've been through. And I call it an American. We can't put it on a nation because we do not know the nation we come from. If they could have said every slave, 1,000% without question, all came from Kenya, then we would do that. But because we know we came from all over, that's why it's a mishmash, and then it's just become westernized. And that's pretty much it. The best way I can describe it. Teach our son.
Just real quick.
Teach egghead.
The culture is the cultural traits of a racial, religious, or social group. The shared attitudes, values, goals that characterize an institution or organization. But those things are the beliefs, social forms, and the traits group. I don't think AR would deny that we have shared traits or beliefs. So, so as far as the word culture, I think we can settle that we do have a culture. Maybe you just like that JP said, we don't work because we do have. I can't stand all these pop-ups. Anyway, I'm getting rid of that.
People ask me to leave Brooklyn.
I can.
That's his problem.
Leave it. But I'm just saying, as far as like the definition of culture, you may not ascribe to what are the common behaviors and belief systems, but Black people do have some points of commonality and heritage that we could say is a culture, correct? Can we all agree to that? All right, cool.
And
if you could answer, yeah, it is. But AR trolls a little bit. But when we get to the definition,
fried chicken. They eat more fried chicken than we do.
Hey, I educated it up to the Great Migration. The brother just started at a small place. We took it, low hanging fruit. We elevated him to a really good snack with it. That's all.
That's the Irish and you can't season your chicken.
Oh.
All right, Brother Clarence. We gotta get Brother Clarence in, guys. Hold up.
Well, we're not killing each other.
I can't stand this guy.
Ain't he hard to work with, Rashad? Man. You gotta be the straight.
Look at Rico. Rico going off.
You gotta be the straight man. You gotta be the sand man. You gotta have a fire hose. Shout out to Rico Young. Okay, what's the question, sir?
Yeah, we were talking about if Black is a social construct, is an American or America also a social construct?
Yes, but obviously the word American has greater power over other people than the word Black. If I was the same person and I went to another country and I said I'm Black, they'd say, okay, wait right there. When I come and I say I'm an American, oh, come right in, come on in, right? So words do matter. It's just, do we educate the people that we want them to know? Oh, okay, Black is just as good as American, or that work has already been done on American. Like, we don't have to even educate other people. People like Rico went and fought and sacrificed so that when we go to another country, we say we're American. People just get. It just opens right up, right? Well, is there a way we could do that for Black? Is there a way we could do it for Black? Yes, both of them are social constructs, but the people have been educated on both terms. The education on Black has been way different than the education on American. American means if you mess with us, we got something for you. Black means these people. These people. They could, these people. They could dance, sing, and stuff like that. But that's pretty much their usefulness to the. I'm talking about, this is the world view. They don't really see us as people that can step into the government and take, like, for example, if every white person jumped in an airplane today and left, could we as black people come in and take over the government and run it just as efficiently or better, right? But I'm saying the worldview of us isn't like that. In Japan they have a toothpaste called Darky toothpaste, right? Very racist place over there, quote unquote, and where they see black people in a certain light, and it's called Darky toothpaste. It's no big deal, and it's got like the Al Jolson blackface man on the toothpaste, and they use it, right? It's no big deal, right? So I think it's just if we're going to whatever moniker we're going to use, if it's black or African American or whatever moniker we're going to use, we're going to have to educate the world on that we are not to be, thrown away. We have some value, and we're going first we have to show it to ourselves, and then show it to the whole world. In my opinion.
All right, Brother Clarence. We have a new guest on the stage, Miss Hanifah Naila. How are you tonight, young lady?
Hanifah!
Peace to everyone. The panel. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
You
can.
sound perfect today.
Man.
No mouse.
I'm not using my headphones today.
Beautiful.
I just wanted to come up and just say, because I know I've seen these conversations a lot. I beg to differ that Black Americans don't have culture. I'm gonna always say that. I am. I see Black Americans no different than I see those of us who are from the Caribbean, from different islands. As you kind of go to different islands, you're gonna find differences in the culture. Nonetheless, we are Caribbean people, right? I see Black Americans the same way. You might say in the South, this is what they do, right? In New York, they do something different. Nonetheless, they are Black Americans. Okay, so there's a commonality that makes us Caribbean people, just like there's a commonality that makes everyone Black American. And it could just simply be something as simple as their experience in this country, right? I think what I see, and this is just my observation with Black Americans oftentimes, is that a lot of the culture that they forged or that was birthed out of slavery or just out of survival, they have allowed people to demonize it. And so they've tried to separate themselves from it, right? Because it's quote unquote a bad thing, right? So how you speak, okay, like somebody mentioned Ebonics, the food, that, and I'm not saying, I'm for eating healthy. So if there's food that was born, I mean, what you guys call soul food, a lot of it is unhealthy food because it was something that they were forced to make the best out of, right? But even if something is forged or birthed out of struggle, it doesn't mean you can't see it as culture, right? Everyone has culture. If you put a group of us somewhere and we are captives for hundreds of years, within that confine, we are going to create a culture within that confine. I am telling you that's what's going to happen. So it doesn't matter. No, human beings, just the way we set up, we create culture. It doesn't matter now whether you want it. I think what's happening with Black Americans is that their culture is looked down upon so much that they end up pedestalizing other Black people's culture above theirs. And I know what that is. It is the society that Black Americans have to exist in. Black Americans have to stay in the same place that they were oppressed and enslaved in, right? And they are still not the dominant culture. I I, I understand why, but to just simply say we have no culture, or when I say we, and let me just say this: I use we a lot because I'm from the Pan Africanist thought view or mindset. Okay, I was raised in that, like I can't get away from it, so I don't see myself separate from Black Americans. So when I use the word we, that's what I mean. But I'm gonna in this for this platform, I'm going to try to make sure I separate because I know just from my accent alone, people will automatically
You
be like,
family,
"Well,
sister.
you're
You
different."
family. You family. Keep
Yeah.
talking.
So yes, I just want to make that clear. But Black Americans do have culture, and a part of what's happening is because people think they don't. Then you guys do not have proper gatekeepers for it, and everyone else is taking it, exploiting it, and benefiting off of it and appropriating it because you think you don't have it. That's a big part of it. So I just wanted to add that in. I just cannot, every time I hear it, I cringe. I'm like, what? Stop this. And I think JP spoke to the Southern culture as well, where majority of that is very true as well. So that you have to look at the Geechee Gullah culture, right? Where does that come from? And I'm going to say this last thing. Um, as a Caribbean woman, my specifically the Virgin Islands, when I was like maybe 21, maybe 2021, I had did some research on like the foods and certain words that we use on my island. And come to find out, I was able to link it back to certain parts of West Africa, right? Where certain words are still used. Now, here's the funny thing. On my island, we look at it as slang, but we don't realize that our ancestors brought their language with them, right? And we still have little like residue of that in how we say certain things and how we describe certain things. And I want to say this, Black Americans, and I say this because I am coupled with a Black American man. So I know what I say this, there's certain things that he says that I have similarities to in our culture. The issue with us is that we get so focused on our differences that we completely look over what kind of connects us, what makes us similar. Like, instead of celebrating that, we then end up demonizing and, making our differences deficits. And that's not fair. And this is where I think we make a mistake. But Black Americans definitely have culture. Now, maybe more Black Americans need to look into what that is, what makes culture, and whether or not they do have it, and then go from there. Yeah.
Definitely, Hanifa. Rico, what did you have to say on that question? Because we're stuck on culture, but we were on the social construct of Black versus America. So wrap that up, and then JP, if she comes back, she'll speak on it real quick before you go, because I'll do this in like a couple seconds. People on your own time research Thomas Sowell. He has an idea about Black Americans, actually our culture, the views of the degradation, like the Black vernacular, the broken English, and the poverty, like aggrandizement. He has a theory that it actually came out of like redneck Southern culture. So I mean that's something to look into as well. I know a lot of people blame it on slave culture, but it also might have been the people we were around that were also white. But I'll let Rico go. JP's back. Let JP go first if you don't mind, Rico. Ladies first, and then Rico, you go.
Well, thank you very much for that. I'm also a culinarian by trade, and one of the things that we had to study was the history of food uh, in America. And shout out to Sister Hanifah for being up here. Oxtails are one of those through line foods, right? So I know folks straight out the South who've not met very many Caribbeans and damn sure don't eat certain types of food who will slap a plate of oxtails or neck bones or something very similar up onto their social media feed. They just don't realize that it's the same thing or a similar thing because of the little bits of ingredients that separate those things. So in that same regard, though, Southern hospitality is the lie of white supremacy out of the South. People would pretend to have plenty of food in abundance when you came over. They would give you make sure that the house was all of the extras and everything. When Daddy came home and when guests came over, the living room, the bathroom, and the kitchen had to be clean, and you had to be able to present food. And that was even especially if you were what they called dirt poor, white sharecroppers. They put on an illusion of being at least that step above Black folks. But the foods and things, who did all of the damn cooking, y'all? Why do you think women coming out of the South were built kind of stocky with all the shoulders and the shit? If you lifting around, excuse me, the pots of today, women are having a hard time lifting up a cast iron skillet for today. Imagine moving around the thing that was necessary to cook on a plantation or to be able to feed a whole village full of people. We keep identifying with the wrong set of folks because it's easier to do that than it is to recognize the work that we have to do. But that's my 10 cents. I'm up in my game too. Damn it, I went from 2 to 10.
There you go. Go ahead, JP, to come up. All right, Rico.
Yeah, I'll be short and sweet too. It's they're like we said, as we discussed, they're all social constructs. So the whole concept, even when we talk about nationality, I'm like, a landmass is a landmass. So what makes America different from Canada, different from Mexico? If we look at it back before, animals, dinosaurs, people roamed from one end of a landmass to the other. So when did they become Canadians, Americans, Mexicans, so on and so on? People just decided that from this space to this space, we're going to call them this. From this space. And it was usually Europeans that came together. They drew up these maps. They saw this big piece of landmass, and they just decided what they wanted to call it. So the same thing with as far as around race. It was, like I said, what do they talk about? The construct of whoever discovered race, 1600, whatever. I can't remember the scientist who came up with it, and he decided the Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid. I think it was 3. Then it broke out to 4. So they classified everybody on the earth into 3 races. If you were Asiatic looking, you were considered a Mongoloid. If you were dark skinned, you were considered a Negroid. And if you were European looking, you were considered Caucasoid. And that was just where they, and what they tried to base it on, if you look at it in the history of, they supposedly looked at 3 people of each, and they tried to set it based off of the brain size. And that's where they started getting into that inferiority, superiority. And that was the birth of the justification of things like slavery, because it was considered that Caucasoids, and this might have been just this one select individual, had a bigger brain of the 3. So they extrapolated that they have a bigger brain, they're smarter. Look at and maybe the particular Negroid subject had a smaller brain. It could have been a child. It could have been the brain of a child or the brain of a woman. This is where the justification for the racial classification and how it was brought about. But prior to that, people never looked at race that way. They didn't look at race at all. They didn't. Somebody in Europe came up with this classification, and it's just permeated for generations ad nauseum. It's been disproven, dispelled, debunked, but we just can't seem to be able to shake it. Thank you, Gregor Mendo. Okay, thank you, JP. We haven't been able to shake it. So I think that, yes, it is a social construct, race and nationality, but if we're going to embrace one, we need to embrace all. We can't say that race doesn't exist, but nationality does. We can't, even language, we can't sit there, and that's the only thing that I push back on. People want to, and in particular, they seem to only want to throw out one race.
You're short and sweet. Go ahead, Rico. I see you.
Okay, Rico.
But hey, I
mean on your ass.
Hey, but definitely, I want to get to this next question, guys, because we do have a lot to get through. If we do have long answers, I'm going to use the timers just so we can get through some of these questions. I do think I want to get to some of these heavier questions, but I'm gonna start with Brother Clarence. Move left to right. What exactly is the Black community, Brother Clarence?
The Black community, in my opinion, is a collective of people who have a certain mentality, also a characteristic of high melanin in the skin tone, where they will be identified primarily from just the eye test. Because even though we're Black, we speak lots of different languages. But you probably will look at a Black person and say, hey, this person is Black. And then they start talking, whatever language they speak. But that's what I believe. The Black community is just people that identify with being Black and can identify with the pain and suffering of the slaves that came here, the Black slaves that came here and had to suffer and toil. And then all of the work that went into many of the benefits that we were able to get throughout from, I'll say, the Reconstruction period up until even the present day. It's not a geographical area. Sometimes it can be a part of a geographical area, but in my mind, it's not a geographical area. It's just a group of people that identify with that suffering and that situation, and that is the Black community to me.
All right. What about you, Sister Hanifah? When we say the Black community, what exactly is that? And Hanifah, if you're not here, I'm going to go over to AR. All right, go ahead, AR.
That's kind of hard to answer.
Exactly, that's the
You
point.
know,
We use that term a lot. We need to start thinking about what that means.
what exactly is the Black community? I don't know if I can answer that. You know, because of depending on where you're talking about, right? I think so. Where? Okay, so landmark me where, like, where would
That's the entire point. See, but that's the point of the question.
Yeah.
A lot of us don't even have a framework or idea of exactly what it means when we use some of these terms. That's why I want to bring this stuff up, because I want people to start thinking about what we're saying. Like there's this this TV show I started watching, and the guy says, "Don't believe everything you think." And we need to start examining the words and concepts we think we understand, because a lot of times we haven't even unpacked them in our own mind. But we like, AR, I know you criticize the Black community.
Well, the thing about it is that, like, it's your show, right? So I'm not going to be as open.
Oh, so you scared? You scared?
Uh-huh.
My question is this. Why is it so hard, though? Because if you say, but my question, okay, take the Black out of it. If I say the Irish community, there are Irishmen all over the world. So we'll land on it as, oh, they're not, no. So the community is everywhere. If I say Japanese people, why do we land on a specific? Because we keep going back to that nationality aspect, and the community is so much bigger. Because an Irishman in Ireland and an Irishman in America, they two different creatures. They're not the same. They're not the same. I always tell people, a Mexican and Mexican American, they're not the same.
I would say, as far as the Black community, I would say easy to convince. That's what I would say, due to years and years and decades of voting for the wrong party. But I would say easy to convince. I would say definitely easy to convince, in other aspects as well. Easy to convince.
JP, if you wouldn't mind, what is the Black community? I know you said you have it in your video, but could you give us a breakdown of what you believe the Black community is, and then answer this question: what is the white community? What are those two communities, in your opinion?
Okay, so real talk. The Black community is one that openly embraces those they understand have experienced a certain level of oppression. The white community is one who is currently running from the fruits of being oppressors for so long. The Black community is the folks who don't vote. Like, we take pride in saying that 98% of whatever it was, Black women voted or whatever, but then they talk about certain number of Black men. Only so many of y'all voted, right? So many. And then let's talk about the numbers in reality. Let's think about how many couldn't vote because they had gone to prison. How many couldn't vote because they might be on some type of support. How many couldn't vote because of blah, 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 blah. How many choose not to vote because they already understand that both sides are against us. One thing you have to remember is that there are not just three estates, right? People remember the government as the legislative branch, the executive branch, and the help me because I'm having a judicial branch. But the media is considered the fourth estate, which means are also in the game against you, not for you. Not nan one of these things is for you. Brother AR would agree with that when you speak, at least on the Democratic side. Not nan one of them things is for you when it comes to how that party or liberals move. I say neither side is in that way. Okay? So if we understand that, this inviting community, these people who have open arms for those even who do not look like us or sound like us, if we can understand the level or see in them the level of pain that we have ourselves experienced as a community, that's Black community. The ones who look down on that level of pain or cannot understand it or think somehow, how dare you fight for the ones who look like you while being around the ones who don't? Well, there you go. Brother Clarence gave you your Tadar moment. That's white community. I'm done.
All right. Oh, that was nice. Hey, brother Rico, go ahead. What do you think, sir?
Um, I'm gonna be short and sweet again too. I don't care what Mr. Best or them say, but nonetheless, I'm gonna say this plain and simple: the Black community is survival. The Black community is resilient. Even though we've been taken to spaces of our extermination at the hands of oppressors or at the hands of our own. See, the Black community has almost been extinct for several reasons. Sometimes at the hands of others, but we always come back. We've had our highs, we've had our lows, we've had our highs, we have our lows. The biggest, my greatest concern with my people is our lack of consistency when we get shit right. It's one of my favorite writers always say, like James Baldwin said, it's like, it's not that Black people don't love America. America doesn't always love us back. Sometimes we love it too much, too deeply, too strongly, and that's the reality. So again, we are survivors, even we're survivors in spite of ourselves. And we will continue to be survivors in spite of ourselves. So we are some wonderful beings to be able to, at the hands of an oppressor and at the hands of ourselves, to still be able to survive all of this bullshit. And for that reason and that reason alone, leave my people alone. Leave my people alone. We got our problems. Leave us alone.
Okay, okay. And for me, real quick, I know the community for me. I honestly don't think there really is a community, but I think when certain events happen, there's a group of people who share a common interest that's typically based around culture and I guess I'll say skin color. So like kind of like the OJ verdict, how certain people were very upset that he got off, and other people were like, "Yay!" Like when there's an event like a Trayvon Martin, a Tamir Rice, you see people galvanize, and it's typically around color lines. So that's the closest thing I see to a community, because other times we're not connected in that way, but we typically connect around events. And I mean that's as close as I can see to a community, because just in general, there are smaller pockets of community like around where I live. You know, there's community, but they're not connected to the community in Nevada. So it's not one large community. We're all disconnected. But on a grand scale, when an event happens that everybody see, like nationally or globally, like George Floyd, then you saw a community rise up because they had a central point to galvanize around. But JP, you had something to say. Go ahead and jump in, and I think I saw Rico's hand up.
Right. And Brother AR is shaking his head because I believe that we're probably going to agree on this one too. Everyone coming together and protesting about George Floyd was just protesting. This truck convoy going right now is protesting. It's it's people walking around, it's wheels walking around, but it ain't nobody in an office making sure that something is being done. And ain't nobody standing on the Capitol steps at the same time saying, hey, either listen to him in there or we gonna come inside. And if we can't get in, they gonna help us get in. We're not organized in that way. But what I will say about the George Floyd event is you began to see the shift. Brother, uh, mm, Lord, please look out for the soul of those that we lost and the spirit of those that we left behind. I love you, cousin. Okay, forgive me. You have to understand that in that moment, you saw a community bigger than race. That man poured out with his last words, he called out for his mother. That moved every mother, right? If you believe it, there are those who don't, right? If you believe it, then that move made a bunch of people who were sitting down in 2020 seeing all of these things happen, right? You got to look at it across the entire time of that year, all the things that happened and why we were all sitting inside. And it made people get up and move something. But again, a bunch of unorganized people. Even look forward to January 6th, a bunch of unorganized damn people. They tried to organize, they got a little bit further, but still, it's all the same thing. But at the end of the day, there is something that is bigger and greater, that is American, and the idea that we were born here and told that we have the right to speak our mind and our whatever it is. But I say to you again that the media, your so-called voice, when you don't to speak as a collective, is part of the estate. So really, who's out here for you if not you?
All right,
Can I
Jay.
say? Can I
People,
say
AR.
something?
Wait, two
Okay.
things. Two things. First, I want to recognize Be Easy That Dude. Thank you for coming up, young sir. Appreciate you for
Yeah, be
being here.
easy. Be easy.
Yeah.
What's happening?
What's
What's up
going
with
on,
my big
player?
bros though?
What's going on, man? And real quick, AR, before Be Easy, give us a minute. AR, before you go, I do not in any way want to make this about George Floyd. So please do not key in on that one specific thing. About the topic, about the idea, fine. But we're not diving a rabbit hole about George Floyd or his history or any of that stuff. But if you have something to say still, please go ahead.
Shout out anybody in the chat that you haven't already. And we're going to ignore AR and his Irish side.
And AR has a perspective, but I don't want to go in about. I don't want to get into particulars on any one thing when it's about a broader conversation instead of the granular.
AR and black speak, that means we don't want to hear.
I get it. I get it. I respect the platform. You know. All right. You know. I get it.
Also, you were only going to talk about George Floyd.
Well, I mean, just as far as that
You
wasn't.
still look like the fat guy on the train tracks.
Let him talk, Rico. I want to hear what he got to say, man.
That wasn't a protest. That was that community that came together was ignorant, and it was a riot. That wasn't a protest.
Okay.
Those community that came together, those are riots, and that community that came together, I don't believe that's part of the black community. That brought the criminals out. You know, anyway, let me leave.
Yeah.
You do.
Let's have a separate conversation, brother AR, because I got some feelings about BLM
black, right?
too.
Yeah, that'll be another conversation. Yeah, another conversation. Shout out to Knowledge and Relationships, Roberto, What Now 23G. Appreciate you all for being here. We on Lock Nation. Thank you for stopping by. But Be Easy That Dude. First question, since we are on that, and then we're going to go to, I was clearing the bottom line, I believe I was. JP, I didn't ask you this question yet, did I? Or did you already answer that question? What is the black community? Yes, you did answer that one. I remember your answer.
Yeah, because I answered the white community question too.
Right. Be Easy That Dude. What exactly is the black community?
Really, the black community is something that's currently constructed is really non-existent. What we have is a black population. We have a population of black people in pockets of society. A community is grocery stores, libraries, fire department, police department. So when you look at these other people communities where they say a white community, a Jewish community, etc., they have those things, their own hospitals, their own restaurants in excess. We don't have any of those. We have just other people of other communities operating in our spaces. So, I mean, I think we just have a black population, not a black community.
No, I like that perspective. And Rico, I don't think I asked you. I think you're the last person on this one. Or did you already answer that too? Forgive me.
I think I answered it.
I think you did too. Twitch
Yeah.
gang in the building, Miss Nebraska. Hola, hola. Thank you for stopping by. We are going to hop over to the next question, everybody. Now, when people do talk about the black community, black population, and we talk about saving the black community, who can't come with us? Because that's thrown around a lot. So you can't save everybody. They can't come with us. Not everybody can come with us. Who gets to decide who can't come? Sorry, I got muted. AR, I actually want to start with you. Since I kind of cut you off. When we say the black community needs to be saved, and we say everybody can't come. Who are these people that can't come, and who gets to decide who can't come? Yeah, AR.
Well, the people that can't come are the people that's being destructive towards us. I think that the only people that can't. Can y'all hear me? Okay, good. I'm
Yeah, you're coming through.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the people that can't come with us are the people that's causing the destruction, right? The men that's not taking care of their children, the mothers that's not taking care of their children. I think those are the people who are like there's a lot we have that's we don't agree with, right? I think JP was saying that, or maybe Rico, but we need to focus on the people who want to focus. What do we have in common? What we do get along with. The other stuff is just we can talk about it, but that's not gonna help us. So what can we build with? So the people who's causing destruction, gotta get they gotta go. The people who's not on the program with us.
And who gets to decide who's not on the program?
AR. I mean, why would you?
Hey,
but I think no, that's another problem with the black community. We have these other cultures. I don't believe, or other, whatever. They don't have a one leader. Us in the black communities, we have this one leader. We have these we have these groups of we have these leaders, and that people are following them blindly. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Appreciate that. Be easy, that dude. What do you think on that question? Who can't come with us, and who gets to decide?
So who can't come with us? I would say, what is the purpose really, right? Because for someone that's saying, "Oh, you can't come with us. Why can't I come with you?" And you're saying, "Oh, because I'm being destructive." But what about the people that allowed the destruction to happen too, right? You could say, "Oh, this person is being destructive," but what were you doing? Just sitting on the sideline, shaking your head, saying, "Oh, this is destructive." But some people wasn't doing nothing but talking and belly aching. How are you any different than someone that's being destructive? You not saying anything and doing anything is just as destructive as well. So I would say everybody's invited, and then you sort the mess out there, because everybody got demons and skeletons in their closet. Like, what is the litmus test? What is the criteria? Saying, "Oh, people that had kids out of wedlock, or people that ain't taking care of their kids." I mean, who is going to investigate all that? Like you said, who is going to be the judge? It's going to be a panel of judges, enforcers, etc. So it gets all kind of convoluted. So it's really up to us to set very strict personal standards and cultural standards, because there's a lot of standards that's toxic in the culture that people will complain about, but they actively embrace. Even men too, right? They'll say, "Oh, this chick is for the streets," but them is the only types of chicks that they smashing. Man, this dude is a pookie. He's a gangster, but somehow he impregnated you. So it's just too much hand wringing and finger pointing. Everybody's invited, and then once we start building, we'll sort it out that way. Because one thing, we don't agree on nothing, right? If somebody say, "Hey, we all need to be Republican," they gonna say, "Nope, nope, Democrat." If everyone say, "Hey, Jesus is black," it's gonna be a bunch of people saying Jesus is white. You know what I mean? Let's figure it out. You know, let's build this shit and just figure it out, because all of these other communities, they really don't care whether you Republican, atheist. They unite under whiteness, or being an Indian, or being a Hispanic. That's what they unite under, not under all of these mythical titles that usually don't mean anything.
Man, definitely good perspective there. I appreciate hearing that, brother Clarence. When
Yeah.
it comes to saving the black, when it comes to talking the better black life, Who can't come with us, Brother Clarence, and who gets to decide?
I think we have to do it like our relatives back in the motherland used to do. They wouldn't pick a leader because they wasn't about kings. Most of them, they would have a council, and on the council, you would put elders on the council, and the elders would decide. They would hear everybody's side of the story. They would get together and they would come up with a decision. It's going to be a little difficult for us to do that. So, in the place of the elders having to decide everything, because laws are made so that we don't have to go and have somebody decide everything. We already know when there's already a standard there. So it's clearly defined. Now, who can't come with us? You have to create a standard of people that can't come with us. People that are going to be unproductive. Like the brother AR said, they're going to be rioting instead of protesting. They're going to be doing different destructive things to our positive goals. Once we have a standard where we can identify those people and get them a scarlet letter, we have to tell them, hey, if you don't change, you can't come. Period. That's it. They're in. And who is going to decide that? People are going to get together and create a standard. If you're behaving this way, like who is that? Our relatives didn't have nothing like jail. We just got the concept of jail from the Europeans. We don't have jail. We didn't have jail in Africa. That concept doesn't. We just put you out. Okay, you don't want to listen. You got to go. Go fend for yourself out there, right? So there's a standard that we have to follow, and once our people enough of our people get together to create that standard, then there it is. If you don't want to follow the standard of cultural norms, because cultural norms is what allows us to come out and actually be among each other. We all know I can't go after your wife. You can't go after mine. I mean, we have cultural norms, right? I can't just grab your daughter and run, right? So we have cultural norms but when we got people that step outside of those cultural norms, in America, they have jails for them. But on this walk, we have to help in the Black community. I don't know where they're going to be left. I guess they'll be left with everybody else, and let everybody else deal with them, right?
Yeah, I hear you, Brother Clarence. Yeah, wanted to say what's up to Tristan at Apex Alpha Simp. He said, "What up, chat?" And let's see, Rico. I don't think JP is back yet. Just also, anybody, before you need to leave, just put something in the back chat, and I'll make sure you're the next person in. That way I can, you can say your last words and everything, and we'll get you out in order. But Rico, go ahead and speak your piece, sir. Who can come?
Just reframe the question. I think I know it, but I just want to make sure I got it correctly.
When we're talking about saving the Black community, they always say everybody can't come with us, right? Everybody can't come. AR can't come. So who can't come, and who gets to decide who can't come?
JP back. Do you want to go first, sis?
I can.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, JP.
Ladies first.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. I told y'all chivalry wasn't dead. You just had to remind them how to be gentlemen. That's all.
You just needed a drink.
Oh, hey, everybody put your little thing. It's sipping time. With your Hulk smash voice. It's sipping time. Okay. My bad.
You gotta do Rico. It's the first drink, so you gotta put your finger up. By the time we
is that the first drink? See, he said he 4D. He 4D.
Sorry, Daniel just turned to me and said, "You're such a girl."
I ain't got my sunglasses. I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'll put my sunglasses on.
So here's this thing, and shout out to Mr. Rucker. He came in at the perfect time to help me remember this, along with Roberto's perspective. Who can come? Let's start with Mr. Roberto's perspective. The killers, the drug dealers, pimps, drug addicts, and mentally unstable. Well, we're a community who believes in redemption, right? We understand if you've been under I said that in the beginning, we understand if you're under a certain amount of stress or oppression, we are opening our arms to them. So if they look like us and they are of us, why would we cast them aside before we give them an opportunity to be janissaries in whatever fight there is or is not to come, right? Why does there have, it may not be a war, but you got to be ready for a war. Okay. And then the second thing, who decides? Well, I mean, we kind of we do. We do it based on what we understand to be Black movement and Black trust, right? We understand us more than anybody. We understand our level of petty. It hits in a certain kind of way. Butterscotch is always bothered when I come with the Blues Clues, and yet and still he knows it's out of love, right? Even other members of the Butterscotch gang down there, AR with his orange friend on the screen. I mean, that's their attempt to be Butterscotch. At the end of the day, it's just understanding your people and how you move. The thing is, now we have to decide that we are a community and take the next step, which is putting those things into place, right? So for a while, there may need to be a leader. Shout out to, never mind, I won't say that over here. Someone who called me what do you say? The aspiring monarch. I take a constitutional monarchy for my community, which is the idea that, hey, for a brief time, you have someone who is in a leadership position, but they're then written out of the system and the community takes care of itself. Create it across the country, create it across the globe, and then everybody's got a fighting chance. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, you back down to 2 cents from 10. All right, you.
Well, yeah, because I'm hungry now. I got to refuel my.
All right, JP, go ahead, Rico, jump in. Or you need me to reframe the question, Mister Four Glasses in.
No, I got it. Tristan, that $20 will never leave your pocket if that's what
Will
I got.
never leave.
Never leave. Let me just say this. What I do believe is who can come? Everybody can come. Anybody and everybody can come. However, you remember we were talking about love, Arshawn, the other day?
Yep.
We were talking about conditional and unconditional.
Yes.
It'll be conditional. It just flat will. Who decides? You do. So if I'm picking a team and I say, okay, I'm team Black folk, and this is how we gonna move, and this is what we gonna do, you decide if you with that team. If you're not with that team, you just being Black itself doesn't get you put on that squad. If you don't decide that you can rock with what our standards, behaviors, beliefs, and what we're trying to do is, get your ass on. I'm not going to sit there and say, even people who've had a past where you may not have rocked with us before, it's your chance. What do you always say? The train is leaving the station. Your ass is on or your ass is off. If you waffling, your ass is off. The train is going to leave. So, and I also believe, I believe that, remember I was telling you earlier, Arshawn, we talked about earlier, I said, like, I believe that there are people in certain spaces that are trying to create genocide all over the world. And we talked about genocide all over the world. And I said that genocide on the shores of America will be based on race because that's the one dividing thing. We don't have tribes in America. We have races. So there are people out there in the real world, even in America, that are trying to bring genocide here. I hope it never happens. I hope it's long gone after I'm dead and gone. But if I was here when it happened, we got to pick our tribes. If it's race-based, then that's my tribe. And either you going to get on this fucking train or you get your ass left behind. Now, I understand that there are people who are of, biracial, mixed racial situation. I'm like, I'm not excluding even them. But I'm saying everybody's got a choice to make. You choose where you want to plant your flag. And I can't say, good, bad. I don't think it'll ever happen to America, but I don't want to say because, like I said, we've been through little blips of bullshit historically. Charlottesville was a blip. That was a test. Charlottesville was a test. It was a bullshit test, but it was a test. It was a test to see who was going to cape for it. Who was going to be, oh, yeah. That's what they do. They do little bullshit things like that to see who's interested. And the FBI, thank God, they're watching them. They're watching them. Oh, they got an uptick in recruits and shit like that because there are people who are looking for that. So I say all that to say the question was,
Oh, now you want to answer the question.
The question is, who do we get to take? We get to take anybody of the diaspora and everybody of the diaspora. Whether you're Caribbean, you're African American, you're Jamaican, I don't give a fuck where you're from. However, who decides? You do. You decide what you want to be in that moment. And if you decide in that moment that you're not on this team, salute to you. If you decide you're of that team, jump on. Okay,
Yeah.
Negrosaurus.
Hey, real quick about this question specifically. Honestly, man, I don't even like that saying when I hear people say it. It triggers me the same way George Floyd triggers AR. Like when people say everybody can't come with us, where are you going? You ain't leaving. You ain't going nowhere. So like, where are you talking about you going anywhere? And how you gonna talk about who you gonna decide who can't go with you when you ain't leaving? You ain't trying to leave. You ain't trying to divest.
Actually,
I see you ready to
leave.
jump in.
You going to Brazil?
No,
What you talking
they
about?
actually did leave. They went to another community. This is where the funny hypocrisy gets in, because you can't name a Jewish community without Jewish leaders in it. You can't name a Chinese community without Chinese leaders in it. But then the leaders in the educated class, they fell just as much as the Pookies and Ray Ray. They moved to a white community and just blame. Oh, this is why I moved, because Pookie and Ray Ray. And instead of going back and build, they just is blame game, wagging their fingers, and then now they're the ones trying to say, "Oh, we get to decide who come." How? You ain't even been in the community. You've been in the white community, trying to assimilate with them. So, what are we even talking about here?
Can I say something? Well, I think that if you move out of a bad area, I don't believe you should move back to help build that area. Let it burn. I don't believe you necessarily have to go to a white area, but you can go to any other area you want. But I don't believe when you leave a bad area, a bad neighborhood, go back there to try to rebuild it. And as you're trying to rebuild it, you're gonna get shot by the people you're trying to help.
So what's the alternative? To take over a white community and turn it into a black community?
I think you need to take your family and raise your family. You can
outside of the black community.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't.
So what are we building then?
You're building your family
outside of the black community.
It could be anywhere. Anywhere within the United States you can move to. You can move to a black community if you want. Particularly, I mean, I live in a semi.
How y'all essentially saying they all run down? So where's this black utopia that you gonna move to?
Can I just ask AR one question? I just want to ask one question. One question only. Why did you choose the term to let it burn down? That's it.
Because it's currently burning.
So you believe it's a hopeless society is what I'm at, and that's what I'm getting at. Because I believe that even in spaces of poverty, they can be redeemed and they're not hopeless. Let me finish. Whether it's in India, whether it's in Africa, because all of these countries have communities like that. And I'm just trying to understand why in America we ascribe this hopeless community to communities that look like us. And I am caping for all hopeless communities. I think in the poorest people all over the fucking world have been dealt a shitty deal. The people in India that's eating out of fucking garbage dumps, I think it's fucked up that they're doing it. And I despise it. I despise the fact that people are eating garbage. And I don't give up on them. That's all I'm saying. I don't give up on them. So when I hear you say, fuck it, let it burn, I hear let them people eat shit and die. And I'm not talking about America. I'm talking about everywhere around the world. Brazil, Africa, India, Asia. That's expanded, sir.
Yeah, exactly what you said. I do believe they should eat that, and if that happens to them, then I'm fine with that. That's fine, because I believe what's happening is that the drugs are increasing. Right? We just had 6 cadets In West Point, they overdosed from fentanyl cocaine. So now the drugs are becoming so much more powerful. Look at Michael, what's his name? Michael Williams, DMX, and so forth. The community, these areas, urban areas, can never get better because I believe it's designed to never reach a certain point, ever.
Can you
Baltimore and
expand it
so forth.
outside America
Man,
to
I don't. I
India?
don't care
I
about
said India.
India. I don't care about India.
There's not drugs there.
But
Yeah,
but
Rico. But let's not take this globally. Like, let's not go. Let JP get in, and then we'll just like couch this point because we're not going to try to convince him about his point. We just try to understand it and move on. But go ahead, JP.
May I speak after Auntie, please?
hey nephew.
No.
Yeah, real quick. Hey, real quick. Let's speak. Intellectual soapbox. Thank you for coming up. I apologize. Got
What's
lost
up,
in the
man?
sauce for
I
a quick
get my
second.
shot when
Thank
I
you for
can.
popping up. Yeah. All right,
No, go
JP.
home.
Okay. Brother AI, this is the second time that you've mentioned drugs. And so what I would say is, first of all, we didn't bring crack to the Black community, nor did we bring fentanyl. In fact, the opioid crisis did not affect the Black community until after the people, I can't remember their name right now, the larger pharmaceutical company that got in trouble, until they got in trouble. And then it became the trickle down, let's change this narrative in the media. I know this being a chronic pain advocate for years before doing this, right? So keeping that in mind and the narrative being who are our leaders, those who decided to leave under false pretenses like that, if we didn't bring it into the community, then we didn't create it. And then you know what happens when we leave the community? Those of us who have the mind and the might and the money, what happens is white folks come in and gentrify the shit. And now there's a Panera Bread and a Starbucks on every fucking corner. It's because we left our own behind, or not we, some left our own behind. And that's the issue. So we've got to start with addressing that. And if there's anybody who can't come, them capitalist knee bending motherfuckers right there.
gentrification is good though, because what's happening in our areas in our community. Because I'm in New York, right? I'm in New York, and we're not doing better, right? So because we're not doing better, what do? Like in Brooklyn, they taking the projects and they turn those projects into co-ops. Why? Because when you turn into co-ops, you don't have pissy elevators. You don't have drugs being sold in the same building. So of course, blacks didn't bring the drugs in those neighborhoods.
Where
But
do
the
your
issue,
people go who can't afford those buildings?
where
Where
did
do your
those people
people
go?
go? Where do your people go who can't afford those houses? And those Black people who, because they didn't have for whatever reason, still can't afford it. With the housing market going up.
You got to pick up. Listen, we got to pick up a new skill and do better. Because there's no, I mean, who's
See, that's not telling them where to go. That's telling them what to do. I asked, where do they go?
They get shipped up in the Bronx, which
they get
which
shipped.
has been happening.
You get to leave freely, but they get shipped.
because
okay, understood.
I
even though they may have had the same setback as somewhere that you did, you just had a different outcome because of opportunity.
No, I have a different
or access.
I have a different I have a different access because I worked for it.
They didn't.
That's why they're in the projects at that age still. If they worked for it.
We're gonna let AR get his 30 seconds to finish his thought in completeness, and then we're gonna move on to soapbox.
Yeah,
I mean, good?
Yeah, yeah. But the thing is that unfortunately you're being moved. If you're a government system, you cannot choose where you want to move. They pick where you're gonna be at, and that's why they move all the people from Brooklyn and those areas up until the Bronx, right? I think the east side of the Bronx. But gentrification is great because we're not making the areas better, but they are. So I think I'm for it.
What?
All right, so by Rico, hold up. He has his point. That's his point. You understand it. Intellectual soapbox. Go ahead. You have something you want to say.
Mr. B.
Hey, what's going on? Can I come in?
Yeah, it's your turn, brother. Hey, hold up. No. AR, no. Hold on. Nope. Pause. Take a pause, everybody. Take a pause. Go ahead, soapbox. Yeah, come on, Mr. Best.
I rang the doorbell so I can come in the house.
Wake up, Mr. Best.
I'm here. You know what I mean?
Ain't no
I
back
the
door
doorbell
over
so I can
here.
come in.
Knock it off.
Shout out to AR. Shout out to Be Easy. That dude. What's going on, bro? Bro, Clarence. Woo, man. Bro, Clarence is a powerhouse, man. You know what I'm saying? Auntie JP. You know what I'm saying? She already know what it is. Sean, you know what I mean? You know what it is, bro. And Rico, R3. He ain't got the shades today. I don't know why, but yeah. You know what I'm saying? But listen. even though I am not offended by your comments, AR, I'm not offended at all. You have your point of view, and much love to you, bro. I appreciate your point of view. But those comments do hit home because I was that kid living in Brownsville. I was that kid that probably shouldn't have made it, but because for some reason I was able to gravitate towards education, I was able to make it. You know what I'm saying? And that's a huge deal. You know what I mean? And I'm glad that somebody reached back and said that young man is going to be something. And they didn't burn it down. Because if they would have, I wouldn't be here with y'all right now. Point blank, period. I had all excuses not to make it and all excuses not to be here. From one, not having a father that was there. You know what I'm saying? Somebody is calling me like crazy, so this has to be an emergency. I'll be back, y'all.
All right, cool.
All right, take care of that.
All right, Rico. Listen, we're not gonna keep trying to go at AR's points. AR got some opposite points. We ain't gonna try to convince him. Yeah, but
I know what Donald J. Trump trying to do. Let's keep moving the ball.
That's too funny. But real quick, this next question, you guys, we're gonna start from Brother Clarence and go left, and then come up to the top line. Brother Clarence, if black people can't get along or resolve virtual conflict, can we honestly think we can build anything on a large scale in real life? If we can't handle the virtual world, what are we going to do large scale in the real world? What you think about that?
I think that we can handle conflict. We just have to learn how to properly do it. A lot of us are scarred, so we learn how to handle conflict based on our experiences, and a lot of them have not been good, based on just the assault on the black family, which is currently going on. So we're going to have to get the black family to get back together first. That's going to be the first thing we're going to have to do. And, well, that's not the first thing. That's the second thing. The first thing is we're going to have to get the black man back into the household. We're going to have to get him back into the household, back into the leadership position, back into raising his children, back into protecting, providing, and leading, and leadership and teaching. And then that will put the black family back together, and then we can start working together. We won't be able to work together as long as we, in the black community, quote unquote, we have too many men of no nation, right? No children, no women, and they can do it. They can do what they want. That's why it's very bad to have a man with no children or wife in leadership, because if everything goes bad, they have nothing to lose. Usually in leadership, we want a man who's married, who has children, a wife. He's got something at risk, so he's got an extra added incentive to try to govern, to make the laws right, because his family lives here as well. But when you have men with no nations, they can just do what they want to do, and if it goes bad, oh well, I'll just go somewhere else. You know what I mean? So anyway, we got to get the black man back into the family. We got to get him back in the leadership position, so that his family will respect him and respect his work and respect his word. Then the nuclear family, what is Rico doing? The nuclear family will be able to take charge of the situation. And as nuclear families become the standard of living, then a lot of these problems will start to slowly go away, in my opinion.
All right, bro, Claire. Appreciate that perspective. Be easy. What you got for us, brother? What you think about that? Can we build anything large scale in real life if we're having all these virtual beefs that we can't solve?
Yeah. So to push back on that we can't solve it. We can solve it. We've been facing things and conflicts harder all of our life than just some YouTube beefing and stuff. It's just the choice. We're choosing not to solve it, right? We're choosing to engage in drama. There's so much stuff on YouTube, audio books, things that teach you about how to better yourself. but are people gravitating towards that or the drama? That's a choice. There's no gun to your head forcing you to look up that. Yeah, the algorithm may recommend stuff, but it's recommending stuff off based off what you're watching and searching for. So if you searching for all of this drama and depravity, like, are you really surprised that that's what you keep attracting virtually and out in society? So it's really just a conscious effort to not try to build anything, to not try to progress. That's why I see a lot of people talking about nothing that we're saying now is new. Like, you can pull up footage from the 80s and beyond, and people have been alluding to this type of stuff even back to the 60s with like the Moynihan report, etc. So this is not really new information being disseminated. It's just different perspectives, and everybody wants to give their perspective but not their plan, right? Ask them their perspective, they'll talk for 2 hours. Ask them for their plan, you're gonna hear crickets.
Appreciate that. Be easy. AR, what you got on that question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have my usual setup, so my battery keeps dying.
Got you.
Yeah. If black people can't get along online or resolve, um, I believe we can. I don't believe it's ever gonna happen. Maybe on a small scale, like me and Rico, um, didn't get along, but due to what's happening, I realized that it's stupid. So I think on a small scale we can, but as far as like blacks in America overall, I don't believe so. Due to us being stuck on I think the entertainment, unless the only way is that they change, if the entertainment industry, the Cardi B's, the Jay Z's, or whatever. Look how many people still listen to R. Kelly. R. Kelly slept with underage girls, and people are still the same the same ladies that have little girls are saying that they'll still listen to him, and they'll play him. So I think we're so stuck on entertainment. I don't believe we'll ever get better unless we mix races, mix other cultures and so forth. Maybe not cultures, but I think maybe not cultures, but I think just people from other areas are different. I think that's the only way. But with what we have currently, not on a big scale, on a small scale. Hip hop and is bad for us.
All right, brother. Mr. Best, are you back or you still away? 5, 4, 3, 2. JP.
Okay.
Aaron, you got a closing thought, then we'll move to JP. Go and get
Real
that
quick,
last thought in.
Rico, you gotta blame Sean. He invited me here, so.
Real quick, I want to shout out to Quantum
And I
Love
do blame his
Metaphysician. Quantum Love Metaphysician, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I know you said you were just stopping in, and I think you said you were working, but thank you so much for stopping by. Simon Hectic, thank you, young sir, for being in the building. I think I caught everybody else. Apex Alpha Simp, I caught you. All right, JP, go ahead,
All right,
please.
Sean, can I grace for a moment?
No, sir. No, sir. Let JP go. Please, please, please. Hold your tongue, sir. Hold your tongue. Hold your liquor. Hold your water. Hold your mule. Hold it.
Okay, so let me get the question right. If black people can't get along online and resolve virtual conflict, can we honestly think we can build anything on a large scale in real life? Well, yeah. I mean, first of all, who says that black people can't get along online? We just happen to have a beef sector of YouTube and people fall into it. I think we spoke about this a couple of days ago or whenever it was, right? But you come into YouTube looking for one thing, and then either your personal interest or the algorithm or your blackness pulls you toward something else. Periodically, you got to cleanse your spirit and your algorithm of the bullshit and then figure out where you sit. Now, when the algorithm or when you got a clean slate, or go incognito, as I like to call it, on YouTube and see what pops up for you. When you do that, then what happens, right? And the incognito came from a brother, Rush, not the one here, but a gentleman that I used to know. But yeah, go incognito in these YouTube streams for a while, or go onto some of these other spaces, and then figure out whether or not, excuse me, you still hold the same values. If you can, and you have the means or whatever, unplug your ass from all of the shit and just sit the hell down with the people around you. Get your act right. And then you'd be like, oh, I got a whole group of people around me who already rock with me. They may not be your family of origin, but they are the ones who have come to the party every time that you have shown up. That's your crew. That's your community. And in that way, in the black global construct idea of it all, the ones who show up, the ones who say that they are looking to us, they're looking to us. We keep saying we drive the culture. Why not create the culture that we keep saying we know exists? Because some of us have lived it.
Appreciate that, JP. Go ahead, Rico. You had something you had to get off. It was burning a hole in your chest like that gin.
Let me just say this first and foremost. To my brother AR, I love you, brother. I love you. You're the opposite side of the spectrum, but I have no disrespect for you at all. I have nothing but endless respect for you. Even though you are the opposite side, that you've treated me with respect and grace, and you approach my position the same way I approach yours with a sense of open-mindedness. Arshawn brought us together, and it's great. And I think you fucking crazy. I'm always right. You always wrong, but that's okay. That's separate. We set that aside, okay? But nonetheless, the openness that you have, willing to have the discussion, you can convince me, I can convince you, and I'm good with that. You're gonna lose, I'm gonna win. That's fine. I do want to shout out to the chat, Sister Ressa Neal for coming into the chat, Brother Danique Anthony. Salute to you guys both. And the only issue I was getting at was with I would implore to you, Brother AR, this is me to you. I know you have your position, I have mine. And I think that the solution is in the middle. I do believe that. I believe that, like, I'm way over here on the left, you way over on the right. And the solution is not on your side. The solution is not on my side. The solution is in the middle, where we can come to a place of compromise. So when we talk about all these beefs and shit, people are not willing to compromise. People are not willing to say that, hey, look, I wasn't all right. So when I could go, like,
fifth cup.
Even tonight, I was hot. What? I was hot. I'm mad as hell. I'm still mad about it. I probably said some things I shouldn't have said because I'm in that space where I feel like people put me at. Now, I could be willing to meet a person in the middle if they're more apologetic, if they're more willing to apologize for the shit they said about me. If they're not, then fuck you. I'm going to stay over here where I'm at. If they reach out to me and say, hey, look, maybe I was a little too hot, I can come a little bit more in the middle. That's where compromise is. We don't do enough of that in these spaces. People get to their camps, they dig in, and nobody wants to budge, and nobody wants to give an inch until the other side does. That's our problem. We knock that bullshit off, we can get to a solution. Until then, fuck me and fuck you. That's it.
All right, everybody. Appreciate that exchange. We are going to go to the next question. I'm debating on this and if I should skip ahead. All right. Tough question. So,
juicy.
Because I have so many questions and I don't even know if I want to address this one right now. But this is based on something that a Chaotic Truth said a while back. I just want to get some other perspectives.
Don't make it too difficult or too complex. I'll tell you about your big question.
Shout out to Chaotic Truth.
Unshout out to Chaotic Truth. Do we owe anything to the ancestors? Like the builders, the liberators, the pavers, the pioneers? Do we owe anything to our predecessors, the ones that came before? I mean, he pretty much said no, but I want to hear everybody's perspective. Mr. Best, are you back yet? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and drop him down until he gets back. I'm going to start from left to right. Brother Clarence and Big Easy AR. Let's go across it like that again.
Okay. Do we owe anything to the ancestors? No, we don't owe anything to the ancestors because they're not here to give any. We can't give them anything. Only thing we owe is their memory, is the legacy. The legacy that they left to keep it the same, to keep it ongoing. But them personally, no, we don't owe anything to them because they're not here. Even if we had it to give it to them, we couldn't give it to them. But their legacy, right? Well, we were talking about Maya Angelou the other day, and we owe it to her legacy to keep her legacy as even though she had some troubles in the beginning of her life, her legacy was the work that she did after she got away from that certain lifestyle. So we owe something to that to keep that going because not only does that help her legacy, but it also helps other people in that situation that could look at her get away from that situation and move forward. It will help. You know what I mean? It will help certain people that are kind of caught up in that lifestyle, and then they see, oh well, at my Angelou did it, I could do it. You know what I mean? So as a dual purpose on that. But as far as the ancestors themselves, I don't care how much money you got, I don't care how much gold you got, I don't care how much silver you got. If you take it to the cemetery, it's just gonna sit there until somebody else pick it up. So we don't owe those people anything, but we owe their legacy something. We owe our people to keep those the positive legacies that pulls them out of different lifestyles. Because the three main books are the Bible, Quran, and Torah, and those three books are based on redemption. That's the focal point of all three of those books is redemption, right? You can be one thing and then redeem yourself and be what you should be, right? So if we read those books and we believe those books, then we should look at people and say, this person can at least try to be redeemed. We should at least offer to redeem them. If they don't want to take our offer of help, then that's on them. But we should at least be always striving to offer redemption to the people if we believe on those words.
All right, I am going to reframe that question. Do we owe the ancestors? I don't know how to phrase it. Do we owe them to continue their legacy? Is what I want to know. So I mean, like you said, that's better wording. Do we owe it to them to continue their legacy? So it'd be easy. If you would answer that question while I get it typed up. So I'm not a good multitasker.
Okay, do we owe the ancestors to continue their legacy? I would
Yes.
say maybe certain aspects of their legacy. I think that question would have to be totally unpacked. Is it their entire legacy? What parts of their legacy? So I'll just say that if you believe in the betterment of, of future Black society and generation, then you owe it more so than the ancestors. You owe it to the future generations, right? And I think by default, by you dedicating your mission and purpose to the betterment of the future generations, you're essentially like paying back the legacy of your ancestors, intentionally or unintentionally. So I don't know if you necessarily owe the ancestors per se, but if you believe in a better Black community as an individual, then you do owe it. You owe it to yourself to give like an effort to actually take action to actively improve the conditions.
All right. I like the way you phrased that. Who's with the doorbell?
That's me. Can I come in now?
Go ahead, Mr. Best in the AR, man.
Listen, I don't want to take away a sidebar the point. And I'm just coming in literally. I think, as far as the ancestors are concerned, yes, we should take up the mantle that they left behind. We should definitely take that up because they paved the way for us. It's only right, as much as we can. I mean, I'm not trying to say be out here be Superman, because you can't. For some, let's be honest. You can extend the help, but not everybody's going to receive it or understand it. You know what I'm saying? And that's okay, as long as you did your part. You do your part, you keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? And that's what life is about. We just do our part. Everybody just does their part. We do the best that we can. You know what I mean? As I was saying, before my beautiful speech was interrupted by that phone call, I was once that kid in those neighborhoods. You know what I mean? I come from Brownsville, Brooklyn. I was that kid in that neighborhood. And I'm glad that nobody had the mentality, you know what I mean, to burn it down. No offense, brother AR. But I'm glad nobody had that mentality because at the end of the day, I wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, through education, through people believing in me, through family members reaching back to me and helping me, I was able to be a better man. I was able to become a better man. You know what I'm saying? I was able to make changes, you know, and eventually I do want to go back and help my community out. Maybe not directly, okay? You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be on the blocks because the blocks are too hot, but I can definitely send help, you know what I'm saying? And eventually, you know, try to do things, you know, a more indirect approach. Okay, of course, you know, in certain neighborhoods, yeah, you may not want to go back because it's too dangerous. That's understood. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But to not help at all, you know what I mean? That's yeah, that you know what I mean, as they always say, if you're not part of the solution or trying to help energy, then you're part of the problem. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be a part of solutions. We have to be a part of, you know, making things better. Because the thing is me not going back is like me spitting in my own face, basically. You know what I'm saying? And I can't do that. And I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? For me to turn my back on them is me turning my back on myself. Because I am them. You know what I'm saying? And they are me. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, I do think gentrification, you know, has created some opportunities, but it's not the cure for everything. You know what I mean? That's clear. We know that. I mean, that goes without saying. You know, neither is letting the neighborhood be what it is the cure for everything because the way it is not good either. You know what I mean? And but we have to get to the point where we are making sure that our communities are functional, making sure that we have the resources, the education, and the economic structure in order to make things better. But totally, completely burning it down or turning our back on our communities is never the answer. That's all I got to say.
All right, AR, you are up next, so you can answer the question or you can push back since you got pushback for your pushback. So you can give some pushback.
Yeah, I've never said literally burn down the neighborhood, the community, but at the same time, I said allow them to, or I'm not going to be the one to stop them, right? Due to the process, which you just said, you know, Mr. Best, you won't physically be there, but you'll let someone else go there and they get killed while trying to fix it up. You know, so but as far as the question, um I don't believe, I mean, what was ancestor legacy? Slavery? No, I don't think we own anything. I think us as black people, we need to really, really focus on our household. Our If everyone took care of their household, um, just wait back, go back to Ukraine. Wait, that's gonna do. I'm not gonna address that, you know. But yeah, I believe that we really need to focus on our own household. If everyone took care of their household, I think we won't even be having this conversation. If everyone actually took care of their household. But I think that's really need to focus on. I owe it to my family, you know. I don't owe it to no ancestors or none of that. I don't represent that. My family is what I represent. So, but as far as the old neighborhoods, I mean the neighbors I came from, Brownsville included, um, the community destroys the community. They're it's not the white man up top. It's they are destroying their own community. So how do you stop that? You can't. And I really believe due to the drugs that was brought in by the white man or whatever, it's just too powerful right now. And the drugs are just becoming more and more stronger. And the other point, I think the other gentleman put in the comments, every time you try to hold a black person accountable, they mention about the white man. Like why do we give so much power to the white man? R. Kelly's a bad person. Yeah, but Elvis is a bad person. Why like he's a Elvis is bad too, but I'm not white, you know? So but as far as the ancestry, I don't believe we owe them shit. I mean nothing.
Hey, real quick before the next person goes, I want to shout out Chef Shapino in the building. Thank you for being here, sir. We got Big Rig Slaps who came in. What Now 23G, thank you also for being here. Danny Anthony, I think Rico mentioned you, but wanted to shout you out again, sir. And I think there was somebody else, but I know I got Quantum. Thank you again, young lady. Miss Nebraska. Okay, I think we're caught up. I wanted to go ahead, JP. What do you think? Do we owe?
Arshawn, can I just ask brother AR a quick question? I'm
I'm
sorry.
asking you to hold on to it. I'm gonna let JP go ahead and get her point in, and we'll come back to you and Rico. JP,
All
go
right.
ahead, please.
Take care of it. Okay. So can you put up that comment that you had highlighted earlier, please, to Rashawn? Thank you. Devil's advocate, what if one's family history was not so great? Maybe they shouldn't continue their legacy and instead may need to concentrate on breaking family curses and trauma. I agree with the sentiment of that statement. If not, all right, Chef, chill out now. I'm trying to focus on the conversation at hand. Don't be trying to get me beat up. He listening. He just not speaking right now. Okay. Anyway, back to what I was doing. Dang. See. Okay. So look, at the end of the day, in a way, what you say is true, AR, and that you do need to focus on your family. Now let's just take that one step further. At some point, you're going to be an ancestor. I don't know if you have children currently, but you're going to be a progenitor. Many still are continuing to have children, right? Once you pass, you become an ancestor. Do you want those whom are in your family to not carry on your legacy? Let's just say you get it all healed and you got it all right. Then what? Fuck daddy. That's what's happening. That's what we see consistently because of the gynocracy. This is where I agree with some of the gentlemen who are out there in the so-called spaces, right? Because we've given over. We've been raised by women for so long, right? And they're in all of the spaces, all of the time, right? But when you separate, but remember that part of that is because Big Papa or Pop or whatever you call him, he worked hard. He worked himself into an early grave. And our men continue to do that. Or they suffer under a certain, or I'm sorry, they live under a certain level of a similar stress. And so in that way, we got to think about it. That's you, brother. And if you want them to give up on their ancestors, then go ahead and let them give up on their progenitor. It's the same thing. That's to every brother out there, not just you. I have 3 sons. And if you start giving up on the ones who made you or came before you, then you have very little chance of understanding what it's going to be able to take care of your own. That's
Is
it.
that it? All right, Rico, and then we're gonna go to Brother Clarence because Brother Clarence has some pushback. But Rico, you go ahead first.
Let Brother Clarence go first.
All right, go okay, Bro Clarence. Come on, jump in, and then Rico, you'll close this question out.
All right, I had a question for brother AR, and he was saying that, well, I don't want to misquote the brother, so it sounded like to me, and brother AR can step in and say whether I got it right or not. He was saying we don't owe anything to the ancestors and or their legacy or anything like that. Just forget them. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking at it like that, if we do that, then why should our answer? In other words, why should they work to better? Like, why if we work to get to this? If our ancestors got here, we stand on top of them to get here. Why should if they have that same mentality? Why should they strive for a better situation? Why don't they just say forget it, forget all the work they did? We're just gonna sit here.
Well, I mean, you don't have to, you can know your history and so forth, but I don't believe we owe anything to them. Like when I say my family, my immediate family, right? Not going generations, several generations before me. I believe that I would like for my, my generation to take on the financial information I have, but I think everyone needs to create their own. I believe they need to create their own legacy. Us as Black people, we're really distorted. So I think, yeah.
Okay, because that was my point. It's just you are able to do a lot of stuff that you're doing now because people died and went through lots of different things so that you could get there. And the things that you may do may improve the lives of your future generations. But if you say to yourself, or any one of us say, well, this is good enough. We don't have to stand on their work. That's what I'm trying to work that out in my head, how we could forget the work that they've done, yet how are we going to advance it as a people if we all adopt that philosophy?
I don't believe they did the work for us. I think they did the work for them and their immediate family at that time. It just so happened that we're benefiting as of right now. So that's the way I look at it. So I believe we need to focus on the generation that's ahead of us, not who's behind us. Now, I'm not saying discredit peanut butter being made, the traffic light. I'm not saying discredit them. I believe you should know your history and so forth. Yeah.
I just got to give a little push on the peanut butter being made thing. What the hell makes people think that? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell makes people think that George Washington Carver was the first person to understand? You put some peanuts together and you smash them bitches between two rocks and you goddamn peanut butter. That didn't what? What the hell?
Or the hot comb, right? That was invented
What?
by a black person.
What? What the hell? Yes, it was invented by a black person way over there some time a damn ago. I'm just saying, we will buy into all kinds of bullshit just to be able to celebrate a whole damn month when we created all this shit. I'm done.
But what I'm really saying, brother Clarence, is that I'm not saying that discredit them, but I really believe that the way the situation that us as black people are in today as in America is so important for us to focus on our current generation and moving forward. And I really believe the generation ahead of us, my children, need to really focus on them moving forward because there's so much going on. I think going on beyond.
I think I see where you're coming from, brother. I see.
But I'm not discrediting them. I'm not saying they ain't shit.
That's priority. The moving ahead is priority. Dealing with what's in front of you is priority. I get you, brother. All right, I just wanted to clear it up for my own mind. Somebody waving, Rico.
Yeah, go ahead, Rico, man. But we starting you with time.
Man.
When I'm the most well behaved, y'all know how fucked up y'all are. When I'm the most well behaved.
Wow.
I didn't say anything. I will say this though, AR, brother, with all due respect. When you say, do we owe the ancestors anything? Absolutely. Can I ask you, do you know what phenotype means?
No, you can tell me.
Phenotype is a description that scientists give as it describes how people look. Your phenotype is African, Negroid, whatever the classification is. Yes, you are a mixed race male, but they will look at you and it will give you a phenotype as a black male. There's no escaping that. There just isn't. And in America, I don't give a damn what you feel, think, or decide you are. You would be phenotypically classified as a Negro.
So why do I owe my ancestors? Because I'm a Negro?
Stop. I'm gonna try to talk you through it a little bit. So what I'm saying is when we talk about this ancestry, okay, so if we took like the 1964 Civil Rights Act, did it benefit the people who marched for it? No. It benefited for the people who came thereafter. It did not benefit for the people who were beaten, who were hosed, who dogs were let out on them. It benefited for the people thereafter. When we look at Reconstruction, Jim Crow, each generation suffered for the people who came thereafter. We are where we are because of the sacrifices of the people before us and each generation before that. I'm not saying that we need to lay down and we just have to spend the rest of our life singing kumbaya for the shit they did. But to sit there and pretend as if America was going to become its better self without people fighting and dying for this shit is utter fucking foolishness. Not just black people, Asian people, Hispanic people. America had to be kicked, choked, fought, threatened, and a fucking civil war to get to the place where it is. We are only free because of a civil war. White folks wasn't gonna let us go on their own. Do you understand that? They weren't gonna go be benevolent and say, "Oh well," no. It took the fucking threat of the separation of the country to make them free us. So yes, we owe them for that.
Okay, so how is that?
Hey, real quick. Hey, thank you for the chefinition, Chef Shapino. Appreciate the chefinition. Go ahead, AR. And then Mr. Best is going to jump in right behind you,
Okay,
AR.
so how exactly are you going to pay them back then? Since
I didn't say we could.
I don't owe my ancestors anything. Better them than me. I owe my family moving forward. That's what I owe. And maybe my mom, my grandmother. But if you owe your ancestors, tell me exactly how you're going to pay them back. Go ahead.
You can't. You owe them
so
respect.
Why do you owe?
You owe them
respect.
respect.
I respect my ancestors. But that doesn't... What does that change?
Respect doesn't cost you anything, AR. Respect doesn't cost you anything.
I see what you're saying, AR. That was a moot point.
But I mean, like, okay, so if you owe your ancestors, what exactly? How exactly you gonna? Anyone could chime in. How exactly you gonna pay your ancestors back? And paying your ancestors back, how does that continue to move forward with the children and so that's going forward? It doesn't.
You owe them the respect.
They fought not for me. They fought for themselves during that time.
No, they fought for themselves and for their future generation. White people do the same shit. They don't.
But why? Okay, if we're talking about black people, why do y'all feel? Because I know, why do black people feel inferior? They have to bring up the white people.
No, I'm saying all people fight for future generation. You fight for yourself in the present, and you fight
how exactly you gonna pay them back?
Generation is better. That's it. Everybody does that.
I'm wrong.
I'm
admitting I'm wrong. That. Tell me how you're gonna pay them back.
You can pay them back.
Okay, so I'm right then.
I say you pay them back.
Okay,
can we? Hey, wait, everybody pause. Everybody pause. Mr. Best had something he wanted to say. Then JP, if you need to jump in, you can. But go ahead. We're gonna because that one's not going anywhere. Let's couch that one. Mr. Best and then JP.
I'm right, you wrong.
Of course. You know, to kind of answer some of what AR was saying. Of course, I wouldn't send anybody by themselves. You know, to my community. Because that would be complete. That would be foolishness. As everybody knows, I'm good at organizing people and making them work together. That's everybody knows that. Anyway, strength in numbers. We know that. Now listen, salute the homie chef. With that being said, I will say this. Even though I'm not demonizing my brother AR at all. I'm not demonizing him at all. His stance and his views are dangerous, and I'll tell you why. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is that this is the mentality that the oppressor and the colonizer wanted you to have. It's called the Woody Lynch letter. If you're not familiar, look it up. You know what I'm saying? They want you to be separate. They want you to try to build your own little tribe and try to make things happen while you're separated from the other people, while they continue to work together and build their communities and their infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? So they wanted you to do this. This was set in place from the beginning. The enemy wants you to do that. You know what I mean? They don't want you to come back. They don't want you to help out. They don't want you to do anything. Why do you think that they do the same thing to us in the entertainment industry or any industry in that matter? They'll take a few of us and they'll make sure that person they take never helps anybody else while they continue to help each other no matter what. You know what I mean? No matter if it's hook or crook, they're going to continue to help each other. You know what I'm saying? When they need justice to be served, they'll lie, steal, and do whatever they can to make sure that people are taken care of. You know what I'm saying? So we just have to look at it, with facts, and those things are just facts. Okay, there's a big building AR, where it's at. It's in New York. It's called the United Nations. No single family is respected. Only nations are respected. Okay. Now, with that being said, the way you pay your ancestors back is by basically continuing to do what they did, but do it on a level that you can do it. You know what I'm saying? Continue to help your community on a way that you can help them. You know what I'm saying? And continue to be and of course, definitely gonna help your family. That goes without saying. So you mean if your family goes without saying, of course you're gonna do that, bro, because you love them. You know what I'm saying? And of course, with that's a no brainer. I would never tell you not to help your family. So definitely do that. But your family also is your community. You have to have an understanding of that. Also, I'll say this last point as well. You know what I'm saying? The reason why we owe the ancestors is because without them, you would not be here. You would not be here. Point blank period. You would not be here. They paved the way for you to be able to work. They paved the way for you to be able to vote. They paved the way for you just to have the lifestyle that you have now. And that's why we owe them because they allowed you to have the lifestyle that you have now. Without them, and they died for that. I would never say I don't owe anybody who died for me. You know what I'm saying? If somebody dies for you and dies to help you and dies to help you move forward, you know what I mean? Because when they were putting their lives on the line, they were saying they were doing it for our people. They weren't saying they were doing it for their family. They said we're doing it for our people. They represent all of us. You know what I'm saying? If you lived in Oakland and you needed help with your family, you could have went to the Black Panthers and they would have helped you. Just because of what Rico said, your phenotype. You know what I mean? Just because you were of African descent, they would have helped you. They wouldn't have said, "Oh, well, you ain't part of my family. Get out of here." They wouldn't have did that. They would have helped you, bro. And that's why we owe because they put their lives on the line and they did it to help us and they did it to make sure that we are better. That's why I support people like OG Patrice and ADOS. I don't understand everything ADOS is about. I don't. I can't tell you everything that they're about. But I do support anybody trying to help our people move forward and help our people to be better because we damn sure need it. And that's all I gotta
You're
say.
right. You're right. You're right, Mr. Best. Like I said, I'm wrong, right? So, what exactly that I'm not doing? I'm not paving the way for my ancestors. What should I be doing to show them better respect? Since my ideology, my thought process is dangerous, even though it's successful. But what exactly should I be doing that I'm not doing to represent them or giving them their respect?
Well,
Hey, all right, let me jump in. Can I say that you're
but
not wrong, and I'm not
I
saying.
know
Let me,
I would like the question to be answered
okay,
though.
all right. But when I
Yeah.
will answer the question, I will sit there and say,
What am I
if
not? What should I be doing to show respect or
no,
to
no,
pay the way or pay them back?
no more than what I can do is to just sit there
Okay.
and
So
pay respect to their sacrifice. The same thing.
how
Let me say. Let
exactly
me
can
say.
I?
Okay, okay. So let me ask you a
Because you're
question.
speaking in general. Since I'm
Let me
wrong,
Get
how
let me
specific.
exactly?
let me ask you a question. How do you pay respect to all other communities in the past? You tell me that. Do you not, or you pay no respect to no community in the past? Are you telling me that zero communities in the past, or only black communities in the past, you don't pay them respect? If you tell me I don't give a damn about anything that ever lived before me, then I can accept your premise. But if you're going to tell me I celebrate Irish history, white history, European history, if you're going to tell me that you acknowledge the sacrifices of anyone but you can acknowledge the sacrifices of black people. That's where the divide comes. Now, if you're telling me, AR, you do not acknowledge the sacrifices of anybody on the face of the earth before you were alive, I'm fine.
All right,
I
he
could
dropped
t-
the
I could
phone
tell.
off.
Yeah, I could tell him. I could tell him really quickly. I know he's not here, but I could tell him really quickly. One, if you know there's charitable events going on in your neighborhood, donate some money. There's a football team, what I mean, of youngsters who may need some football cleats or outfits. Buy some football cleats for them. I'm not saying buy it for the whole team because you may not be able to afford that, but maybe give some money to buy for the team. There's books needed in certain schools in your neighborhood. Help to give away to that. Help some of the kids maybe get some laptops or computers or just donate to that cause. There's different ways. You know what I mean? Handing out food if they have a pantry. You know what I mean? Or helping to develop a pantry where they can have food. There's different ways to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you can do everything because none of us can because we don't have the money and resources. You know what I mean? So just do what you can. That's what I'm saying. You do what you can until you're able to do more. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you pay them back, and that's how you move the needle forward. You know what I'm saying? By doing what you can. It could be as easy, like I said, supporting like a local football team, helping kids with books, helping people who are homeless or disprivileged, helping charities or making to develop a charity for them. It's the little things, but it starts by developing something little and then eventually helping it grow. It's just like what you're doing right here on YouTube. You know what I mean? You ain't we're not monetized yet, but we're helping the stuff to grow. We're doing it little by little organically. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got no sound, y'all. You know, we helping do things organically, little by little. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing helping our community. You just do what you do, what you can, little by little, and eventually those little things that you do, you know what I'm saying? Like I know Snoop Dogg has his own football league. You know what I mean? A lot of kids have gone to the NFL and have gone to be, you know, NFL players and make their lives better. You know what I'm saying? Make the communities better. So it's the little things that we can do. You know what I'm saying? And those things, the little seeds that we plant can grow into be tremendous fruit. So yeah.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. AR, and then I think JP has something. AR, if you can get your sound, there's no sound yet. There's still no sound. All right, JP, while he's getting his sound together, go ahead and make your point. We're going to move on to the next question soon, guys. So let's end this train of thought.
Okay. The can I see the question again, please? It's in the word "owe." We have to understand that you can owe a debt that you don't know that you owe, right? So you're kind of born on credit because what your parents already know, what it is that they're willing to put into you for however long, that is the debt in a way. And if you want to say, well, I didn't choose to be here, how the hell do you know that? Can you say for certain that it wasn't a choice that you made and that you didn't choose those two people? What do you base it off of? So at the end of the day, when you start to think about it, you're on debt. You got a debt to pay to you're paying. You're not paying it forward. You're paying off your debt to your parents. You're paying off your debt to the parents that made them. Those are your ancestors. Your progenitors on back. Those are your ancestors, and the only way for your children to move forward is for you to know from where you came, from what that was about. Which part didn't make any sense? You need
Keep making your point, please.
I normally don't look at the chat, but it's about you or the children that your ancestors were thinking about, that your parents were thinking about. It's all the same thing. So if you can understand that you were once a child and someone looked after you, it's your responsibility to look after the children who may come behind you by remembering what you went through and the children who came before you.
All right, AR, is your sound back? Are you back?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, I don't know what
All
happened.
right. You get the last point on this topic before we move to the next question,
Okay.
sir.
Hey, go ass shook, but come on.
Yeah, but everything
ran you out.
Everything y'all talked about is paying it forward. Like I was saying, nothing you named is paying back your ancestors, paying back your ancestors. Nothing you name. If my ideology is wrong, you're not telling me how exactly can I go back? Can I pay someone going back? A sport, giving out sports programs do not help the community. Programs giving football jerseys and that doesn't make it better. Better parenting makes it better because we have lack of character. But even with the youth and so forth, that's not paying it back. So if I'm wrong, at least tell me exactly how can I be right. But everything you named is just moving forward.
Do you pay any respect to any communities in the past?
Hey, Rico, you already asked that question respectfully. We're going to move on to the next question.
Bro, I just got to say this real quick, please.
Hey, man, we got to move on. Everybody's addressed this 2 times. Everybody's pushing back on AR, and we're not addressing the point. So I like to move on from this completely because it's not going anywhere.
No, I just need 10 seconds, please. Just give me 10 seconds.
All right, please. 10 seconds.
Okay. Listen, like I said, those things do make a difference because I just gave you a reference point, bro. I told you Snoop did a football league. Those players are NFL stars. Some of them are. Not all of them made it, but some of them are. You know what I mean? And lastly, the way you pay things forward is by helping yourself and helping the generations that you see coming up. That's how you pay your ancestors back, by helping your community, helping those who you can see that you can help. And that's all I got to say.
Cool. Now you get the first crack at this question, Mr. Best. Does Black History Month still make sense? And if so, how did you celebrate it? And how should it change?
I believe the thesis of it, or I could say having a month definitely makes sense. I'm not gonna. I mean, we all know it's the shortest month in the within the 12-month calendar. You know what I mean? Which I believe was done. To kind of, it was done to make us look a certain way, or just kind of be disrespectful. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Um, do I actively celebrate it? You know what I'm saying? Or actively make it like a history month for me, or look at it as a holiday. I don't actively like celebrate it as if it's like a common holiday. Um, but I think, and the reason I say that, I don't just take that particular month, because to me, I want my life to basically be a part of Black history, not just a month. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, I honor all of those on a regular, whether it's February, March, April, it don't matter. To me, the month don't matter. To me, it should be a daily thing. It should be a monthly thing for us to honor the people that have basically paved the way for us. You know what I mean? By being that example, and by showing, what I mean, that we are a better example, or showing that we still uphold, good standards and good morals and good values, and trying to push our people forward, instead of giving in to the scenarios that were shown on TV, or the scenarios that were shown in media, or wherever else. You know what I'm saying? So, um, yeah, you know what I mean. I think to me, every day should really be Black History Month for all of us. Honestly, you know what I mean. So that's my thoughts about it. So yeah.
All right, we're gonna move back across left to right again. Brother Clarence, be easy, AR.
Yes, sir. Um, let me see the question again. Does Black History Month still make sense? And if so, how did you celebrate it? How should it change? Uh, well, I believe, my opinion, that it does make sense. Um, a lot of people make the assumption that we all are all up to speed on Black history, and we all are up to speed on American history, and we're not. We're all in different places. So for somebody like me, a Black History Month, I wouldn't necessarily need it. But then we got people that are just coming into that understanding of Black history, and so they may need that month to kind of remind them to check their own history, because everybody has to connect with their history so that they can have a sense of togetherness in America. So we see that people that respect their history and know their history, they're much more successful in the general population. Um, Therefore, yes, it's still important. It may not be as important to every Black person, but it's definitely important. It's even important to other than Black people, because they need to know the parts we play in the things we did too. Because sometimes they'll talk to us or deal with us like we had nothing to do with the building of America, and we obviously did. So we have just as much right as anyone else. But if you don't know your history, people can make you feel like you're just a visitor here. Like you just, some people even have the idea that, we just saw the boats going by and said, hey, give us a ride over to America, right? and not, and not say that, no, it wasn't like that for us in particular. So now, as far as celebrating it, I don't really celebrate Black History, because if you go to my page every Sunday, I do what's called the Black History Minute. I give you some person, some event, some moment in time that you can look back on, or some person that you can look at and see, okay, this is a contribution that a Black person had, or this event had, or to us as a people in this country. So me personally, no, I don't. I don't celebrate it, because every Sunday I know I'm talking about a Black person. I know I'm going to be talking about the particular issue. How should it change? It should change, in my opinion. It should become like how can I say? We should, as Black people, get together and create festival or something like that to make it fun. I think if we made it more fun, more of our children would be drawn to it. But because it's so the dominant society makes it seem like if you're talking about Black history, if you're talking about Black history, you must hate white history, right? That's the dichotomy they put out there for you. So you can't have enjoy both. You gotta do one or the other, right? So, but we got to start coming out saying, no, it's not that we hate your history. We understand your history, but we want to include ours too. Ours is just as important because we made a lot of sacrifices for this country as well. So don't tell me to go back to Africa if I have a problem, because nobody tells white people to go back to Africa. Go back to England when they have a problem. They get together and they vote to try to change the laws. But when Black people have an issue, they say, you don't like it? Go back to Africa, right? But anyway, that's why I think it should change. I think it should be made more fun. I think we should use our creativity to try to make it more fun for the younger people so we can bring them up in it. And that way they won't feel like, oh man, I got to choose between white history and Black history. We'll knock that out the box, in my opinion.
All right, and be easy. Go ahead and jump in. I ain't heard your voice in a minute, brother.
Yeah. No, I'm just being respectful of the platform. But in the words of Kanye, I celebrate Black history every day. I don't need a month. So that's what we really need to do. Black history is American history. So we shouldn't just be only waiting for the most short month to learn about it. And most of the Black history that most Black people learn has been pretty much remixed, revised. It's been kind of like some stepped on coke or something, right? We haven't get the uncut raw truth. We get in the the knockoff stuff. So that's what we really need to do. We're in the information age, and people are dumbing down intellectually, which is an oxymoron in itself. So all of this stuff is readily available to you. You can go to the library, the best free resource. You can use the internet. You don't got to just use the internet to look up the shade room. You could be looking up this stuff too. So we can't also be relying on the white media. People love to say white supremacy and racism, how pervasive it is, right? So why would you be expecting a white supremacist or racist to give you your true history, to really promote you in the most positive light, to really reflect an image of Jesus in your light? You know what I mean? So that's why you got to do it yourself. You got to seek the information out yourself. And what I do is I have discussions like this with people in my neighborhood. I go back to the hood. Some of the cats don't want to hear it. I still had a discussion with them anyways. Even if you change one life, that's more than zero. So what we can do is, instead of always engaging in the drama and entertainment, we can engage more in the enlightenment. And like bro Clarence said, we got to make it fun, because if you ain't learning, you ain't living. So learning actually is fun. It's just not presented as fun. People, when they learn, they think about some boring class of a subject that they don't want to learn about. So a lot of people say that they pro-Black and they want to see the conditions of the Black community better. This is how you start, with educating yourself. So, the more you know about the past, the better you are prepared for the future.
Now, I appreciate that. Be easy. Before we move on to the next person, is there anybody that needs to drop down, say goodbye? Everybody good? Is everybody good on time? All right, cool. Now, we want to welcome back Hanifah, Naila, and we want to welcome for the first time today OG Patrice. How are you two ladies doing?
Hey
Good,
everybody,
good.
how's everybody doing this evening?
Doing good, OG. How are you tonight?
I'm good. I was just going to sit in the chat, but I was like, oh, it's too much that need to be said a little bit, and my fingers, I heard a lot of talking points, which were great talking points, but I'll listen to whoever its turn it is, and I'll wait my turn.
All right, listen, I want to go ahead and get the ladies first. AR, I'm going to come back to you, but I want to get OG Patrice. Hanifa, Naila, if you two would go in succession, and then we're gonna bring the since we got three ladies now, we're gonna make this we're gonna get a through line of ladies. Hold up, wait. Boom. All right, cool. So we're gonna get the ladies going. What? You a lady? What's wrong, JP? OG Patrice.
Yes, sir. Because I heard you guys was questioning about trying to find out who you are as black people or whatever. I think the best way to start with that is I mean, I did an ancestry on myself. I know the very lineage and tribe my ancestors came from, and it was really a good investment, and I'm glad that I did it. And I told this journey before many times in my search of knowing that, because there's a lot of people that say, we ain't black. Everybody that gave us a name. We was given African American by Jesse Jackson. We was given Negro. We was given, Afro Negroes. We was given all kinds of names. But I think once you learn, and because we all come from different places, if you can at least get your lineage, that's a start. I did that. I went on this journey of what did they practice? Because with that, it was all about culture. What was their culture? Because religion was not a religion, it was a culture. It was a culture, just like marriage and things of that nature. So I studied that. And there is something, and I've said this before, there's something that our ancestor have according to whatever lineage we come from. It's called a celebration of your ancestors, just the way the Mexicans have Dawn of the Dead. If you guys have ever heard of that, where they do a celebration to their ancestors that have gone on. So that's why I no longer practice Christianity, because I practice the actual culture that my ancestor did, and have never been more free. And that may not be for everybody, but I'm just saying, I went to African ancestry. I didn't do the 23andMe, because that's by white, that's by the Caucasian persuasion. I did the African ancestry. It takes you back 300 to 400 years, guys, of letting you know who you are and where you come from. Once I did that journey, and I'm gonna tell a short story and then I'm gonna bypass it. The reason why it's always important to remember those that came before you. It is not a way of looking back. It actually is a way of paying it forward. Some of the things you guys name is perfect. I have 100 next month. She'll be 104. She's my great aunt. Her great great grandparents were slaves. We have a deed that was found that she kept from all them years, from generation to generation, of where land was taken from her great great grandparents who were slaves. It's in Mississippi. It is now sitting on a mini shopping mall, guys, and it's worth millions. Now she's 104 in a nursing home and have all her faculties. She sacrificed and saved her parents' parents, and her parents' parents went through all of that to make sure that that deed wasn't taken away. Her great great grandparents lost their lives protecting that deed. So now it has been passed down to our generation. And she's literally had everything throughout her life writ out how she wanted to be distributed, because we just won that case, guys, and it took almost 100 years of that case being in court. But because we own the deed to it, we own that property that was once stolen to us. So you know how many people, generations, that's going to help our family. And if she lived to see it, she may not live to see us benefit from it, but she know we are going to. And that's why we owe ancestors for things like that. And that's why I fight so for ADOS. And that's why I fight so for my race of people, is because I know what was sacrificed for me. Now she ain't gonna live to see the benefits of that case. She know we want it, but she's not going to live to see the benefits as far as monetarily, property, and all of that. But she's passing it along to the the generations now that are here, because she don't have long to live. So when you hear stories like that, and I used to always go and sit and listen to her tell stories, that those are things that the younger generation don't do anymore. They don't sit with the grandparent or the parents and just even learn stories to say, tell me about your grandparents. What were they like? Where did they live? What did they sacrifice? What was their story? So when you hear, and I hope that my story is an inspiration. We have been fighting this for almost 100 years, guys, and just won the case. So when it's things like this, and I haven't told this on many platforms because it's a really big case that came out of Mississippi. But these are the very reasons why OG Patrice fight. And I would say, if you just even start with your own ancestry, that's a step. At least you'll have some direction and know, hey, I'm from, my ancestors are from Nigeria, or mine is from Senegal, or mine is from Sudan, or mine is from, you know what I mean? And the very tribe you come from. I think that's the first place to start. And I
Pre-
digress.
Appreciate you, OG, for that perspective. We're gonna, since I have you ladies lined up, go ahead, JP, and then Hanifah. We'll get you in order, please.
Oh, the question: does Black History Month still make sense? And if so, how do you celebrate it? How should it change? Yeah, no, I don't celebrate Black History Month. I don't celebrate most holidays. I haven't for more than 20 years. I celebrate the spirit of, or I did celebrate the spirit of some things because it was a through line to my childhood and my children's childhood. But at the end of the day, I am Black history, Black excellence, and Black empowerment. Fuck the bullshit. Why I need to be holding up a sign, walking down, yay, Black Day. Or it started out as a doggone day. Like, seriously? Nah, I'm cool.
All right. Thank you, Hanifah.
All right. Hi, I'm back. I had to drop down, guys. I apologize. But I want to make sure that I acknowledge those who weren't here before. Peace to OG Patrice, Mr. Best in the World, Be Easy, Brother Clarence. Peace to you guys. I just wanted to just say to the Black History question, I used to feel that way, right? Because I'm very much a burn it to the ground type of person. But I will say this, where I'm at right now, I think that the month, February, Black History Month, as they call it, should not be celebrated, but it should be utilized. And what do I mean like that? These are all tools. So we're busy people, right? If we're not homeschooling our own children, whether it be on the weekends, during the daytime, whatever, we really are occupied with the duties of everyday life, right? No one is thinking about when we get out from work, we're going to sit down and we're going to talk about, this person in history, or, if we're being realistic, if we're being real about it, right? So I think that the way I view Black History Month is the same way I view Kwanzaa, right? The principles of Kwanzaa, unity, self-determination, collective work, cooperative economics, and so forth. These are things that we should be utilizing in our everyday life. But what does Kwanzaa do? I feel like Kwanzaa recenters us, right? So things like Black History Month can be used as not necessarily a celebration, but a reminder, sort of like a recentering. So I don't feel the same way I used to feel, like bump that. Who needs a Black History Month? I think that there are people who need it, right? Just like I feel like there are people who can't homeschool their children. I think I would like to see more Saturday schools, right? Pop up in different places to where we could teach children whose parents are not able to homeschool them, to teach them about themselves, about their history. So I don't necessarily see it as a problem, but I do see it as a tool. I do see it as a tool. I think it's all about how you utilize it. Like, there are some people in their household in February, they pick a person for each day of the month. I think that's a start, right? And I don't want to just shit on it and toss it all the way out. If I could still use it for the betterment and advancement of my people, and I can use it to for the nourishment, right? And for the knowledge given to my children or those around me. And then the last thing I was gonna say, about that. Oh Lord, I lost my train of thought because I was saying something about the Black History piece. But anyway, yeah, I don't necessarily see it as a problem per se, the way I used to see it. Now for me, everything is listen. Neely Fuller talks about the 9 areas of human activity. These people are using every area you could think of for their own advancement and survival. I think we are to do the same. I don't care what it is. If it can be used for our advancement and development and progression, I say why freaking not?
Absolutely. Definitely appreciate that. AR has to step away. So, AR, if you would not mind, go ahead and get your closing thoughts. You can answer the question, shout out your channel, give us the grand finale. Yeah, you're centered. You're centered. No audio now. See? Did too much meddling. Too much meddling.
Sean, once he's finished, I remember what I wanted to say. So let me let him finish if I could say that real quick.
He doesn't have his audio. Go ahead and get your point out if you don't mind.
Oh, so I was going to say, sometimes when we talk about history, we talk about it in such an abstract way, or we talk about it as far as history being so far removed from us. Where we can start when we talk about Black history as Black families, we need to start as simple as who was your great grandmother? What did she do? Where did she live? Where did it come from? We can start with the basic stuff. You will be surprised how many of us don't even know that basic history. So we can start there. And this is why I believe in like ancestral, making sure that you honor the ancestors. If you have an altar, having their pictures on there, that's not just for you. That's not just for connection between you and that other realm. It's also for your children as well. So starting with the basic. Who was your mother if she isn't here anymore? Who was her mother? Who was her father? Who was his father? Right? We going way back hundreds and hundreds of years, but okay, let's start with the last 50 years. If we can share that history, that also is Black history. So let's not count that out.
Can you hear me?
You're right about that, Hanifah.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Oh,
Yep,
you do?
yep.
Okay. Yep. So I'm afraid if I shout out my channel, people gonna unsubscribe.
Don't. That's messed up, man.
But I mean, you invited me here, knowing what.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, I think the history of what our people has done is important, but does it make sense? I think, like Hanifah was saying, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly, take advantage of it. It's your day off, spend it with your family, do stuff like that. But discard it. I celebrate the Strasbourg future. I don't celebrate Black history. I celebrate my future and my kids and what they need to be learning going forward. I'm more about moving forward, not what happened before. But that's just my thought process. My channel is Womanosphere versus Manosphere, so you can hit the dislike button.
Oh,
But listen,
AR.
I appreciate
AR.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I get your, if I may, I get your point. No one wants to look back, right?
Yeah.
And I think that it's get in that sense when people think when we say look back, it means like go backwards. And that's not what we're saying. We're saying if you don't know where you come from, you won't know where you're going. And the things that we need to be instilling in our children are things like economics, financial literacy, and all of those things that our ancestors did sacrifice that we now have the pleasure of having all of these incentives and benefits of. So that those are ways, as you guys say, get in the bag or whatever. All those are ways. We weren't taught these things in school. Neither was our grandparents, neither was their grandparents. So now you can say to your children, or if you have them, or when you become married and get a family, that these are the things that you now take advantage for that they fought and they absolutely was deleted for. So it's all still connected in some way. You understand what I'm saying? It's not saying look back like being what they call aka a victim, but it's saying you gotta, if you know where you're going, you gotta know where you come from. That's all I'm saying. If that makes sense.
It absolutely do make sense, but I don't believe if you learn where you came from, you can move forward. I focus more on just the forward part. You know,
Yeah,
I
you're
don't.
right. Yep,
But everyone's different. But now in your case,
absolutely.
it
I
does make
respect that.
sense because you was able to obtain the land. So in my case, I do understand that there's probably stuff that I'm missing that I could get just by knowing, hey, listen, this is who I am. Here's the paperwork. I am related to this person. Oh, we couldn't even find you. We didn't know who you were. So here's your land. So it does make sense. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yep,
You
and
know?
I'm not disagreeing with your point of view either, but I think that it just get labeled a bad thing when they. I'm not looking backwards. We need to go forward. Everybody's going forward. I'm going forward. You know what I mean? But so I think it just gets labeled badly. That's all.
Yeah, and OG Patrice, I'm on the streams a lot. You're gonna notice that I do the way I talk is very intentional. You know,
Okay.
especially when I feel like someone's taking shots at me. I definitely want to make sure I trigger
Yeah,
everyone. To the maximum capacity I possibly can. But listen, OG Patrice,
understood.
I appreciate you, JP, everyone there. Rico, Rico had asked. I celebrate him too as well. Rashawn, thanks a lot. Everyone, thank you. Okay.
Thank you for
All
coming,
right,
man.
AR,
All
have a
right.
good
Take
one.
care. All right. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head to the next question. I know this is near and dear to.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I didn't answer. Bullshit. 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 It's straight bullshit.
Flag on the play.
Oh man! Oh, Rico was not having it. Rico was not having it.
I sat
Good.
here all this time with my mouth shut. And I
No,
plead
you
the
left. You
seventh.
ain't sit there. You left. We saw that door.
I did whatever I had to do to behave.
All right, Rico, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Get your time. Get your time. Reclaim your time.
Whew. I love you people. I love you people. This is a great stream and I can really appreciate it. And I am going to be short. All I will say is this. Is Black History Month important and necessary still? Yes, because if we don't do it, then when will we do it? That's it. It's just plain simple. It's okay. Snap my finger. February is no longer Black History Month. When the fuck is American history going to teach Black history? That's the only time they teach it is the month that's designated. They don't teach it any other time throughout the year.
Rico,
So
they
it,
gonna teach it next Neverwary. Next Neverwary.
exactly. So if we don't have right, exactly, and the only reason why it's being taught is because that month's designated. So if we take that away, as Sister Patrice said, next February, it will literally be, and because when we do Black history, is to prevent Black erasure. Because in other countries where they don't have a month to celebrate, whether it's indigenous people, Black people, or people different than the majority, those countries have racial erasure, meaning that they just erase their history of the past of the shit they did. And America would erase the history of slavery and all the shit it did to Black people if it wasn't for Black History Month. So you can vote it away tomorrow. I guarantee you in 10 years, there will never ever be any other talk about it. So that's all I got to say about it is we celebrate everything else. We can celebrate that. It shouldn't be just February. It should be ingrained in American history. It is not, it never has been, and it won't be. So we have to have it.
Sean, can I
Yes,
say
ma'am.
something to what Rico just said? Rico, I agree with you. Can you guys hear me? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Um, I agree, Rico. I just want to share this quick story. So I was trying to find some like Black history stuff for my 10-year-old son, right? And it is so frustrating. It is so frustrating because I literally was looking for like a book that would have like many different, figures in history because he has one, but it's like a little pamphlet. I say it's a pamphlet, but it has like maybe 50 people in there, right? But it's so frustrating. So when you just said that, Rika, I was like, oh, you could use even that month of February to talk about other Black people outside of freaking Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and the regulars. Because when I looked up that stuff for my son, that's all that was coming up. So I was telling his dad, I'm gonna have to literally get him reading my big boy books, the books that are in the library in my house, because I ain't got no other choice. because there's not really anything out there but like the basic information that they feed them in school, the same people that they recycle. And so we just have a responsibility, man, to educating our children when it comes to Black history. And it should not just be about 1 month. It is our responsibility. No one else is going to do that. That's on us. And I speak specifically to mothers here. Not I'm not leaving the fathers out, but I'm speaking specifically to mothers because we are the ones that we carry culture. We pass culture on. That's what we do. So we have a responsibility to our children to educate them. And education is what we're talking about. Black history is a part of that.
Danny, you know better than that. Coming here trolling. But anyway, real quick, we're gonna move on to the next question. But before I do, guys, is there anybody that needs to drop for time? And also, this next segment, I'm gonna do 3-minute timers to keep everybody within a structure. Anybody that needs to drop off, Brother Clarence? All right, go ahead and say your last shout out. You're muted. Go ahead and say your last words, and you can shout out your channel.
Okay. Yeah, man, it was a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me up, Arshawn. You know what I mean? So, and I appreciate it. And shout out to Rico. Shout out to Hanifah. Shout out to OG Patrice. Shout out to JP. Shout out to Simon. Shout out to Mr. B. And shout out to my man, Be Easy, that dude. Yeah, man, my final thoughts is it's a good conversation. It's good to have. We can see already we got lots of different perspectives on it, but you know, we probably might not convince each other where we're going, but at least having a dialogue, maybe at some point we will all come to a consensus on something. Appreciate you. Great show. Thanks for having me. Rico, wake up.
Let's
Rico,
get in the Negrosaurus roar.
Yeah, thank you.
Clarence, all
Thanks for
right.
coming, Brother Clarence. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you, man.
All right, everybody. Really quickly, I want to introduce Simon to the stage. Sorry, he dropped off. Simon to the stage. Simon, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing cool. How are you?
I am well. This is your first time up. I'm going to give you 3 minutes to talk about whatever you had to say when you came up here before I go to the next question, all right?
Okay, I wasn't really expecting that. But
Nah, come on, man. You got it. You got the stage. You got the stage.
I was just playing the race card. I was just listening, and everyone is chiming in. I think everyone's got a pretty qualified perspective, obviously, you know, like being of a particular race and having their own lived experiences. So in terms of the juxtaposition of the card, is that like in relation to, you know, other races? And do we benefit from, you know, our own stature in terms of like, you know, our skin color or how people perceive us? Do we yearn any sort of benefits from that? Where I am, no. Where you are, maybe. Things have changed over there. Do you get what I mean? And that's why we look towards you, because you guys are leading in that sort of way. So I'm just gonna give that small like snippet, and you guys can take it from there.
All right, real quick. Rico said he wants to ask you a question. Rico.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, Simon?
Oh my lord.
Good. No, it's not. To be honest with you, you kind of answered it before I even formulated the question, because I just really wanted to ask you I know that you're in England, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure correct, because not just based off your accent. I think I had an interaction with you before briefly, and I was just wondering, like, you know, you guys know all the issues we deal with race here in America, and in some ways, I think England was a little bit more, I'm not even gonna say progressive. They were ahead of the time. Basically, they ended slavery earlier than America did. But still, you know, as you can tell us, England had its issues with around race as well. And I was wondering if you could just give us a little bit more in-depth perspective because I think oftentimes people always look at the race issue in America and we don't look at the race issue in other places. And I've never lived in England. I'm black, but I've never been black in England. And I don't know what that looks like.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, in terms of progression, I think it was mainly down to law, legislation, things like that. So it wasn't really sort of like anything else. We sort of led in terms of the Emancipation Proclamation, and obviously there's Parliament over here, and we pushed because of certain things, and that's to do with demographics and the labour market and uh, things that sort of benefited the general public rather than anything else. It didn't necessarily benefit black people per se at the time. Um, that's the past. So, like, if you're talking about the present, um, you just got to switch on the news. Like, it's the same thing going on here. When all that stuff was going on with, you know, Black Lives Matter, and that just resonated over here. We had the same things. We had the same topples. We had the same statues being pulled down. We had the same, rally cries, and this is standard stuff for us over here. And as I've said before, uh, it's kind of funny because, like, you know when when I sort of get on panels and speak to people, it's almost like it's a different world over there, but no, it's not. We're very kin-like, um, and it's really just a matter of us sort of paying a bit more attention to each other, because we're very alike, and it translates in our day-to-day lives. um, you know
Appreciate you,
I'm glad you said
Simon.
it because I think over here we tend to think you guys got it easier and vice versa, and we both got it the same. I was just glad to hear that.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Rico. Appreciate your
Thanks,
question,
Rico.
sir. We want to get to the next question, and Mr. Intellectual Soapbox, Mr. Best in the World, Mr. Everything. We're going to go to you first, and then Be Easy That Dude. Ain't heard from y'all in a minute. The first question, and this is a question that Rico he ain't going to be able to wait to answer. I already know. But now I got to find it because I got lost. Where's it at? Boom. Rico. How should black people feel about the non-blacks in black spaces talking about black issues or even attacking black people or their behavior? Now this, yeah, Rico. But Mr. Best, if you can go first, Be Easy That Dude. You're second. Then we're going across the lady line, please.
I think that um, I think they could speak about our issues. You know what I'm saying? Just like we could speak about their issues. But I think that when they do speak about our issues, they have to be they basically have to do it in a way where they're not being offensive or insensitive. You know what I'm saying? Um, they have to be in a way where they're being solution oriented, where they're actually speaking in reference to, you know what I mean, as a way to make a reference to or to basically highlight something that needs to change. You know what I'm saying? If they're not doing that for any community, then you're causing more harm than good. You know what I mean? And that's really the problem. So I have no problem with them speaking on our issues as long as they're trying to be proactive and trying to be helpful. So yeah, that's about it.
Man, you waited all that time and you only going to give us 40 seconds?
I'm nice with mine, man. You know how I do. Sometimes I rhyme fast, sometimes I rhyme slow. You know what I mean?
I see how you do it. I see how you do. If you know, right?
Big-
All right.
oh wow.
All right, Be Easy That Dude. Come on, bro. Jump in. What you think?
Yeah, we can on one hand say that inalienable rights is freedom of speech, and then try to censor people too just because they have a different pigment or we don't like what they're saying. Realistically, you learn by listening, not by talking. You talking, you just regurgitating the information you already retained. Listening, you actually have the potential to learn something. If not, you can get full clarity to use people's words against them, right? Because people usually say, "Hey, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean this." Well, what do you mean? And let people say what they want to say directly. Too many times we as a black community fall for symbolic gestures of people that's acting like they your friend and stab you behind the back. So if somebody is racist, I'd rather have someone be overtly racist than covertly, right? So how would you know that unless they are able to speak their mind freely and fully? And then it also allows you to strengthen your argument, right? So you can chop down whatever talking points they have, or they could say something that makes you reevaluate your talking points or your rebuttals. But if the conversation is never had, then everyone is just grounded into their silo and it's just cognitive dissonance and it's an echo chamber. And then also, we as Black people, we need to be more emotionally mature. Too many of us is emotionally juvenile. So as soon as we hear one word from a white person or another ethnic group, it just like renders us helpless. And we just get so mad and enraged that we want to act out in a way that's unproductive. And essentially, if somebody could just say a word and allow you to like shut down or go out of control and get enraged, are you truly in control of yourself or your emotions? If someone could say one word, someone could call you a nigger, and then all of a sudden you just want to, want to go shoot someone and want to go blow up a building or something. Be And then if you think about our ancestors, how many times did they hear that, right? How many times were they called that? So what if that's the case, none of them would be able to function as a society to raise a family if they was sitting there worried about what someone said. And I think we need to let people say, and then just lower your voice, strengthen your argument.
I appreciate that. Be easy. Do you see that question on the screen?
I do. It
Now
says,
listen, real quick. I don't really have a take on this question. I really don't care one way or the other. Like you said, I'm a free speech person. I want you to take my 3 minutes. Come on, brother, on that question.
okay. So it says, I disagree. I don't speak on other people's issues. So would not want a different race speaking on anything in our community. I could be wrong. So that would mean that everything that you say is just only limited towards black. So when that means politicians, right? Most of the politicians are white. So should we only criticize the black politicians, right? Is the white politicians in running our country or county, are they like above reproach because they're not black? And no one is saying that we want to. No one is saying, hey, whites, could you please chime in on our issues? But also, it's not about censorship either. They're going to do it regardless. So it's not about whether you want to or not. I mean, I'm sure it's a bunch of white people that don't want people talking about reparations, but is that going to stop people? So it's not really a matter of desire. It's just a matter of it's going to happen. Now deal with it. And that's what we don't like to do. We like to say, oh, what if this happens? Or what if they say that? So what if they say that? Oh, Trump's racist. He's this. So what? What is he gonna do for you? Right? Because Biden is racist. So he's in there. So what does these things even mean? Someone calling you a name, someone speaking on your issues, is it true or not, too? That's one thing that we don't like to do either. We don't like to accept the truth. I don't have to like Donald Trump or Joe Biden, but if Donald Trump says 2 plus 2 is 4, am I gonna say Trump is racist? He's so racist, bro. It's 2 plus 2 4. That's what we're dealing with. So it doesn't matter if he's fat, if he's a racist or anything. Deal with what he's saying. And yeah, intent and context does matter, but this is what I'm talking about, the emotional maturity. Once you're emotional mature enough, it doesn't matter if someone likes you. If you're comfortable and content with your blackness and you as a man or a woman, who cares if someone calls you the N word? Who cares if somebody thinks you're dusty and stuff? As long as you don't know that, unless you're starting to internalize that stuff, then it's not even about the person who's calling you a name or criticizing it. It's about you having a low sense of self worth and feelings of inadequacy. And that's not a white supremacist issue. That's not a white issue. That's a personal issue that you need to deal with yourself.
Appreciate your response, brother. Be easy. Now, Sister JP, I know you said you got to leave in about 15 more minutes. So since you're up next, after you answer the question, and if you want to answer Big Rick Slap's question too, I'm give you 4 minutes. But also shout out your channel, say any last words, and then if you stay up here a while, that's fine. But I just want to make sure I don't got to cut anybody else off to get you out.
My neighbors are walking by, moving some stuff. Excuse me. So, as to the question at hand, let me make sure I got it right. How should Black people feel about the non-Blacks in Black spaces? Talking about Black issues or even attacking Blacks. Okay. So, and then Big Rig says, I disagree. I don't speak on other people's issues. Yeah. Okay. So, I can witness what it is that you do, analyze what it is that you do, and then speak from a place of understanding that's not how I want to move, and then go ahead and get my act right off of that. And that's way, it comes back around to the ancestor question and so on, right? We have a choice in the matter as to how we show up in the world. One of the things that I heard a lot from Brother Beezy, and I appreciate you being here, is the word you. And oftentimes, you is the beginning of a shaming statement. We understand that there are experiences that only a select few people have experienced in a select few spaces. Here in the United States of America, only a select few people have experienced oppression and continue to live in the same country whereby the oppression was committed, for lack of a better word, excuse me. But other cultures, other people, Caribbeans, other Africans, so on and so forth, they either went back to where it was they came from, or they pushed out those who weren't of them and built on from there. We're the only ones who've been stuck right here in the same country where we were oppressed. So if you look at it through that lens and consider that here I am, 46, and I am part of the first generation out of segregation, right? That means that even though Rico and I are similar in age, he's considered a boomer, I'm considered a millennial. A Gen Xer, excuse me, right? Which means that he at some point lived knowing that he couldn't go into certain bathrooms and certain spaces and certain things, or somebody told him that, right? That is a lived Black experience that no one else can actually attest to on site. There are other people who may experience it because of how they have changed themselves. But out the gate, on site, before anything else in the world, what did I say in the beginning of this? I am seen first as a Black woman and then born in America. And so I don't need the whole however much time it was I had. That's it. That's how I feel about people coming into this space who claim to be Black or look similar to us but don't have the lived experience that we do. You can fathom, but you cannot understand what it is that we've lived with.
Hold on. So, can I ask you, just so we clear, do
Yeah.
you have an issue with them speaking on it?
Yes. I have with them speaking on it in a way to address behaviors, attacking that thing. To ask for clarity or understanding is something different. To attempt to shame you Black people. Why do you people do this? Why do you people do that? Well, why the fuck are you over here concerned with what it is that we do? We don't ask you why you do in your house. Go the fuck home. Or get your act right and be an ally and ask for understanding and clarity. Not because you want to figure out how you can pick us apart or put us down.
All right, JP, go ahead and shout out your channel and what time you are going live and everything.
My bad, y'all. I be forgetting that kind of stuff. It's JP, the Aspiring Matriarch. You can come over and unpack your Black with me tonight at 9:30 Mountain Standard Time. That is officially now 12:30. I'm sorry. Let me let the Karens have a moment.
I kept wondering what that MST was.
Mountain Standard Time. Y'all
I
need to
know.
learn it. We don't change you. Y'all all around us do. Any hooser.
It took me forever, and I was like, "What the hell is MST?" It's like
That is
because I always
9:30.
remember PST. I know Pacific. I know
And if we would all
Eastern,
just orient to
and
this
I forget
time right here,
everything in
we'd be able to
between.
start. That's the other thing. If we could all orient to a standard time, we might be able to be more country or community oriented. But anyway, JP the aspiring matriarch, 9:30 Mountain Standard Time, which is 12:30 Eastern. So come by, shout out. I know it's late, so get your onesies, get your wine, get your blunt, whatever it is, and I'll see y'all over there. And tonight we're gonna have a conversation about what I said earlier. How do you know you didn't ask to be here? So anyway, y'all keep your spirit up. I'm gonna hang out for about 10 more minutes, but we'll see you in the streams.
Thank you, JP. Thank you, JP. All right, Hanifa, do you have an answer for us, young lady? How do you feel about non-black people speaking about black issues and or hanging out in our spaces?
It's annoying. That's it.
Hold on, Hanifa. We can't let you off that easy, sister. What
She
what
said what she said,
specifically is
man. She
annoying?
said what she said.
What
I know,
specifically
I
is
know.
annoying? The talking
Facts,
points, the
facts,
people,
facts.
the
She
lies.
said what she said.
So
What's
I
What
annoying?
actually
specific annoyances?
okay, 1 minute. So I actually think that it really depends. Because the truth be told, people could do whatever they want, right? So people are always going to these, especially the ones who the academics, the doctors, they're going to always have their analysis of black people as a collective, and you know all the while that people who have been in those positions, scientists, psychologists, and so forth, has been tools in the hands of white supremacy as far as spreading propaganda about us, right? So it's neither here or there for me when people are going to do that. However, I think in certain spaces, absolutely not. They should not be able to speak on. They should not be invited to. Okay, some barbecues they do not need to be invited to, people. Okay, because there is some things that black people have to sort out amongst themselves, and I feel like when other people, specifically white people, are introduced into those spaces, they always end up being centered. And if you do your research, you see it happen over and over and over again. So that's where I set my boundaries as far as that. So if it's a space where there's like clinical work being done, stuff around trauma, right? Just some real deep seated stuff, then no. You cannot enter the space and you cannot have an opinion about what's happening in the space. But in general, people are going to do whatever they want to do, but it still is annoying to me. I particularly have an issue with people who feel because they are black adjacent that they are black. That's a problem for me. And I have a
Say
problem
it
with
with your chest. Black adjacent.
I have a problem with our people not being able to discern and differentiate between people who are actually for black people and people who are just building upon and capitalizing and exploiting the pain of black people. You see, my voice is getting raised. I have a problem with that. Yes. I have a problem with our people forcing blackness on people who is telling them that they are not black. Okay? I don't care if you are biracial. If you are telling me that you are not black, then I
What the
am
fuck
not
is
going to
Rico
force
doing,
that
man? Shit.
blackness on you.
Rico losing it.
I told somebody recently, I would rather accept that I would rather call Rachel Dolezal because she at least want to be black
Girl, you're
than try
killing
to
me,
force
man.
my blackness on somebody who is clearly saying I am not black. I have a problem with that. Major problem. Because when we do that, then we allow them to get away with saying certain things simply because we want them to be black so badly because they're black adjacent and maybe they fall. I'm going to stop right there. But yes, it's annoying, but in general, people are going to do it if they want to. But when it comes to real internal, deep seated trauma, things that we're dealing with, then no, they need to leave. They don't even need to be on the property.
No.
Yeah,
Hanif, I got
going
3
in,
minutes.
boy.
Hey,
I
no,
knew she
Nah,
had to
Rico,
go
nah.
there.
Wait your turn, Rico. It's OG Patrice. Ladies first, Ladies first, man. Ladies first. Let me mute him. OG Patrice.
Yeah,
Please.
oh wow. This is deep, right? Like I understand both ends of the spectrum. I do. And I think things should be put in perspective according to what the situation is. Because one thing about it is when we allow certain people to acquiesce into the community and then get pissed off when they say something we don't like about our community, whose fault is that? So, and that happens a lot, right? But I'm gonna give you an example. Like I have biracial grandchildren, right? They're biracial. Father's black, mother's white. So they're being raised more from a Caucasian perspective because their mother is white and their mother is raising them. It's a difference of when the mother is black as opposed to when the mother is white. The perspective is different of their culture. But I'm instilling in my son to never let them forget they're black too. So I can't tell them that they can't talk about black issues because they are half black. I can't tell them they can't talk about white because they half white. So it's different with biracial kids. And if they have an identity crisis, then that's a whole nother situation where therapy and all of that is needed and all of that. But when you allow other races or cultures to acquiesce into the community, you're raised with them in the neighborhood, they're used to using the N word and things of that nature. You can't get mad when they use the N word, black people, because we allow these things to happen. Now I understand, I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying. And for those that want to check that person, do as you feel. Those that feel that they shouldn't speak on black issues, to each his own. I feel that they can to a degree if they are not attacking, berating, belittling the whole race as a whole, just generally attacking black people and the race as a whole. I have no problem with it. They already acquiesce into the community, so I have no problem. They're marrying our people. Let's be real. They're marrying, they're having children, and all of this by our black people. It's so something of this sort is bound to happen, right? So how are we going to handle it? I think we're going to handle it accordingly, right? It's a way that you can have someone that is not black in your family and you can still check them about, about the black part where we feel, hey, now I feel like you've overstepping your bounds or things. But you can't tell them if they're raised around, married into, having children that they can't speak at all because they are acquiesced already into the culture and into the community. So that's just my opinion on that. I digress.
Appreciate that. Now, hey, this man, he been chomping at the bit. Come on, Rico. Go ahead. Come on. You excited. Come on. What you think about the outsiders? What you think? Interlopers.
I'm gonna start with this from this position, and I'll say this: it's not even a black thing. I've always told you guys I believe in allyship. I'm an ally of the LGBT community. I'm an ally of the white community. I'm an ally of the immigrant community. But I believe allyship means you belong in the fucking back if you are not of that community. Sister Patrice, you talk about Adolf. Y'all white allyship, they're not out front. They can't be out front. You cannot be the voice for the people that you think that you are supporting or speaking for. So when we talk about people who acquiesce to our community, I agree. My son, my oldest son has a Japanese wife. I got 2 Japanese grandchildren. Okay. But what I also tell my son is your ass is black. So even though he's going to retire in Japan and live in Japan, you ain't fucking Japanese and don't get it twisted. Your wife is, your children are. You are not. And you never will be. Vice versa. When his children are in America, they can cross both communities. His wife can't. She can't, even though she's married to a black man, she can speak to the issues. She can't speak of the issues because it's not her lived experience. That's the problem that us as a community, and I agree with you 1,000%, Patrice, because other communities don't allow people from the outside to come into their community acquiesce and take over the floor. Only we do this shit. We will allow anybody come in and will speak on our community in any kind of way, tell us to shut up. I'm white, shut up. I'm gonna tell you black folk what y'all need. When other communities do not allow that. And I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of the fact that, again, as I've told people, we are not anybody's fucking pity party. We're not anybody's project. We do not, if we can't solve our problems, they can't be solved. If we have to look outside of our community for a solution to our problem, we're fucked. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to do that. I'm sick and tired of people who look like me constantly looking to people who are not of us and say, well, let them be the champion. Because when I know there are strong, smart, intelligent, and beautiful black women like you, JP, Hanifah, and so many others that they will not ask to be out front, but they will sit there and they will take someone who doesn't look like us and uplift them. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. Because we got you, Hanifah, you, Patrice, JP, and 1,000 other beautiful black fucking sisters who live the struggle. The fuck you gonna sit there and put somebody else? I'm not saying people cannot speak to the community or speak of the community, but they should not be in front if we're not in front of theirs. I refuse to believe that.
All right, Rico, appreciate that, brother
Well,
Simon.
Ashan,
Yes.
Ashan, real quick, and just to add to something real quick to what Rico said, that's really what it is that we black people, we're like, okay, whatever we're doing isn't working, so we're trying to find anything else, right? And what we tend to do is try to pick the best out of those communities and say, well, maybe we should try this, not realizing that they have their own issues as well, right? And their own conflicts and so forth. So we go over there and say, well, this is what they're doing, and we try to find the best things about them, right? And this way requires someone who maybe have been exposed to those cultures to say, well, no, this is how they treat their woman, and this is how they treat their men, because most of the time we're not even seeing that. All we're seeing is, well, they do this better than us, right? It's an issue of esteem. It's an issue of self-esteem as well, in thinking that we can't figure out our own problems, and we can. We always have.
We have always, as I said, we are people of, remember I told you earlier, we are people of survival and resilience. We are our own worst enemy along with other people, but we always come back from the brink of fucking genocide. We always do. That's the resilience and the beauty of black people. And I do not sit there and think that we always have to continue to turn over our future to others.
All right, brother Simon,
Thank you,
if
be
you
easy.
could jump
Nobody stay
in,
with me.
brother Simon.
Whoa. Yeah, sorry. Interesting. Shucks. I appreciate all those views. I mean, it's a bit different over here, because we grew up a bit different. We grew up amongst, you know, like whole communities that are not us. So we're living sort of like an interface of a fight where we're trying to understand who we are as people. So what we do is we connect with everything else outside. Thus, like myself, sort of connecting with, other countries, other people, like for like, face for face. And we don't really get too deep on the surface level initially. We sort of try to just make that connection. What we do is we acknowledge that we are of the same race initially, and then we start to make the connections after. So it's not that complicated to us in the first instance until we start to dig into it. And that goes into the history, and then the diasporas, and then all the rest of it. But the first thing is, do I look like you? Do I act like you? Is what you're saying something that I could relate to? Is your behavior something that I could connect to? Because we don't have that. I walk outside my house and 99.9% of the people that I see do not look like you. Although, you know, there's something innate in me, in my spirit, in my sort of being that says I need to sort of understand myself. But I'm here, you know, these people can't relate to me. So who do I talk to? Who do I go to? So what we do is we look out to media, we look at TV, we look at whatever's out there that can connect us to whoever we're trying to connect to. And it's almost like the reverse. It sounds like the reverse over there. Because you've got you guys are amongst each other. So it's like, oh, so that's where you get the Idris Elbas. You get you know you get all the people that, you know, aspire to be bigger things, and they will come over to America because that's our link. We want to be connected. We want to be part of the community. We want to be with the people.
Definitely, Simon. Appreciate that. Guys, I am going to just really quick acknowledge Summer Mince Pies. Thank you for being here from our Twitch gang. She said thank you for explaining some of the UK experience, Simon. And yeah, Woman of Sphere is in the chat trolling, so be easy. Yeah, don't mind him. He is a troll. But the next question, we're going to start with you too, be easy. Like I said, I want to ask this question only to couch it, to set up the stage for the next question. So this is going to be like a 2-minute timer question. So be easy. What does it mean to identify as pro-black?
To identify as pro-black, really, this is where it's kind of confusing because I don't know who has clearly defined it, right? And I see a lot of dissent between people that are called themselves pro-black, and it's not just a universal standard, because we love to admit that as black people we're not a monolith, but then when it comes to something that should be a universal standard, due to us not being monolithic, then we have a lot of fractures and things are not so easily and clearly defined. So I could point to one person and say, oh, this dude is pro-black, you know, whether it be Tariq Nasheed. I know they got like Jason Black, Professor Black Truth, etc. I'll name some names like that, and then people will be like, well, I don't like Tariq because of this and this and that. I like Umar Johnson. And then people like, oh, well, he didn't build the school yet. You know what I mean? So it becomes start attacking of the individuals. And I was like, I thought we was talking about pro-black, which was the sentiment in a particular ideology, but then it comes to be an attack on the individual, and people start running down the individual's credentials. And usually when people are doing that, it's somebody that haven't even has done as much, right? You can say whatever you want about Umar Johnson, right? Maybe he is doing scams, but the stuff that he has done is more than the people that is criticizing him. So are you even in a position to truly be criticizing him? You're saying, oh, what he didn't do, he's done more than you. So what, like, you're not even qualified to be criticizing people in certain instances. And so I don't think it's clearly defined what is pro-black and who is pro-black. So I think people just need to just promote the betterment of blacks. And usually when people use certain titles are just usually just used to they're supposed to be ways to categorize and unite people. Okay, yeah, so I'll just finish with that. But they usually just divide. When someone says they're pro-black or they're conservative or liberal, that usually divides people more so than unites them.
Oh yeah, and that piece I was just saying goodbye to JP. She was tapping out. Real quick, then we are going to go to Sister Hanifah. And just guys, remember this question is I'm actually going to ask a really deep question that impacts me. But Hanifah, I want you to answer that question if you do not mind, young lady.
I'm gonna start at the basic level, because I've had this question put to me before, as if someone could be pro-black and marry white. And so my answer to it
Don't
is,
jump ahead, Hanifah.
huh?
I said,
Huh?
don't jump ahead. Don't read my mind.
Okay, oh, sorry.
Now go ahead. No, go ahead and
No, so
talk
I
on it.
was
Go ahead and
gonna
talk to
say
it.
the basic level is it would be family. It would be the black family. It would be having a black family, maintaining a black family. Um, that's the basic stage of being pro-black. I do struggle with it. I do. I'm not on the fence with it. I do question someone's pro-blackness if they can't even do the basic thing, which is procreate with another black person. I do question it. Yes, I do. I'm not even going to shy away from it. So that would be it's that whatever you do is towards the advancement and the progression of black people, whether it's your dollar, where you put your dollar, the neighborhoods you decide to move into and build. Because the reality is, whatever neighborhoods we move into, usually the schools are connected to that neighborhood. So what schools are you building? Are you helping build the school where your child is only one of the three black people in the school? You know, whose educational system are you pouring into? Whose neighborhoods? Whose schools? Like, all of these things matter. So pro-blackness, I think it is connected to how we carry ourselves, how we spend our money, where we decide to live. All of these things. I think it's just pouring the progression, and the advancement of black people at the forefront or at the center of what you do. That's it.
Definitely.
Mhm.
OG Patrice, what about yourself?
Yes, sir. I mean, for me, it's just for the economic power and development of my people first. That I want to see the progression and the prosperity of my race of people first. That's what, to me, pro-black means to me. As far as that, do I believe um somebody can be pro-black and date somebody non-black? Absolutely, because I have done it. And I've always fought for my people first, and I've always fought for my race first. But when I was touring, I wasn't around a lot of black men. So I dated men outside my race when I was overseas. And when you're in Asia, or when you're in Japan, or you in China, you don't see many over there. And when you over there for months in on time, it is what it is. Don't never mean that I'm not for my people first. That's what I think pro-black means, being for self race first. And I think that because we know how this country is ran, who is ran by, they don't have to have a need to be pro them. They just are. And they actually think they are supreme to other races. So it shouldn't be a thing where it's pro white or pro this, pro white race, because but the ones that are supremacists believe in white power. Have y'all ever heard that word? So, I'll just say that, as far as this is how I feel about that. You absolutely can be pro black, and how I identify as a pro black woman is as first and foremost my people, first and foremost the economic power and development of my race of people first. Look out for yours first.
All right. Appreciate you, OG Patrice. Whatever. Rico, I saw you waving. I know you can't wait to jump in. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Simon.
Well, no, in particular, I wanted to proposition a question. Okay.
Oh, no. We answering the question
No, no, no,
first,
no,
and
no.
then you can proposition it.
No, this is part of the question, because you ask a question and it just makes me think of a question. Okay. I don't want to sound wrong. Like, my premise has never been pro-black. My premise has been anti-blackness. That's it. I've said that 1,000 times. I don't preach on when people, oh, you claim rock. No, I never said I was pro-black. I said I'm against anti-blackness. That's it. That's it. I'm against anybody that's being against black people, which doesn't, I don't think I would never ascribe myself as being pro-black. I don't know how you ascribe yourself to that. Yes, I'm in an interracial relationship, married.
Rico, can
Um,
I ask you a question?
yes, ma'am.
Wouldn't you describe pro black as a person that cares about their own race first, like every other race cares about their people first?
Yes. But what I
Okay.
was afraid of, my belief was initially, when people initially say pro-black, they put you in the box of it feels like they're pushing you to this black
You,
superiority
right, and
space,
they
which
get it wrong, thinking
which
that
is what I
pro-black
reject.
means
Right.
anti all other
Right.
races, and that's
Right,
not what we're saying.
exactly. Which is the
Yeah.
space I try to stay away from. Exact. Thank you, Sister Patrice. That's all it is. But my question is this: when we say, and when people speak of family, I would say, so people who don't have a family can't be pro-black.
All right, now Rico. So you're stepping on
That
my
was my
question by just
question.
not. That was the next part of my question, but
That was it.
you can't. Okay, but that's I
That's
was
it.
already going to ask
That's
that.
it. Go ahead.
Rico, we're going to get to that because that's the next
Okay.
question.
All right.
So just finish
I'm
your part
done.
of the question.
I'm done.
Finish my
That was
question.
it. That was just my question. Was like,
Okay.
family first, and I'm like,
Yeah.
plenty of people don't have families.
All right. Yep. We're coming
Some
to
of
you
the
then.
greatest people in the history of mankind never had children, never married, so they can't be. And that's why it seemed odd to me to say it
Gotcha.
had to be this. And that was my only question. I was like, okay.
All right. Cool. All right, Simon. What do you say? What does it mean to be pro-black?
To be real, I I had 5 sisters, right? And I grew up in a big black family, um, and they kind of put me off, like dating black women, like so, like my one of my first relationships was with a white woman, and they didn't really like that, and even in school and stuff, like when I was in playground and when I, my friends and my black kindred sort of sisters and stuff, and I was dating a white girl. They ain't like that. They ain't like that at all. But I just saw all the drama that came with those relationships. Like it was very toxic. It was very disgruntling. There was always something to argue about. And I just didn't really want any part of it. Do you know what I mean? So sort of seeing it firsthand, I sort of had the upper hand in sort of going on. But then I dated a white chick, um, and
But Simon, may I ask you a question? Would
I
you?
knew he was gonna jump in. Stop.
No, no. I want to ask. I'm going to ask? Was it more the person or was it more the race thing? That's all.
Or
No,
was it more you tolerating certain behavior?
it was a thing. Like I didn't like to see what was going on with my sisters because they were my sisters and I cared for them and I loved for them, and I wanted the best for them. But the relationships that we're in with these guys was just like wrong. There was always some drama. There was always some sort of toxicity. There was always something going on. And then, like, I'm timed out.
Go ahead and finish your point, sir.
Finish. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah, it's just it. So my thing, seeing all of that, was like, fuck that. I'm gonna get with a fucking white chick. But I didn't really know like what that meant, until I met their parents and stuff. That's different. That brought a different dynamic. When I'm sat at the table, on a Sunday doing the Sunday brunch thing, and they're looking at me like, "Who's this guy?" Do you get what I
They
mean?
know who he is.
Not like, "Who's this guy?" Like, "Oh, you're introducing your next boyfriend." It's like, "Who's this black guy?" You know what I'm saying? It's like you saw it in their eyes. It was like, "Who's that black guy?" Right? And that was so it made me think, why is this girl actually with me? Is she on some sort of rebellious thing? Because I had relationships with black girls before, and I never experienced that when I sat at the table with their parents. Their parents didn't turn around and give me that look like, "Who's that guy?" So it's interesting until I got with a black girl.
Definitely, Simon. I appreciate that. And since everybody already jumped to it, because Rico can't just Rico can't just hold on. Be easy, brother. Be easy. Can a person that has an interracial family or wants no family at all be pro-black since they aren't continuing the race through genetic stagnation, annihilation, or erasure? What's your thoughts on that, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. Because over here, that I've heard in the YouTube streets, manosphere, whatever you want to call it, I've heard the stat ad nauseum that over 50% of black men are single and childless, right? So are we just going to totally discount them? That means that 50% of, the gender population is just can't be pro-black by default. Like that just sounds ridiculous and it's not sustainable. So absolutely yes. And then you can go through the history. Okay, MLK, he had a black wife, but he did have some, extramarital affairs with white women. Did he suddenly stop being pro-black the moment, he penetrated a white vagina? You know what I mean? Thurgood Marshall. Just look it up. If you don't know who Thurgood Marshall is, look at his contributions to society, especially for blacks, and then look at his wife. Was he not for the advancement of blacks? Like so, and also see a lot of people like to call you sellout because you went and chose a different rate. But when you're with a black woman, they don't care. They just expect for you to be with her. But then as soon as you cross over the fence, they're like, aha. So it's like, do you care about black families or not? Or do you just want to kind of try to stick it to somebody and say, look, he stepped over the fence? Well, you didn't care when he was in home trying to build a family with a black woman. You only think about this. You don't care about the positivity of someone trying to build together with black marriages. Is at like an 87% rate that black men marry black women. Instead of focusing on the 87%. We want to focus on the 13%, right? Instead of focusing on the men that do stick around and stay with black women, then we want to focus on the dude who crossed the fence. And just because somebody is with a black woman, that doesn't mean that they're pro-black. By that definition, that means Ray Ray is pro-black. Tyrone, Junebug, and Lil Man is pro-black. Future is pro-black because he gave a bunch of kids. Like, I mean, think about the logic, right? So it doesn't make any sense, bro. Somebody could be going harder for the community and be with the white woman. Is it
That's true.
likely? Probably not. But to try to act like it's totally impossible, and we need to be careful who we criticizing because there's a lot of people saying, "Oh, he jumped over the fence with a white woman." Well, you still in the hood around a bunch of black people and you ain't doing nothing, right? You're not producing anything. All you're doing is producing illegitimate kids that's reading at a third grade reading level. How is that pro-black? If anything, it's child abuse, and that's what we need to call it.
Man, I'm so glad you showed up today, Bees.
And
I
can I
appreciate
say
you.
one thing for the record, just to back up what Be Easy said? When we talk about some of these prolific civil rights organizations, please understand that half of them were founded by white people. White people were half the membership. The NAACP was not founded by all black people. It was a consortium of white people and black people, white Jewish members, along with black people who started the NAACP over 100 years ago.
And
Same thing
that's
with
still
Smith.
going on today, brother Clarence. They still
Yeah,
funding it. Just
they're
like they
still
are the
funded.
CBC. They still funding them.
Right. So if when we sit there and say properly, I'm like, there were white members of these organizations all the way back in the beginning.
I just don't like the way
So
they co-op them though, because they
yeah,
co-op
yeah,
them
yeah. But
and they
I,
and they co-op them with an agenda. That's the only thing I push back on. Is I know specifically
yeah,
that when they it ain't like it was back then. It's different
right.
now. Their
Because
agenda is
right,
totally different now.
right. And I'm not talking 22, but you can imagine in 1954 and 1934,
BLM
1944.
is a prime example of that.
Right.
BLM.
So forget BLM, but in 1934, if they did not have white funding and white help, what would it would have been much harder because they helped fund Brown versus the Board of Education, NAAC Legal Defense, that desegregated schools so we could go to school. and go to university and colleges. That was a huge thing. It wasn't because of white people, it was because of the combination of black and white people coming together to break the government bullshit on segregation. Could we have done it alone? It probably wouldn't have happened in '64. It might have took till
It would have took
'70.
longer. It would have definitely took longer because
Exactly.
we didn't have the money
Yes.
like they had. And the thing that I
Yep.
think people get
Thank
misconstrued
you.
is the thing that MLK realized is not so much that the Caucasians that were funding the movements. It was what he discovered that was done by the government to us,
Yep.
by all the land that was given to the other people and wasn't given to
Mhm.
us. We never got the 40 acres and mule because
Yep.
but they were given land and money and benefits and housing
Mhm.
and all of these things to that the other races of people and
Mhm.
left us out of the picture. So that's when King said, I realized I may have led my people into a
Yeah.
burning house.
And
So
that's why I
people
think
got to
he
be
also
mindful of that.
Hey
he
Rico.
spoke more to. Go ahead, Arshawn.
Now I want to get to the because OG Patrice didn't get to the question.
Go.
But OG Patrice, what do you think about the? I know you started to speak on it a little bit, but about the interracial family or not continuing a family, like choosing not to have a family. Can you be pro-black? What are your thoughts on that, if you wouldn't mind?
Absolutely. I mean, I raised my son. He's a black man. He's now engaged to a white woman, and I have biracial grandkids. But guess what? He works for a nonprofit organization where they deal strictly with the inner city. He started out as a mentor and now he's a VP for this nonprofit. He gives, he travels, and he's under have an umbrella of people under him where they mentor into the inner city, the urban communities where black people are. So absolutely you can.
Okay, definitely. I'm glad I got y'all's perspective. I mean, because you hear some of these things in like over YouTube or in real life. You know, people have these conversations. You can't be pro-black if you have a white wife or something like that. So I'm glad you guys have alternative perspectives and y'all gave logical conclusions. Like if they're out in the streets doing the work, who does it matter? You know, like if they're uplifting black people through their actions, who they sleep with doesn't really matter because even their children are going to be black through extension. I mean, no matter who they lay with, because you know the one drop rule. I mean, no matter what. So I'm glad y'all shared that perspective.
It matters not. The bottom line, they're just people in
No,
here
actually, bro,
doing
I just gotta say this because you actually said a point that I was gonna say. This is where the hypocrisy comes in because we want to talk about how strong the black genetics is. So what does it matter if I'm with a snow bunny, right?
Right.
Once I impregnate her, he's gonna be black.
Yep.
So are you acting like my kid is gonna be any less black because they're biracial? But then let my kid make it to the NBA like Blake Griffin. What are they
They're
calling
black.
Blake Griffin? Are
He's
they
black.
calling him a white boy or are they calling him black?
Steph Curry, Steph Curry.
Yeah, Steph
What do they call him?
Curry, all of the
Mm-hmm.
Currys, right?
Clay Thompson. What do they call them? They're all mixed race kids. They call them
Yeah.
black.
And I will be
Yeah.
clear, my son's first wife was a black was a black woman. Okay, I
Right.
will be clear about that.
So
My
was my
husband
first
was a
two.
black man. See,
So was
people
Yeah.
my
seem to
first
think like
two.
we've gone way past the spectrum of that. No.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've been accused, and I got two ex-wives.
Yeah.
I've been
So
accused.
so Rico, go ahead and answer the question while you're going.
What was the question? No, I'm saying, what was the question?
What we're talking about the having an interracial marriage or not having kids at all. Can you still be pro-black?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's because what you are, what I champion. Things like this. Okay, if I champion a cause, okay, that's like me being pro breast cancer. I'm not. I'm a man. I ain't got fucking breasts. But if my mother died from breast cancer, you can champion any cause you want, and you don't even have to be of that community. When I speak of allyship, it's like, okay, and I was glad JP had said it before. There's a difference between being an ally and an advocate. As an ally, I believe you should be behind. As an advocate, you speak in the absence of. So, as an advocate, if I'm speaking for women with breast cancer, I'm not pushing women with breast cancer out the way. I'm speaking in the absence of them. They're not there. Uh, that's crazy, but whatever. And I don't necessarily mean again, it's like, how are we describing? Oh yeah, men can get breast. I get it. I totally believe that. Some,
Oh yeah, my ex-husband caught breast
yeah,
cancer. That's absolutely
1,000%.
right.
I
A black
believe that.
man, he had it. Yep.
But because it's a predominantly woman disease, I would not expect 50 commercials about men with breast cancer because they're in the small percentile of it and the women are in the much larger percentile of it. So women should be the advocates, the forward-leaning face for it. And men, because we can, because my mother has it, my sister has it, and all the women in my life, I'm going to be a huge ally for breast cancer. I'm going to wear the pink. I'm going to do all the shit in October. But I'm not going to be out front. I'm going to let my mother, my sister, Patrice, all the women I know who support it to be out front. As an advocate, I'll do it in your absence. Now, when we sit there and we go to this whole pro-black thing, what is pro-black? It's a multitude of combinations. I think I can be for the black community. Okay, if it makes you feel better, I'm not pro-black if I don't marry a black woman, but I'm still for the black community. Does that help you, AR? Does it help you to say that? So in other words, are you saying that
He's
if I
trolling you he's trolling you
Yeah, he
hard.
got you all. He got you all on track, man. Come on, he
okay,
got you.
you little fucking Irish leprechaun. If I have to marry of my race to be for my race, answer that.
All right, Rico. Now listen, I have about 6 questions left, people, and I want to try to push through them. But does anybody need to step down, say their goodbyes, last words, anything?
Bro, no breaks. Let's go.
I'm asking the lady and be easy. All right, nothing. All right,
We could just burn through them.
all right, cool.
Let's try
So we'll
let's
just
try to see how fast we can answer them, give direct
yeah.
answers without like
So,
elaborate more.
so we're gonna start with OG, be easy, then Rico. What is racism really, and is it inherently evil? And again, I'm thinking about what Be Easy said about tribalism earlier. You know, as the grandfather of all the isms. So LG Patrice, speak to that. Let's go chop it up in like 2 minutes.
Just for me, racism is definitely a superiority complex of thinking one race is superior to all other races, meaning one race is superior to all other races. Systemic racism is something that's more governmental. I'll just leave it at that.
Next,
All right,
be
Be Easy. What
easy.
about you, sir?
Yeah, pretty much what OG Patrice said, but also it's not only it's not only like a superiority complex, it's a superiority contest. So people know what a race is, right? And what's the objective of a race? To win the race. So ultimately, there's a racial hierarchy, and we know who's at the top. You know who's at the bottom, and it's been socially engineered. Actually, race in general is a social construct. When there's just a bunch of Europeans, they were all just all from their different respective countries. The only way they united was in whiteness, right? When it comes down to even in this country, everything is just white and black. There's everything else in between, but it ultimately comes down to white or black. There's no country called white and no country called black. So essentially, you're reduced down to whiteness and blackness being a status and an ideology. And whiteness has been elevated as purity and angelic, and blackness has been demonized and villainized as dark and diabolical. So that's all the race is the advancement of a particular ideology. The ideology is whiteness, and white's dominance and superiority, because white is not really a race or a country. It's just something that the social engineers of the country created to keep us divided. That's how they kept That's how they was able to maintain slavery, because they made the poor whites feel that just because they have white skin that they're better than the black person, and that's how they were able to maintain everything. So I can't remember who said it, but it said all you got to do is make the lowest white person believe that he's better than the most prestigious black person, and then there you go. So all the racism is just an advancement of one particular ideology status based around skin color.
And take
Yeah.
a poor white and a poor black. The white still got privilege. Period.
Hmm.
And be easy. That was President Lyndon B. Johnson that said that.
Thank you. I,
He's the
I, I thought it
president.
was him, but I didn't want to
Yep.
It's a tribute.
He
inaccurately
said
speak
something
on that.
about just make a white man feel better than a nigga. He'll let you stick your hand in his pocket and take the money.
All right, what you think, Rico? What is racism really, and is it inherently evil?
Okay, real simple. Racism is just simply the division of people. That's all. That's all racism is, division. Is it inherently evil? No. But the hierarchy of racism is, because the hierarchy of racism assigns a caste system. It gives one race privilege over the other, and it's an unearned privilege. One race is no better than the other. Racism itself is just dividing people up based off of racial classification, phenotype, whatever you want to call it. But the hierarchy of race, the division is not the problem. The hierarchy of sliding this race over that, over that, over that is evil. And that's it. Simple as that. If they divided us all up and said we're all fucking evil, we're fine. Other than that, it's fucked up. Racism is bad for that reason.
And then I want to be clear, since you got another minute left, I want to use your minute. Black people can
Please.
never be racist. Black people has never claimed to be superior to all other races. Let me be clear on that, because they say black people we can be biased, we can be prejudiced, we can have some bigotry in us, but racist we cannot be. We have
Mm.
never thought and claimed to be superior to all other races. Even when you talk about the Hebrew Israelites, they just know that they are the chosen race of people, not superior race of people. I just needed to be clear about that.
Well, it's okay.
Whoa,
'Cause- yeah, you got 2 minutes.
Look,
You got 2 minutes on
Can I
that
have my
very same
24
question.
Can I have my 24 seconds back? Okay. Because I would, Patrice, you're correct. Arshawn, I'm on my clock. I agree with you 1,000%. Because I would be if they would allow us, but they won't allow us. Okay. Arshawn, get off my clock. Okay. They won't allow us, so we can't be. Thank you, sister, for making that straight. There you go. You got
And
anything else to
also,
say?
what she was saying was the point I was making earlier about how tribalism is the granddaddy to all the other isms, which is tribalism first, then it's racism, anti-Semitism, bigotry, xenophobia. It all stems from tribalism, which breaks people down by usually racial lines, class lines, gender lines, etc.
That. You got anything to say, Arshawn? We out of time. Sorry.
I can't stand you. No, because that's funny. 'Cause OG Patrice brought up my next question. So I mean, she
oh,
has 2 minutes on it anyway. So
oh
are black
wow.
people racist, and are they racist against other black people?
Time out,
No,
AR.
they can't. They're not racist. They just hate other black people, which means they hate themselves. Period.
Okay,
Say the
be
question again.
easy.
Say the
Are
question again.
black people racists, and are they racist against other black people? I got an extra S in there. Are they racist against other black people? Brother Beezy, what you think?
I would say no. See, this would really take a deeper discussion, because most people, you ask 10 people what the definition of racism is, you're gonna get 30 different answers. So some people are saying yes, they are racist, and then other people have the sentiments that OG Patrice just espoused, to where no. So maybe they should be a little bit more racist, like some of the other groups, and then they would be in a better position. But since, like I said, black people tend to try to assimilate with other groups, while these same other groups are trying to segregate from us. We're not trying to be racist. We actually believe in these values that they talk about. We're all equal, and can't we all just get along? We actually believe in that. They don't believe in that. They say that to keep us docile and to keep us in check. And meanwhile, look at all this stuff in the Bible that they talk about, the moral things that they supposedly are supposed to believe. We'll try to hold true to that and be like, hey, the Bible says it. They'll thump the Bible and then still pick your pocket and stab you in the back. Right. So we're like overly religious in that regard, and then we over worship other groups, especially white people, thinking like the white man's water is colder than the black man. So a lot of that is self-hate and feelings of low self-esteem and inadequacy. So that with that, you truly can't be, maybe they should be racist. I'm arguing that black people should be more racist, but with their current ideology, no, because they're too used to settling for convenience and comfortability and just being allowed to sit at the white man's table versus building their own table together.
Yeah, and there's a certain amount of power that comes with being racist, right? Which we hold no power over the things like banking and housing and education and all of these institutions in government and military. We hold no power. Listen, we hold no power. They have the power to hold that over a group of people, a race of people. That's the difference. And when you find a black person or a person of color that hate themselves or hate somebody else that look like them, that's a self-loathing. That's a loathing of not liking themselves because they don't want to be that race, because they believe in their heart that they know that they believe that our race is the lowest on the totem pole. That's why they hate themselves, therefore they hate their fellow man. And that part is a sickness. That's beyond being racist. That's an illness. Okay, in my personal opinion, you got people that absolutely hate that they are black. That's real. That don't make them a
Mm-hmm.
racist. They just hate that they're black, and that's an illness. That is literally a mental illness.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I know Rico had Brandon one and a couple of those people. But Rico, go ahead and take your 2 minutes. Are black people racist, and are they racist against other black people?
Absolutely not. Black people are not racist. Black people can be prejudiced and bigoted. Yes, they are. My mama was
And
prejudiced and
bias.
bigoted
And
and
bias.
biased. She was prejudiced and bigoted. But like I said, racism requires power, and my mama never had any. She's a black woman. She didn't have any power. She had her prejudices and she had her bigoted and she had her biases, and I loved her and I would always work on her about them. Um, my grandmama, my grandfather, many people I knew in my community. Hell, I grew up prejudiced and bigoted for a certain period of time for people just feeding that prejudice and bigotry to my mindset until I went to the military and I realized that, you know what? All white people ain't rich. It's some poor ass white people in this country because I had never saw any.
And all of them are
Mm,
not racist and bad people.
No. Yeah, but I literally grew up with a belief structure that was fed to me because I grew up around all poor black people, that all white people had money and only black people did. I had no frame of reference of anything different. So, growing up out of it, I broke my bias, my prejudice, my bigotry. It was just born out of ignorance. I made sure that it didn't spill into my children. They lived in integrated neighborhoods around people of different cultures and attitudes. Um, can you be racist to other black people? Hell no. You don't have power, period. You don't have power over white people. You don't have power over black people. It
Don't
takes
have no power to
power
stop
to
them
be
from getting a
racist.
home loan. Don't
You can't,
have the
right?
power to stop them from getting a bank loan. Don't have a
Yeah, you
listen.
can call them niggas, you can do whatever you want, but you cannot affect their life in any way. So yes, black people can be prejudiced, bigoted, ignorant,
Bias.
stupid, dumb, and all this other shit, but we
Put
can't
that
be
question
racist
back up, AR.
because we're
Put it up.
devoid of power. So if we're devoid of power, if we can't affect that on other people, we can't affect that on ourselves.
Were you talking about that one, OG?
Yes, yes, because I want to answer it. Why do black people feel white people are above them? What person? I mean, anybody that's black that feel white people are above them, they sad people. I don't feel that white people are above me. That's only weak black people that feel that way.
Did anyone say that or even allude to
No.
that point? I
No,
didn't
no, no.
hear
I
that.
think he just asking a question. And to answer the second part, white people are not hurting black people in 2022. Yes, they are. They are systemically, and in what's going on in certain sectors in the criminal
I think
justice system, the prison system. I can go on, but that's systemic. And
No knock
also,
warrants.
go to his
exactly,
second question though.
and also to say to AR, also, do you realize that all races of people do things to the same race of people because of opportunity and proximity? So white people hurt white people, Hispanic people hurt Hispanic people, Asian people hurt Asian people, black people hurt black people.
So what is
I
the
think anyone
definition
with
of
half a brain knows that this just where the disingenuity comes in
But
because it gets
yeah,
left
they
out of the
killed me with
discussion.
the black people,
and
white people not hurting black people, black
but
people are.
I want AR
No
if you're
shit,
listening,
Sherlock.
you said we're changing the definition of races. Can you give it to us?
All right. While
I'm gonna
he's
leave it up to you to do the work.
pulling up the definition, because we are blazing
Yeah,
through the
that's
rest
all.
of these real quick.
Okay,
When
we'll keep
you
going.
think of who you are, your identity, the hats you wear or groups you belong to, what is first, and where does black fall on that list? I know for me, I typically say I'm a black man, so I guess it's like 1 and 1A with black and man. But I mean, but how does it? I know some people that are Christian. They say I'm a Christian first before I'm a man or black. So like, how do you guys run your identity? You know, how do you guys sort that out? Sorry,
Who
but
you want to start with? Go ahead.
OG, be
OG.
easy, Rico.
Yeah, for me, definitely, I'm a black woman because I know the perception of any other race. When they look at me, they know I'm a woman, but they also see my skin color first. They see my skin color and say, "This is a black woman." So I view myself first as a black woman.
Okay, what about you? Be easy.
Ultimately, it's kind of irrelevant of what I view myself as because society is going to view me as a black man and less popular as a nigga, right? So that's what they're gonna view me as. Personally am a man, the most prestigious title that I could have, and the man, the acronym for that is Master All Nature. So I'll let everybody else sort it out, whether I'm black, ADOS, FBA, etc. I'm a man, so respect me as such.
Right. And I can say, yeah, I'm a woman. I know my anatomy is a woman, of course. I can even say I'm a woman first, but I can also say I'm a woman who's black.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be viewed at both of those.
Rico, same for you, or you feel different?
Yeah. I'm like BEs. I didn't have no cool ass acronym. Master over nature.
Oh, you
You
take
I
can just use mine.
oh no, he didn't break out with the acronym. But I'll be honest with you, I'll lean in 1,000% with Be Easy because, like I said, I grew up in spaces that was 100% black. So the blackness was always secondary to me because my whole world was black. So as far as I was concerned, the entire planet was black growing up. For me, it was being a young boy growing up into manhood. That was the important thing. And then when I came out to the world, I never wanted to be considered as a black man. I wanted to be considered as a man who was black, not a black man. I am
mm,
the man had to come first because I didn't want them to say black, then man. That always bothered me. I wanted the
mm.
man to always be first because I grew up in all black spaces and I fought like a motherfucker to get that. And I wasn't letting that title go.
All right, guys, and lady, we only have 3 questions left. So we're going to give
Ooh,
3
shit.
minutes on this one. Because this is kind of a big question. Rico didn't like it the last time, but I'm glad I have a couple of different people to ask this question to this time. If we aren't looking to leave America, and we know we don't have the power to eradicate racism, shouldn't that be an expected obstacle? Like environmental factors and genetics. Like if you're short, you just got to overcome your shortness. Like shouldn't racism, if we can't eradicate it, should just be a part of life that we accept and work through? OG Patrice, and then Be Easy.
Okay, break it down to me again, short style. I'm sorry.
Big question.
Shoot,
Big
listen,
Yeah.
I'm getting old now. Look, I'm sleepy and all that. So break it down to me again.
So, OG Patrice, do you think we have the power to just eliminate racism from the planet?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
So, in our lifetime, shouldn't we just accept that as a condition and move forward? Just the same way, if we were a short person, we couldn't worry about how too much taller everything is. We'd have to work through it. Or if we lived in a flood zone, we'd have to get flood insurance and put up the sandbags. If we lived in an earthquake zone, we'd have to use concrete. We'd have to prepare for it and live our lives anyway. So since racism is something we can't eradicate, shouldn't we just accept it and prepare for it and keep living?
Absolutely not.
Expound upon that, please.
I know that I may not live to see. I don't think it's ever, as long as racist people are bringing other racist children and born racist and bearing and rearing and raising their kids to be racist, it's never going to be eradicated. That's the thing. And that's why I said I know I'm not going to live to ever see it, and I don't think my children and my children's children and etc etc. As long as people continue that are racist continue to birth and raise their children to be racist, it's never going to be eradicated. That's why we never should absolutely not stop fighting against it. So that's why I say absolutely not in both cases.
Okay. What about you, Be Easy? What do you think?
So I always say is that life is going to continue to present you with these hurdles, and what you do is you continue to prepare your mind and body to jump over the hurdle, and then society is going to raise it even higher, and then you got to do the same thing over and over. What you're supposed to do is continue learning and strengthening your mind, body, and spirit, so whatever hurdle, obstacle they put in front of you, you're able to continuously jump over it, overcome it, run through it, or whatever. And you're not supposed to do it alone. You're supposed to have an infrastructure, a community, an actual family to help you and combat and say, hey, won't you try jumping over it this way? Or here's a shortcut, or here's a tip. But we always go at things alone in reckless and rugged individualism. So it further exacerbates the problem because we have to deal with them alone, and we feel that we're all alone when a lot of times we're only alone because we alienated ourselves from people that wanted to see us doing better. And then we get a little bit comfortable and complacent, right? Like, racism exists, there's nothing that we can do about it. So then we just do a lot of coping mechanisms, which is, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Doesn't really lead to success for personal life or for the society and community at large. So I would just say that, yeah, pretty much that's we just got to overcome the obstacles because it's never going to be eradicated, like you said. So you just got to be more clever and cunning with ways to not accept it. You acknowledge it, but never accept it. Right? You overcome it at all chances that you get. You never stop combating it, because if the racism is not going to stop with their rhetoric, their ideology, their divisiveness, why should you stop trying to unite,
Stop
trying to
fighting. Yep.
empower? Exactly. You don't want to render yourself helpless and just give up, because if you already go into the fight and saying, man, what's the point? I'm already going to get knocked out. What do you think is going to happen? You're gonna get knocked out. So it's you can't. That's one of our main issues. We go into a lot of things with a defeated attitude. So if you really want to defeat me, you're gonna have to defeat me. I'm not going to assist you and
Thank you for
sabotage
saying that.
myself in the defeat. Like, right, you're gonna have to truly come knock me out. I'm dodging, I'm ducking, I'm throwing punches. I'm not just standing there and letting you get a clear shot at my chin. So that's what we need to do. Jump over the hurdles, start ducking, dodging these punches, and throwing some punches back. A lot of them, a combination, tiger uppercuts, sonic booms, all that.
And
Yeah.
napalm bomb, that was dope because I think for the most part people don't think about it affecting them because until it happens to them, until they literally have to experience it blatantly out in the open, plain as day. Other than that, if it's an indirect way, we'll choose to ignore it, like something at work, being done, or say we'll ignore little stuff like that for the most part. But until it blatantly happens to you, like in a way that it affects you or your family or your children, then you're gonna want the whole world to rah around you for this disparity that's been done to you. And that's just how we move as black people a lot. We think because we're not going through none or experiencing it in a direct way that we shouldn't still realize that it's there and continue to fight against it.
Appreciate that. What about you, Rico? If we aren't looking to
Oh,
leave America, what you think?
no, real short. I'm with Sister Patrice. Fuck that bullshit. We can eradicate racism. Period. You just got to put your fucking backbone up, stop all the fucking pity party, and eradicate the bullshit. I don't believe in that you lay down, you roll over, we take it and we accept it. Racism will change when America accepts the fact that it's no longer beneficial to be a racist society. Um, I don't think that the haves now it'll become more of a it'll go from a racist society to more of a classist society, and it will still look racist because most of the motherfuckers at the top gonna look of a certain color. Period. It's not gonna be no rainbow up there. And when that 1% fully becomes solidified at 1% or 5%, it's not gonna be a rainbow variety. That shit's still gonna be predominantly white. So America will become a classist system, but it'll be a huge slew of fucking poor ass white people down here with the rest of us. And I'm like, wake up, motherfuckers, we've been telling you. So what do you want me to tell you? So no, it is what it is. And no, I don't think I'm with the 99% town. Burn the whole motherfucking thing down. Chaos, on anarchy, fucking eat the rich.
It don't belong to us no way.
I'm with it. I'm with the whole eat the rich, fuck them all, burn it down, riot. Yeah, AR, I'm talking about you and your Irish side. Burn it to the fucking ground. I don't care about rich people. Fuck them. They should pay 90% of the taxes. That's my belief system. Call me a socialist.
Shameful. Shameful. No, I'm with you. To a degree, to a point, to a point. I think everybody should pay a fair share of their taxes in money or time. But I have two last questions, everybody. I appreciate y'all for hanging out.
We're doing good.
I sincerely appreciate y'all hanging this long. OG and Be Easy and Rico, because your wife be tapping on that shoulder, boy. Tapping on that shoulder. But
I had to
solution time. How can we realistically save the next generation? Some action steps. And I know OG Patrice, she be in those streets in the meetings. So OG Patrice, what are some steps that people can take? Actionable steps that we could all take to start saving, providing a better outcome for the next generation.
So definitely through teaching and learned experiences, right? Being a part of something greater than yourself, giving back to your community, definitely getting lessons and courses on financial literacy to continuously have economic and development empowerment in Black communities. Try your best if you're getting good service from Black-owned businesses to support those businesses so that they can stay sustainable in your communities and we can start generating the dollars to last more in our communities, things of that nature. So I'll just be short and say that. And also, when you see someone in your family or outside your family, if you have the means to help them, whether it be with your finances, your time, or something, help them, give back, give them time. Like I read, because I know Black boys are suffering. I'm in the schools every Tuesday reading, having them read to me. We talk about things and stuff for the program that I'm in within the inner city. Because I live in the suburbs, but I go to the hood and I read to those children. That's how I raised my son. That's why he's doing the work he's doing now for nonprofit organizations. When you are a community-based person, you realize that things that affect you in your community the most are the things you need to continue to fight for, vote for. And that's what Black people got to get better with doing. Like if you really want to see change, boots on the ground, grassroots, get out there, Do the work. The only way it's going to change in your communities if you be in the rooms. You have to go to these meetings in your communities. Go. You know who your alderman is? Do you know who your councilman is? Do you know who the chief of police is? Do you go to the police community meetings? Do you go to the PTA meetings? You have to be in the room in order to have an agenda to get things changed within your communities. That is the best way you can realistically save the next generation. My people, I cannot stress that enough. Voting locally is so important. We had ancestors died, were erased, eradicated, beaten, dogs sit on them, water holes for you. And we like to talk about the vote. Listen, the only way we're going to be able to change things is to be the change we want to see. And I digress with a little bit of seconds left. I did good.
Yeah, OG. Yeah, I appreciate that. I really wish our people understood how much local elections matter. We'll run out for the presidential elections, but those local elections, man. Oh, whew. All right, be easy. What do you have? What are some realistic steps, some action steps that we can all take at our level to do something to benefit the next generation?
Investing in human capital. What we'll do in our community is we'll leave, especially our young boys, in a state of perpetual Peter Pan syndrome, growing up in their 30s or 40s and still a little boy. And then we over coddle them too much and then expect for them to actually build and be the leaders of the future generation. So we have to start them early. When they're 8 years old, I hear a lot of people saying, "Oh, that's my little baby," right? But you got your baby out there trying to dribble like Kyrie and dunk like LeBron. You're not teaching them anything about financial literacy, credit score, how to develop human life skills, skills that are able to translate into the work field. So if you don't think he's too young to be catching a football, he's not too young to be learning about crypto, ETF, stocks, etc. We need to really focus on um, education in terms of reading also, and understanding what we read, and not just reading a book, reading and comprehension of that book. And then also, like OG Patrice said, the local elections and just building a political infrastructure in general. I don't think the politics is what will save us, but it's a tool that we need to be better at using, like other groups are. Realistically, when you come out for the national election, if does 15%, 14% of the population, is that really going to move the needle? No. But if you were not to vote, that would move the needle, because then they would have to actually come and offer you something tangible, and it's a quid pro quo. You give us something, we vote for you. Otherwise, there's no reason to vote. It's no, the Republicans are going to win in their races. You need to be worried about your local area before you worried about the national election. We can't be complaining about racist teachers but won't go to a PTA meeting. You don't vote on who the police mayor is. That's why I say we have a black population, because these other communities, they're on a shaking hand basis with the mayor and the police chief and all this stuff, so they feel protected in their communities.
Don't forget the
Meanwhile,
judges.
exactly. Well, the judge, police, DAs, they're all in cahoots, all part of one big systemic conglomerate. So we need to get involved in that politically. We need to be getting involved education, and we need to provide spaces for where these boys can go, different centers, because most of the crime is due to lack of education and lack of economic opportunities. If I want to hear whether it be the educated brothers or the black girl magic sisters talking about how y'all killing it and you got PhDs, why the hell would I care about your PhD if it's not doing anything to build up the community? And for people to say, hey, look, I'm MGTOW, SYSBM, and some of these people have kids, that's cool. You're moving to a white community. You're essentially grooming your kid to be with a white or an Asian person. You know what I mean? Because it's not that many black people over there. So I mean, if that's what you want, then just say that. Otherwise, it really doesn't look good for the advancement. But if we really want to start, that's what we could start at right there.
And let me just say one thing, because before I forget, when we were talking about the judges, black people, when you have jury duty, please serve, because you never know. We always dodge jury duty, and now we're seeing the injustices being done to black people when they're being judged by these, judges that don't favor us. It's important. Please stop skipping jury duty. Go and be judged. Let them be judged by their peers.
Rico, you here? You tapped out. I think Rico. Oh, there we go. How can we realistically save the next generation, sir? What are action steps? And then we got one last question after this. I know I know you about timed out.
I don't know if we can. I mean, they got to save themselves. So when you say we, who's we? Who's we?
The black community. The black community.
They got to save themselves. They didn't save us. No, I'm keeping the question serious. I'm not being facetious. I'm not.
I know. That's what's making it funny.
So the question is, and it's running through my head. It's like, just like, how do we say? I'm like, I don't think they're lost, and I don't think they have to be lost. Them being lost or saved is a choice. They have, so I can sit there and say, okay, I'm gonna throw all this out there, and I'm gonna make sure that they have everything they need to make sure that they don't go astray. And they can still come out and like, oh, fuck that shit and go do whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, remember I told you in particular how I always took exception to people saying, oh, the elders. So it's like, nah, fuck this shit. You're gonna stop putting that on me. You can't keep looking to damn, I hope AR is not listening. That's the one part where I sit there and say, where the past, I don't believe we need to take responsibility. So Patrice, it's not me and your fault if Be Easy or Arshawn don't take the lessons that we did and improve upon them. If they do, that's great. If they don't, I'm not gonna go, well, it's my fault. Like, no, the motherfuckers just didn't want to do it. Because you and I, when we were coming up, the lessons that was laid out before us, it was our choice what we were going to do with it. Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't. Oftentimes I was young. I was like young Be Easy. I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna be slick, I'm gonna be smooth like him, this, that, whatever. I'm gonna take me a shortcut. And that fucking shortcut didn't get me where I thought I was going. And I had to pay for that. I had to pay for, but that wasn't my elder or my ancestors. That was me. That was me being lazy, not wanting to do the work. Bumped my head, had to back it the fuck up, and I had to do it the right way. So that's why I say when the question is, how do we save it? We don't. We just lay the lessons and the foundation.
We can guide, counsel, advise.
That's it. That's all we can do. We can lay the foundation for them to do better. They either pick up the tools and move forward or they don't. But I know in my mind, no matter what, like I told you, my people have had it. It's mountains and it's valleys. If this is a valley, you motherfuckers just gonna be on the valley. But guess what? Oftentimes when we hit a low, the next generation that comes behind look at the shit and they be like, no. And they put us back on the mountaintop. And what happens is oftentimes we get on the mountaintop, we get a little cocky and we get a little lazy. That's why we end up right back in the valley again. That's all. So again,
and I agree, Simpson. That's what we doing here in these spaces. We doing our part by doing these things, and hopefully some are listening and they'll take heed and they'll start doing just just what we, some of the things that we're saying, because we're not telling the younger generation like like don't buy, don't get the bag, don't go get educated, don't get want to be a homeowner. We're just telling them things that are like morals and values and integrity and things things like that. You know what I mean? We're not like
Right.
literally
Yeah.
trying to run their lives, but we are
Yeah.
giving them like a scope of views and opinions and advising and counsel and guidance in a way that they, should take heed and listen to. So it'll be a lot easier for however they want to get that bag, as long as it's legal.
Yeah. And the last thing I'll say, I try to tell them, it's like, look, understand what I would tell young men and young women. I tell them all the time, know what you're seeking and ask yourself, is it worth it? Because again, there's this whole thing that I kind of push back on in our community, because I'll be honest with you, I have been one of the most unambitious motherfuckers I ever met in my life. I've never had ambition. I just never have. And I keep trying to tell people, like, we're pushing this narrative. Oh, you can want the bag, you want the money, it's like, no, everybody's not ambitious. Ambition is people who just want everything. There are some people that their ambition is not financial. It's like, I'm ambitious about life. I'm ambitious about a holistic view. And you can't take a person like that and make them be about the bag. Everybody's not for the fucking bag. I mean, honest with you, I don't like a lot of money. It's problematic. It can be. I've seen people of wealth, they're depressed.
You just want to
They
live comfortable,
well,
comfortable.
because yeah, I just want to be comfortable. I've seen people of wealth, and you know what the problem? I've seen people very wealthy. You know what you tell me? They don't know who they can trust. And I don't know if I want to be in a space where I feel like I'm a man of so much means that I don't know who loved me. I don't want
Right.
to be there. I'd
I
rather
hear you.
be poor and know people love me because I don't have shit to give them than to be wealthy and be surrounded by people and not know who love me.
I hear you.
Ask yourself, what do you want? You Kanye, he's surrounded by people, and that motherfucker don't know who loves him. He
Facts.
doesn't know. He doesn't know. His wife left him, his kids is gone, and that motherfucker man is melting down and having a fucking meltdown because he does not know, for all the people surrounding him, who the fuck loves him.
All right, Rico, let me ask
That's
this
all.
last question, and everybody, we are out of here, man. I really appreciate y'all staying with me. Can the current generation be saved? Do we have the time, willpower, and resources to save this generation that's currently, a little
Oh,
older?
let me go on that. Absolutely, absolutely, we do. We do. The current generation can be saved, and they, if they're moving in the right track, we do have the time. Look at what we're doing now, things that we coming on platforms like this and giving of our time, so that means something. And absolutely, we have the resources, guys. We have spent the most money, more than all other races damn near combined. Black people have 1.7 trillion dollars that was spent by, I'm sorry, was it, is it billion or trillion? I want to say trillion was spent in the last 2 years by black people alone. So yes, absolutely. What we have to learn how to save ourselves in the right way, because for one, most of the part, we're spending our money in the wrong places. We're worried about more materialistic things than building, 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 building. And we're very selfish. It's all me, 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 me. When I get me, I got mine. You better worry how to get yours. I was raised of, I got mine. Now let me reach down and help the one that's down and bring him up and show him how to get his. And we, if we all had that kind of mindset and philosophy, we'll be great. But it's just a me, 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 me type of society, I think now. So I think that everybody's is caught up in self-centeredness in a certain way. And when you living in a capitalistic society, That's what you're going to get out of that. And only ones that stay rich are the rich. And then the ones that stay poor are going to stay poor. There's almost going to be hardly no happy medium. When you look at things like inflation and things that are going on, middle class is almost obsolete. You're either going to be wealthy or you're going to be poor. How do we get that middle ground back? So, yeah. So, but absolutely we can save ourselves. I've heard other races of people tell us that. So y'all the ones, y'all spend the most money. Yeah, we are trend setters. We don't follow trends. We set trends as a race of people. Everybody tries to copy us. We got the Midas touch. We just are individual. We come with individualism in a capitalistic society, and that's what's destroying our culture of people, I should say. So that's, in my opinion, that's the worst thing that has happened to us, that we have fell into the conditioning of divide and conquer mentality, right? So what does that look like? I mean, I have made a nice little substantial amount of money over my lifetime. I blew some as well. I was young. Listen, I used to go out so much when I was younger, hitting them clubs, spending money, different kind of like all of that. I'm older now. None of that means nothing, and I can still have those things, but none of that means anything to me as much anymore. Been there, done that, got the goddamn t-shirt. And what did it get me? You know what I mean? Now I'm getting older. I'm thinking about giving back. I'm thinking about setting a precedent for my grandchildren. I'm thinking about generational wealth. I'm thinking about legacy. I'm thinking about starting me a business as I go into my latter years of retiring eventually. I'm thinking about all the important things that honestly I'm telling my son to start thinking about and instilling in his children while they're young. We tend to not want to think about it until we're old. We need to think about it while we're young. So I will say that, and that is definitely one of the ways that we can save our current generation. Absolutely.
Yeah, OG. Now, what about you, Be Easy? What you got for us, player?
Yeah, we absolutely could say OG hit it out the park. We just need to be more mindful and better with the managing of our funds because, and we need to focus on building back neighborhoods, not just the hood. A neighborhood is where you actually know your neighbors and you can go to your neighbor and say, "Hey, I'm short on some sugar, man. Could I get a little bit of sugar for the Kool-Aid?" We don't have neighborhoods no more. We just have just straight hoods. And since no one owns anything in the hood, they don't care about it. It's just like a rental. Is somebody going to be treating a rental car the same way they would treat their car? You're going to dog it a little bit, drive a little bit faster, not clean the crumbs up as quick. That's essentially what the community is. It's like a big human receptacle. People is just throwing stuff. Look at the projects, pissing in a hallway. Would someone be pissing in the hallway of a home that they owned? So we definitely need to recognize the value in one another and the value in ourselves because the Indians, Asians, white people, they're all about that almighty dollar and capitalism. So if you think that the hood was so broke, why the hell would they keep setting up shop there? Would they be setting up a failing business
Woo! You just
in a
said something right
community?
there.
Yeah, they wouldn't be setting up businesses expecting
They
them to
come right
fail.
in our hood and set them up, and we spin, spin, spin.
There you go. But then we saying, "Oh, we ain't got no money." Ask the Asians if we got money. Look at the hair care product. Black women spend 6 times more, and don't take my word for it. Look it up. They spend 6 times more than any other ethnic group. Who dominates the hair care industry? Is 80% dominated by Asians, and most of them are like Vietnamese and Korean. Most of them are coming from here, flying their family in, getting boats and all of this type of stuff. Why is the Black Girl Magic and the Sisterhood not coming together to have their own industry of hair? Think about this. Another race of people is dominating the sales of Black hair care products. I mean, There's your
It's
answer right
insane,
there.
and it's absolutely should not be. It's unacceptable, and it shouldn't be, but it is, and
It's
it's unfortunate. It's
it's
insane.
totally unacceptable. And that's just things like that where it seems like so hard, right? And also if black women would be confident with themselves to say, hey, look, you could wear your hair short. I look at OG Patrice and Nifa, wear your hair short or wear your natural hair. Your hair is not bad. You messed it up by putting all them chemicals in there. You made it bad. Your hair wasn't bad. You know what I mean? Embrace that stuff and stop giving your money to other people. No, as a black man, uh, uh, nobody will want me trying to bleach my arms white and look like a white dude, just as well as I don't want to see you wearing long flowing blonde hair that looks like Rapunzel and giving this money to another community. Same thing with the fellas going out and trying to get Gucci belts and Jordans and look fly. For what? Like, build up your own community, build up yourself, and don't try to build yourself up with external coping mechanism and symbolic kind of trophies to make you feel like, hey, look, I'm on par with the white man. You don't even think that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sagging your pants and wearing Jordans and stuff like that. All you're doing is validating someone else's name. How about you stand on your name? Michael Kors, Tommy Hilfiger, Prada, Versace. People run to go support and promote someone else's name, and they don't do anything for their own name. They don't do anything for their ancestral name. But you're doing something for Tommy Hilfiger's name and his ancestors,
And
right? So
and
that's
and and where did they more than likely get their brand name off the backs of who? That developed they very products like your Tiffany's and your Louis Vuittons and your Versace's and all that. Look at the history on them and see, does not it come back to your ancestors who made that possible for them to have their wealth? Check it out, look it up, especially Tiffany, certain designers, Gucci.
yeah, not only did who made it possible, who made it popular. So even though this stuff was not designed for us, when you think of Gucci, I'm sorry, you just don't think of a blonde hair, blue-eyed dude, even though that's who it was probably made for. When you think of Gucci, you think of a rapper. When you think of Louis, you think of a rapper. And not just any rapper, a black rapper. So we're influencing everything, but we're not getting a cut of Gucci or Louis or any of this stuff. That's why it was ridiculous to see Jim Jones in there crying like a little beta
Oh my
buffoon,
God.
saying how much he spent. Oh, I spent 100K in here, bro. You could have started a clothing line for less than that. People are rocking with you because of your own popularity, and you're just selling it out to Gucci at a discount. So that's what we need to do. We need to stop selling each other out and selling ourselves out at a discount and start keeping this money into our community, to actually build a community so we don't just have a population. Invest in human capital, invest in land, and all other investments for the betterment of the community. If nothing changes, then nothing changes.
Amen.
All
That's
right,
that's what's
Rico.
up.
Yeah, Be Easy was on that. Rico, go ahead and get your shots off on that question. I know you ain't had no hope for the youth. You was like, hey, they gotta save themselves. So what you think about us?
You
I
got one more
gotta
question after that?
sink or swim, sink or swim.
Now this is the last question.
This is the last question. Okay, all right. I was good. I was gonna pass it because they pretty much fucking killed it.
Man, didn't they
Like,
though?
I mean, they really did. You guys, Patrice, be easy. It was like, fuck, you make me
Woo.
have to follow them for, right? Okay.
My bad, OG.
Fuck. But at the end of the day, they spit fire. I, I can't add much to it.
I know, man. It's crazy.
I'm reaching. I can't.
Hold
You
on.
know,
All right. Let me ask it this way. Are you more optimistic or pessimistic about the future of the next generation of the black community?
I here's the thing, right? If I look short term, I'm pessimistic. If I look long term, I'm optimistic because again, it goes back to what I said before. Because I have an undying belief in my people through their experiences. I've seen us do some unbelievably just horrifically fuck shit. And then I see us rise. I see us just when I sit and say, when AR is here, it's like I see us at the detriment of our oppressors and ourselves, push ourselves to the edge of genocide, and then we rise through the ashes of the shit that we did. So I always believe in us. So I'm always optimistic about us. But I also am pessimistic about, it's sort of like people say, like America. America will always come to doing the right thing after they exhaust all other options. That's how I kind of feel like Black people. We got to do everything fucked up wrong before we finally get to saying, oh, okay, we're going to do the right thing. We just can't jump to the right thing. And I love my people. So I know we always will get there. I have no doubt. I'm like, I rocks with my people. We will always get it right.
Our
It's
ancestors,
unfortunate
our
that we have to
ancestors
put
had less.
ourselves through so much.
Our
Yeah, go
ancestors
ahead.
had less. Our ancestors had less and did a lot. We have a lot and we're doing less, and we need to do more.
Facts.
That's the difference.
Yeah. Facts. So that was in this. I think yes, we will be all right because we have always been all right. We've been, as Sister Patrice said, we didn't have shit, and we survived. We didn't have shit when they tried to exterminate us. We didn't have shit when we came out. We damn near exterminated. We came, but think about it. We
When
came
they
out as a
burned down
people.
our communities and we
But
rebuilt
here's the reality.
again.
People got to understand this. Remember, there was a point where like 90% of the Black race was chattel slavery, or say 75% of the Black race was chattel slavery. And all of a sudden today, they open the fucking door and say, okay, you uneducated, you this, you that, you motherfuckers is free. And we had to, can you imagine a more abysmal space where you're in a land that you do not know and you've been chattel slavery for the entirety of your lifetime? It's sort of like opening the door of an insane asylum and they just kicking crazy people out. Say, you motherfuckers go figure it out. Most of us
I
stayed
feel
on
you.
the plantation.
But the beauty
Most of us
in it
stayed on the
all,
plantation.
yes, because we were conditioned, right?
But we were
But the
conditioned. But what I'm
but
sitting
the,
there saying is that's the same thing if you went to an insane asylum, you open the door, say, get the fuck out. What do you think most of
right.
them crazy people would
Crazy
do? They
people
would
going
go
wild.
back inside.
Right. Yeah.
They would go back
Conditioning. Just
inside
like people
what
that
they
has been in
know.
prison for so long,
Yes.
they're institutionalized, so they would
What
actually commit a
they
crime
know
intentionally to
to
go back
go
to prison.
back
But the
inside.
beauty of it all is, guys, we are such a unique people. We are such a unique people, and we have been such we have contributed so much to
Yeah.
this America that we live in, right?
Yeah.
No matter how they have done a lot of things to us, we have always still been fighting. We have always still been pushing. We have always still been driven. We've always still been chasing whatever it is, chasing the dream, chasing the American dream, whatever that looks like for everybody. So there's no victimhoods here. We are all fighters, and we are all continuing to fight. Everybody got different fights. Don't make you a victim because you fighting for something. Listen, anything worth having is worth fighting for. And if we keep that mindset, there's no victims here, guys. It's nothing but winners. And we can win. You just have to believe in yourself and believe that you can.
Definitely. OG, Be Easy, Rico, I appreciate all of y'all. We're going to wrap this up really quick. I want to see if you guys can just 30 seconds say your last words, shout out any socials that you want people to be able to find you on. Do that. So OG first, Be Easy, Rico last thoughts, and then we're going to get out of here. But I have a special request for anybody that's still with us. Please hang on because I'm gonna put a link in the chat. I just want everybody to go over like raid knowledge and relationships. Drop an RNR in the chat. I'm gonna drop the link. But OG, go ahead and do your closeout. Be Easy, and then Rico, please.
Yeah, salute to knowledge and relationships and the intellectual soapbox. Salute to those guys. I love them to death. Rico and Sean, I love coming on your panel. Thanks for the invite. I love being on the platform with Brother Be Easy always, and everybody else that was on the panel dropping knowledge today. I thank you guys for this opportunity and being able to give opinion and views and hopefully some advice, counsel, guidance, and inspiration to my Black people. I love my people. I'm OG Patrice. You can watch me every Saturday on Life or Death on YouTube, where I am a voiceover actress with Emmy winning Frank Gooden every Saturday. Life and Death. Go over there, like, subscribe, check us out. You'll get to see us do what we do live and in living color, and you get to see your girl do her thing. And I appreciate the support. And anything else? Yeah, I don't like getting out my social media because people start coming over there with the DMs and acting crazy and putting stuff in you. So no, I don't do that. Only people I know have my IG. I don't trust everybody with that because people doing some crazy stuff with people channels. So yeah, but yeah, I don't have a channel as yet, but it's coming, Rico. We looking maybe 2 months or so from here, so I'm excited about that. I will be doing some very different things on my channel, so I'm excited about that as well. Thank you again for the opportunity. Check out Life or Death. Like, subscribe, and every Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Life or Death. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you. So thank you for spending that time with us. 'Cause I know you could have been anywhere. I appreciate you for being here. Brother, be easy.
I done cooked the whole time, my whole meal. Why?
Woo! Yeah, you was cooking here too.
I'm there exactly. I'm cooking twice
You got
the
the
time
neck
that I'm going
bone.
to eat.
Oh yeah.
You got the neck bones and
I got
oxtails
some
right.
turkey wings. I had oxtails 2 days ago, but I got some turkey wings, bacon, honey.
Brother, be easy.
All right, cool. Yeah, this was a fire stream. Shout out to everybody. Rico, Chef Patrice. You ain't OG no more. You Chef
Chef.
Patrice. Bro
Waiting.
Clarence. Even
Okay. I done
even the
graduated.
yes sir. Even the trolls. Miss Hanifah, JP, Simon. Everybody that came through. Arshawn, you was doing a pretty great job with the moderation. So looks like you got a bright future ahead of you. So let me just try to
Appreciate it.
run through this real quick and give y'all some couple steps that will assist us in building a thriving community. We need to form an identity, right? Remember, I was talking about how we don't have a universal standard. It's just a mixed, divided standard where it's like a free for all. You can't get in line with so many different standards. It needs to be not necessarily a monolith, but there does need to be a standard that everyone should adhere to. You
Be
need to
easy. I'm
earn
glad
trust.
you. I'm sorry to cut you off, and I know I
Yeah,
do this. I got a bad habit, but I have to say it while I'm thinking about it because you're saying that this is something that I want to address to ADOS. I think it's a great concept or idea to maybe address to them in my next meeting. So thank you. I'm writing that down now as we speak.
absolutely. Yeah. And then play this back or anyone else write it down. Identity is a big thing. I talk about it all the time. People know what ROI is, right? Return on investment. Also reclaiming our image. But I also added another one, which is restoring our identity. Identity is more important than imagery. Imagery stems from your identity. Ask people what their identity is, and you're gonna hear crickets because they never even thought of it. It seems like a simple question to answer, but just go around and start asking people what their identity is, and you'll see how befuddled they are. So you also need to earn trust. Then you need to fuel participation. You need to get people eager to be participating in this because you can't do it alone. That's why they say it takes a village. You need to reward people for being a part of this stuff and, incentivize them, even though they should be wanting to do this just, as the moral thing to do. People work off incentives, a quid pro quo essentially. So continue to repeat those steps. You also need to identify the founding members. This is where it gets dicey in the Black community because people are like, oh, you're not better than me. And I don't want to take leader. I don't want to take a leadership from a dude that's short or a dude that's fat or a dude that's skinny or a dude that's light skinned. He has light skin. You know, I'm trying to say we find all of the reasons to not follow someone. But if you're not going to follow someone black or someone that has the best interests of blacks, who are essentially you going to follow? The white man, the Asians, and then you're going to complain about that too? You complaining about following blacks. You complaining about, I mean, like, just stop with the complaining, right? Identify the founding members and choose the people that's qualified for the job. Some people are just enforcers. Some people are just good at tech stuff. Some people is good at politics. Some people is good at arts and photography. Everybody has a role, a purpose, and a position to play. So earn trust, make sure that you're fueling online participation too. Like OG Patrice said, not only grassroots, but online as well. See, people use these online platforms to build up a community, but just not a community for blacks. You'll use it to build up a red pill community, a MGTOW community, but none of those really help blacks. So which one is it? All that energy you're putting into MGTOW, you can be putting it into helping blacks, right? Because especially people have kids. Like I said, you're essentially, if you're not trying to help, you're setting your kids up to marry outside of the race. Otherwise, if you want your son or daughter to be able to choose from respectable black people, you need to help usher in a respectable uh next generation. Otherwise, your daughter might get knocked up by a pookie, right? Your son might have to only choose from OnlyFans thoughts. That's not what you want. So what are you doing to combat that? So do all of these things collectively, and this will definitely help us grow. And I'm gonna end with this quote. So the most important kind of freedom is to be what you really are. You trade in your reality for a role. You trade in your sense for an act. You give up your ability to feel, and in exchange, you put on a mask. There can't be any large scale revolution until there's a personal revolution. On an individual level, it's got to happen inside first. If you're not willing to personally hold yourself accountable, personally submit to yourself, personally be disciplined, then progress, all of that stuff is just delusions of grandeur. And we don't want that. What we want is progress, and we want to just continue to see prosperity for all of us. That's all I got for y'all. Thank y'all for having me up. Love all y'all brothers and sisters.
Man, definitely
Dope,
appreciate
dope.
you, man. Definitely. Rico, I know, and nobody so far that's left up out and came back or whatever. Nobody's put an R&R in the chat over knowledge and relationships, y'all. Y'all let me down. But go ahead, Rico.
I'm sick of Be Easy and your ass.
I ain't even said nothing.
I'm like, if you two little young motherfuckers don't stop fucking dropping all this knowledge on me, I'm gonna swear to God, I'm gonna cuss. I'm trying to be good.
No, I love
No,
it. I want to see more of that in these spaces.
I do too, Sister Patrice. But it's just like, oh, they're killing me with it. I've been fortunate and blessed to be surrounded in the spaces with both of these two young men, and that's a rarity. So that's why it stands out to me, because usually in these spaces, you tend to be surrounded by young men of their side, of their age, and they don't have the intellectual depth that these two young men express. So, I'm not gonna call anybody out, say they're smarter or anybody's less smarter, but these two young men are exceptionally bright. So when the question was asked a couple of minutes ago, do I have hope? Yeah, I have hope because of motherfuckers like these guys. They give me hope. They give me hope. I come into
Facts.
this space saying, "Oh fuck it, we fucked, we did," and then I meet these two cats, and I'm like, "Nah, we all right. We all right. They just got to be out front. I just got to get the rest of them young folks to listen to Be Easy and Arshawn, and we good."
Yeah,
Because
it's
I
a few it's a
know,
few more young ladies and men like them, but it
and
is
I'm
rare.
sure,
It is a rarity because the majority of them are caught up in gender wars and
or
all that other
other
drama.
kinds of nonsense. So I know that's why I sit there and say I don't look outside of my community because these are the gems within my community. I don't need to look outside my community. Fuck no. For what? Are you serious? I don't need to look outside of my community because we got gyms like this within the community, but we don't give them voice.
And it's always the little ones. Like I said, even like a lot of people I work with that are boots on the ground. Those are the ones that get little recognition. And then you see the other ones that are on TV, for the photo ops and the cameras and all of this. So that's the difference. But it's people doing the work for real, boots on the ground.
Right. And the perfect example was the other day, someone, and I was like, I'm gonna be honest, I am taking nothing away from Miss Kardashian, Kim. And they was like, oh, she free Tim. I'm like, okay, I get that. I take nothing away from her. Is she free 10 black people or 20 black? I don't give a damn however many it was. But I seriously doubt if she took them from day one to freedom. She might have picked them up. I'm like, typically they're like, oh, she free. Like, those are people where, as Patrice said, there are people who are unrecognized that did all the work. Because it ain't, oh, Kim made a call and they decided to let a motherfucker loose off a 20-year bid. No, that means that there were people for years fighting for that person's release. She just brought celebrity spotlight to it that expedited the last little bit. And it's not to not take that away because those people might
Right. The
still be
innocent
incarcerated.
projects. The innocent projects.
Those people might still be incarcerated if she didn't put that extra spotlight. But the bulk of the work was done by someone else who will never get to shine. And I'm saying to you, Arshawn, and you to be easy, when I hear voices like you and then Kanye or somebody come and take credit for all the fucking work you did, I'm just like.
And guess what? Y'all actually gave solutions.
Yeah.
Not just talking points with no solutions at the end. You actually gave real, tangible solutions. Imagine that.
And not just about tearing people down. There was nothing salacious said tonight. There was nothing ad hominem said tonight. We talked about real shit. And you know what? If it was 5 people that heard it, I'm happy. We did our work. To hell with that salacious bullshit. I don't care. There's a time and place for it. It's not my space. And I don't have anything else to say. I'm gonna button it up. I'm gonna shut it up.
Because I'm about to go eat my dinner.
Yeah. Everybody, I know Simma got over to Knowledge and Relationships. He dropped the R&R. They do have subscribers only mode, so if you're not subscribed, you can't. But everybody that can, because I did run over into their time, and I do apologize to them for that if they catch this on the replay. Go over to Knowledge and Relationships, drop an R&R chat to let them know you came from over here. I'm about to throw up the end timer here. Good night, everybody. Have a wonderful evening.
Good
OG,
night,
be easy.
good night.
I appreciate
Salute
you
to the
so
chat.
much.
Good night,
Peace.
sis.
Out.
Good night,
See you guys
sis.
around these YouTube streets.
Yep.
Until
Peace,
next
everybody.
time.
Peace.
Yep.